Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, and today, my intro live to you. We're Cishet today! Let's go! Let's go! We're finally boring! Let's go! Earlier this week, the gay flag that's normally on this side fell down. Before my FF7 Rebirth, I believe, stream. It fell down. And I just like left it half hanging during that stream because I was like, fuck it, it's funny for the bit. And so I was gonna stick them back up before I did my next stream. I'm out of double-sided tape at the moment. And I don't have any in stock at work either. It's on our next order for stationery, which we didn't get during all of last week. Which is concerning. And I could buy double-sided tape from other stores, but I've tried that in the past in this place, and it sticks like shit. It doesn't work properly. This one fell down because this one has a weird thing that it wasn't hooked up properly. So I decided, fuck it, today with Cishet. So we're gonna look a little different today. I was like, this was like hard because the last stream I did, this was exposed, and that side still had the trans flag. And I was looking at it, I'm just like, the space kind of looks cool. I kind of like the look of the space stuff. And now that they're both gone, I'm just like, this looks so much worse. It's too one note. Like, I know it has different colors. Like, it's got the reds going along here. I am, like, mentally trying. There we go. I was like, I'm mentally trying to do the directions correct, and I keep doing the same one. It's got the red there, you've got some blue here, you got some, like, spacey bits there. It's too plain. It's too, it's like when I had earlier when I first moved into this place, and I had the red and black, mounting foams. But because, like, they were all angled, and they had the triangles on them, but because of the light, it just flattens the entire background. We'll have the flags back up at some point. Though I like the idea of more space being shown. Part of me is thinking, do I want to buy, like, smaller flags? So they're, like, in the corners and then there's more space in between it. I kind of want to look into that. Because I was looking at the space and I'm just like, you can barely see the space when the flags are up. So I'm like, do I want smaller flags to be, like, this section? And then it's that, or do I want to, like, make the flags full here, and, like, these sections, like, the parts at the top and the bottom of, like, the stream layout. Do I want to make that look like space? Do I want to replace this with space and up there with space, and then have big flags behind me? I don't know. I don't know. We're in post-Endwalker. Now's the time to start changing shit. Now's the time to start changing shit. We're part of our newfound adventure. That's not what we're doing today. Let's actually talk about the video game we're playing today, rather than my stream layout. We're doing more post 6.0. Despite the fact that nearly everything we do today won't be post 6.0, technically. We have another dungeon. We do have our second optional dungeon. That will exist. We have some Mandavillian cat girls. Which, hell yeah. But our main goal today is our optional dungeon that we've got. There is also, Aether quests and Aether currents. For, Alpus and Ultima Thule. I haven't even gotten the fucking Aether currents in those zones because we were so focused on story I didn't pick that shit up at all. And then there's also Aether current quests. For both of those zones, but also the second half of Labyrinthos. If I changed it over to Shared Fate, I can change it back. Let me put that shit on. Travel, Aether Currents. Actually, let's replace Gold Saucer with that. So if we go here, we can actually see what we've got for our Aether Currents. So Garlemald, Mari Elementorum, and Father are completely finished, which I, like, thinking back on, I'm just like, I didn't even realize we actually finished all of these. But I think it's because the second half of Father I was, like, actively falling asleep for it. Because I'm a tired bitch nowadays. So, yeah, we've done some of the Labyrinthos. stuff. We found all the Aether Currents on foot. And we did some of the quests, because that was the little troll. So there's only a couple left to do in Labyrinthos. But then there's almost the entirety of Elpis and Ultima Thule to do. We got one Aether Current on foot in Elpis, and then we got the MSQ one for both of them. So we got a lot to catch up on those. I've deliberately not gone back to Elpis or Ultima Thule since doing the streams, because I was waiting to kind of like re-experience those areas in this. So that's the plan. Because we'll get access to flight everywhere, if we have time today, I'm starting today 2 hours late and my head is fucking killing me, so we may not. There's also sightseeing to do, which we can't really do until we finish unlocking flight everywhere. So the sightseeing logs, the Rising is happening at the moment, so there's an event quest for that. And what else did you list? Yellow quests. Deku wrote yellow quests. So there is also that. So a couple of objectives today. Also, I have this objective. Hey, Bish. No, I have this objective. I have an emerald weapon card. People were doing emerald gwibber farming in Party Finder. For the extreme. So I joins that, and I got a card, and I got a trumpet out of it. So let's use this card, shall we? Oh my god, triple decker 10! Oh my god! Oh my god, triple decker 10, baby! Obtain 300 unique triple triad cards. Let's go! And now we get Shadowbringers, thank god. Let's go! Let's go! See, Emerald Weapon. I was also trying to, I also did the, none of these are synced. If we do synced extremes, they'll still be done in the future. I just have the achievements for these things because, well, you can't get you can't do anything else. Like, you can't, like, try to get your Lanas or, anything. I was trying to see how possible it would be to get, like, to do the, Warring Triads, like, solo unsynced. It's really easy, actually. Level 60, dies very quickly still. Even for extremes solo. This, not really. We tried doing the Emerald Weapon with like 4 people and it didn't work. We needed to get 6 people to get it to work because orbs kept killing us. But yes, I now have 300 cards. Also, if I go to, I don't know if I actually put on my watch list. I probably should. There is the one big achievement for Triple Triad. There is the very big achievement for Triple Triad, which is this one. Collect all Triple Triad cards numbered 1 through 312. This is every Triple Triad card up until the end of Shadowbringers. Literally patched like 5.55. It's Diablo Omni. That is 312. And then the next one is like a Labyrinthos card. So this is every card up to the end of Shadowbringers. Look! Look! I'm only 30 away! I'm only 30 away from actually doing this. Most of what I have left are trials and dungeons. I gotta run the vault to get a card from there. Somehow, I've run the vault so many fucking times in this game and I've still never got the Charabout card from it. But there's also just getting the most trials I've still gotta, get cards from for Stormblood and Shadowbringers. At this point, I only have 2, like, I have every ARR card. I have 2 Heavensward cards left to get, which is the Griffin and Charabert, which are dungeon ones, Vault, and Beelzar's Wall. Then there's most trials for Stormblood I still gotta do. And then there's a couple of NPCs and a couple of trials to do for Shadowbringers. And then there's a couple of extra things, but we'll worry about that when we get closer to it. I also can use my Emerald Gwibber. And also that means at some point today we can do another quest, because that is also my final Gwibber. I now have 7 Gwibbers. I've got my Fade Gwibber, my Innocent Gwibber, my Shadow Gwibber, my Ruby Gwibber, my Gwibber of Light, Emerald Gwibber, and Diamond Gwibber. So I also have that. So as we did our quest before, where we turned in our horses to get our Kirin, and turned in our wolves to get our Kamui, I can also now do this. This is also why I was trying to do the Lanas. But I'm still only on 4 of those. I'm still only on 4 Lanas. I still have quite a lot to get for that. It's mostly Warring Triad, because you can see here. I've got Bismarck. This is this one? Roselana is I was about to say Nirvana. Ravana, right? Pretty sure that's that. And then there's Rounds lineup, which is, I believe that's, Thought on. And then there's Sophic lineup, which is obviously Sophia. So there's, like, Sephiroth, Zervan, probably some things that I'm missing. Can't remember the trials in Showrace. Sorry, I haven't thought off the top of my head. Oh, Nidhogg, I guess. Yeah, Nidhogg would be Alana. Anyways, that's all. I was just gonna, like, I wanted to pop, because I saved those so I can get the achievement on stream. I also gotta pop this. I'll have to remember to add this to the list later, but there we go. Now we're at 301. So now we have 29 left. Let's go. Anyways, so we're doing a dungeon. Where are we going for the dungeon? We have one more optional dungeon to do. Where is option? Ow, my brain is fucking exploding. Where is optional dungeon? A lot of people around. Oh, a lot of people everywhere. Hello, everyone. We are, as we get closer to endgame, there is going to be more and more times where we actually see people running around, it feels. It's like how we ran into multiple people doing Ultima Thule as we were going through it. Which, like, it shouldn't work that way because you think, oh, there's more people doing earlier stuff because there's, like, all the new players, but a lot of new players, you know, start getting caught up. The closer we get to current, the more people who are also the closer to current. Where no Loperet has gone before in Sharlayan. Loperets have gone to Sharlayan. There's, like, an entire section of the MSQ that is based on the Loperets going to Sharlayan. Oh my god. Oh, I'm funny. I'm funny. I'm very hilarious. Where no Loperet has gone before. This is the type of humor you're going to expect from me today. This is the level of joke you're dealing with. My brain is exploding and not in like a fun, sexy way. So... Yo! And I'm 160k richer, let's go. I very much... Sometimes my headaches will turn me into like a delusional state where I start just being like a giggling little bitch. And then sometimes my headaches are just, I feel like I'm gonna pass out and die. Today is definitely the latter, which is a good opportunity to do another dungeon where I tank. Where no Loperet has gone... What? I don't even know what I'm looking at there. I don't even know what I'm looking at for this image. Jamming Way is in need of your brains and brawn. Mostly the latter. Manifest! You are Manifest, yes? Oh, thank you ever so much for coming. In truth, I've been searching all over for you. You see, there is a most pressing matter for you, for which I could use your wisdom and expertise. Oh, but we haven't actually been introduced yet, have we? The name's Jamming Way. I had the honor of serving as communications officer aboard the Ragnarok. So anyway, the matter I spoke of. It began the other day when my curiosity got the better of me. I decided to send a reconnaissance probe to Ultima Thule to investigate the environs. Imagine my surprise when my robotic friend responded just a short while ago with the most urgent and dire distress signal. A distress signal from Ultima Thule? Now, even after you and your companions mercifully put an end to the threat of the final days? Surely this intrigues and worries you as much as it does me. What is Ultima Thule doing now? Well, I guess it was all shaped by, like, Ultima Thule was shaped by emotions. And it was shaped by the emotions of, like, what Medion ran into. So I guess even without Medion there, because, like, she's created essentially beings made of those emotions, I guess the emotions of the things that exist in Ultima Thule would kind of self-perpetuate Ultima Thule to exist in the state that it does, just forever. Just with the added ability of, like, because of what we did going through there, you can still, like, survive there and exist there because the emotion shaped into what we can do. And also that the whole Elpis blooms showing that hope is not devoid here and everything like that. Sup, Annabelle? Hello. The very loud hello. I feel like shit, by the way. I don't know how last night's concert completely wiped me out considering we were sitting for most of it and I had, like, maybe 2 drinks. And I wasn't even singing that loud, but oh my god, I have woken up today wiped the fuck out. And very late for stream. Hannibal, I have a worrying concern. I think we're getting old. I think we're getting old. I was just about to venture there to investigate further, but there's no telling what dangers might await. And I am a communications officer, not an adventurer. Please join me in Thalmazine, so we may boldly go where you have gone before. I feel fine this morning not to rub it in. I don't know why I feel like such particular shit this morning. I don't know why today has fucked me up so specifically. It is rather frustrating. Aporia! So will this give us an explanation of how we go back to Ultima Thule? The whole point of Ultima Thule is that it's at the edge of existence. Did you try the other flavor of that drink? So unfortunately, my drink that I have with me right now is not Rust Energy. I have another V Refresh Apple. I may have fucked up last night when I got home, Hannibal. I may have taken everything out of my pockets and everything that I was carrying and dumped it on top of my fridge and not thought about it any further while I was like getting ready to go to bed. And I may have accidentally left both of those drinks on top of my fridge overnight. So when I woke up this morning, they weren't cold. So I went back to 7-Eleven to buy different energy drinks. To which I bought the V Refresh ones because they were on sale. I wanted to buy Rust ones, I'm just like, but I have them at home. They're now in the fridge. They're now getting cold. So I don't want to buy them again because I've already got them. And I got... Yeah. There's a food tuber. YouTuber? Food tuber? Food talker? I don't know, whatever you want to call it. An Australian who's made a new energy drink flavor that was like made available like 2 days ago. Is the problem that it's good? Is the problem that it's good? Is the yeah. No, don't tell me that. No. No, don't tell me that. No. Oh, fuck no. God damn it. Oh. Oh, no. Fuck. Don't fuck. Oh, we were already talking about how the other flavor tasted like fucking Paddle Pop Cyclones and how amazing that was. You can't fucking tell me that the other one is then Purple Zappos. Jesus. Hey, this is where they are. This is where Thancred and Orianche are. We're not talking to them now again. What do they taste like? Shoes. I guess Zappos might be an Australian thing. Zappo is a brand of... Does Zappo count as chewing gum? I don't know if Zappo... God damn it. Does Zappo count as chewing gum? It's like the texture and feel of chewing gum, but it's like a big thick brick. And Purple Zappo is like similar, like it's a similar grape flavor as grape Fanta. Just had this conversation with a fiance. Because I was about to say, it's just like, oh yeah, it's this bubblegum brand. And I'm just like, wait a minute, is Zappo a bubblegum or not? It's definitely not a bubble gum. I don't think you can blow bubbles with it. It's way too thick for that. It's not like a Hubba Bubba where you can blow bubbles with it. But it is like supremely thick and stiff, so it's like it's a chewing gum, but way thicker. That's dangerous though. We can't have two energy drinks that are just like, yeah, they taste like Paddle Pop Cyclones and Purple Zappos. They're just like, that is fucking childhood flavors there that are just amazing and incredible. Fucking goddamn it. I mean, I have a green apple lemonade, and this is really good. My green apple lemonade is pretty good. This does taste like you made country style lemonade, but instead of using lemons, you used green apples, which is incredibly delicious. Sour chewy lolly. It is very chewy. I'll give it that. It sounds like a more boring term. Anyways, jamming way. How are we getting back to the edge of existence? The whole point was like Heidelind's entire mother crystal was put into the Ragnarok for like a one chance to go to the edge of existence to do this. How are we going back there? This doesn't... Artifice, I knew you'd come. Clearly we have inquiring minds and a crushing need to be of use in common. Hey. Any road, I'm pleased to report that the Ragnarok has already been prepared for our journey. A journey that, fortunately, will not require the massive quantities of aether that were necessary for our previous voyage beyond the stars. How and why? How can this be, you wonder? Hell's if I know. Okay. Awesome! How do we get back to Ultima Thule? No fucking clue. We have stretched the credibility of, like, why you can go back to previous zones in this game that we're now at a point where the game just says, fucking, I don't know. Whether it is a parting gift from Mother, or perhaps the manifestation of Meteion's true desire, this vessel is strongly connected to Ultima Thule. So strongly, in fact, that it somehow simultaneously exists both in locations, here in Labyrinthos and out at the edge of the universe. Did we, like, create a second Ragnarok out there because of, like, Dynamis? Oops, Dynamis accidentally caused a quantum superposition causing Ragnarok to exist simultaneously here in Sharlayan and in Ultima Thule at the same time. At least there's some explanation, even though that explanation is, it's Dynamis, don't worry about it. It's Dynamis, emotions made it happen. Is this making sense to you now? No? Well, it matters little. What it matters is that we got to the other side we get to the other side and see what is troubling my dearest probe. On that note, let us be off. Incredible. That made it sound like it was flying off. I thought the whole point was that we didn't need to fly off. I thought the whole point was that we didn't need to fly. Oh, let me walk in the Ragnarok. Oh god, Closing the Distance is gonna play. Oh fucking no. Oh god. We were discussing this in the Discord, and I was asking if Closing the Distance is now permanently music here, and people said yes. And I'm just like... This is now the only zone that permanently has vocals that are very, very clear vocals. And now every single time we come to Ultima Thule, it is just going to be emotional damage by having to listen to Closing the Distance. Promises we made so long ago. You're still here, broken, requiem for a real. See, the Ragnarok exists here as surely as it did, and does back in Labyrinthos. With the vessel forming a conduit of sorts, we may also easily teleport between the two locations. Convenient, wouldn't you say? Precisely because locations are so indelibly connected to each other, however. I view that whatever's triggering my probe's stress signal has the potential to threaten Labyrinthos as well. And so I'd investigate without delay. Let's see now. It would seem the stress signal is coming from base Omicron, not far from here. Let's hope my automaton friend can enlighten us further as to the situation. Not far from here. That's like one of the last places we had to go to. That was one of the last places that we had to actually go to. We have aether currents to get here, by the way. Like, we're gonna come here at some point today and do blues, which exists entirely with the Aya and the Omicrons, it seems. But we also do need aether currents at some point. Would it be easy to get those now, or while we're doing blues? Because I'm thinking of, like, running along here to get one along here. There's only, like, 4 or 5 on foot. Oh, God. Many, many arms to the north. Well, I don't know if... I did actually need the bike. The bike is faster. Ride my bike at the edge of existence to go a bit faster. So then when we're getting blues because we're gonna make it a whole lap. I was thinking because there's no blues here, but that does make sense. It is still so absurd that this is a zone that exists in this game. Like, they managed to build up to it and justify its existence so incredibly well. But when you think about what it is and like where we are, it is like holy fucking shit. It's also very much a zone. There's some elements of it in some previous zones, a little bit. Obviously, Armor down in the Tempest is a zone that you can't see it when you first go down to the Tempest, but then once you go down there, it actually does become visible. But this is a zone where you can see the impact of the story just physically and how it looks. The fact that it doesn't have like all the smog that was there when you first went there after Estinian. The fact that a lot of the Omicron section is crystallized because of Graha. And being able to see something like this, like the dead sun above us, like permanently has that bulging out of it now. So you come back here and I can just see immediately the journey that we went on through here. And that's really cool. That's really cool. And also just, yeah. Emotional trauma thanks to the music that is going to be permanently playing every time we come back, yeah. And it's, holy fuck. This is fitting, I guess. I guess this is fitting. The background that I have is basically just Ultima Full. So there is that. There is that. Although they're N7000. We're reading database. We're getting life form identified as Usin Blightwind, Minifest. Initiating sending greeting protocol. Hail, Minifest! Ah, Minifest! This is my precious reconnaissance automaton. Yeah, it appears this good for nothing bucket of bolts. It's got totally pores all over it. Please stand by for a moment while I give it a good talking to. You miserable sack of sockets! What the heaven save do you think you're doing with my so valuable automaton? Or completing logic circuits. N7000 categorically denies the accusations of this huge organism. An advanced life form such as N7000 has no need for such outdated technology. On the contrary, this unit took pity on this makeshift machine and the primitive society which created it and designed to issue a warning. Primitive? Outdated? I'll show you primitive and outdated, you. Wait, what is this warning you speak of? We're initiating simplification. To explain in imprecise terms that your crude mind might comprehend, sometime after the organic life form known as Minifest here came in contact with M017, the Omicrons noticed an irregularity. Specifically, a powerful burst of energy from the remnants of a lost world. No doubt a reaction to Minifest and her companions defeating the Endsinger. Fortunately, the energy wave itself caused no appreciable damage. Less fortunately, it housed within it an encoded message from the strategic matrix known as Stigma 1. The message contained a single word, a single command. Live. That seems innocent enough. Whatever is the problem? This message reached the sensors of Stigma 4, a logistics matrix that has long lain dormant. Shots back to life at the behest of its fellow intelligence, it has resumed its duties in constructing weapons of mass destruction. Furthermore, there is still a probability of 99% that it will launch a full-scale assault on your eminently detectable home planet as soon as production is complete. Oh god, for fuck. Medion! Medion! Don't recreate shards of worlds that are hell-bent on killing every world. I mean, I know your plan was also to kill every world, but like, god damn it. Are we gonna start getting attacked by the global citizens as well? Though I guess we saw that world come to its complete end in Medion's recreation, where this hasn't quite yet. This is just stalled. This is not the baby bird's fault. Probably gonna remove its power source somehow. Can't produce weapons if you're exploded. This unit projects that this would be less than ideal. Sigma 4's production abilities are necessary to ensure that Omicron's existence is maintained in perpetuity. There's something assuring it is incompatible with the issued command by Stigma 1. Is there no way it might simply change its mind? If Sigma 4 is convinced that war is essential to its survival, could we not persuade it that an unprovoked offensive might threaten its existence even more? The grab your organic life forms proposition as merit. As a military information and operations specialist, this unit does possess the capability to rewrite the memory banks of other artificial intelligences. If this unit were to hack Sigma 4's neural core and implant the memory that such an offensive one once led not to victory but to failure and near eradication, it must logically conclude that preemptive attack is ill-advised. To accomplish this, this unit will access Sigma 4 and use a dimensional manipulator to generate a virtual environment simulating its memories of war. You must traverse the environment and nullify Sigma 4's expectations of victory. Can it inception a robot? This sounds kinda similar to, like, the stuff that Omega was putting us through in terms of, like, simulations of battles to get battle data. But instead of just being, like, watching other things fight to see how well, to, like, learn from the victor, we're just gonna make us fight it itself and just be like, if you try to fight us, we're gonna kill you. That sounds simple and not at all likely to get us killed. What do you say, Manifest? Can't be any tougher than Omega, right? Right. I've literally beaten Omega before, it's fine. Joining the Strategic Operations Protocol. All participants in the mission, please accompany this unit to the access point at once. So our two optional dungeons are Moon and Ultima Thule. Like, no extra dungeons for, like, Garlemald or Farthenir or anything. I'm kind of, like, surprised by that. Though, I guess... Hey, I guess MSQ patches might do more of that. I imagine MSQ patches are going to have less reasons to go to the Moon than, Farthenir or, like... I don't know if the patch MSQ... Because, like, the story is finished and it's going to be a new thing, whatever it's going to do. I don't know if it would necessarily come back to the Moon or Ultima Thule. Whereas, like, hey, Garlemald has to recover from the final days. Hey, Farthenir has to recover from the final days. That might become a thing, so there might be way. Look at the striking dummies. I saw there were, like, level checkers. Or are you doing a thing over there specifically? Striking dummies. That cat in the shop meme. I'm gonna get you out of there. I'm gonna get you out of there. How'd you get stuck in the level checker? Don't get stuck in the level checker. I am once again being attacked by closing the distance. Is it on this section? Yes. I thought there was candy in here. The Lalafell equivalent of getting your arm stuck in a vending machine. But because you're so small, you climbed your entire body in there. Is that 2 Aether Currents here? Wow, those two... Okay, either I saw that from a different angle, or there are actually 2 Aether Currents that are this fucking close to each other in this section. I can't say I completely understand what's going on here. But at least it's progress, yes. This man is born from the Fate boss here. Oh. Never online when Fate bosses appear. Because I'm, you know, Australian. From this access point, it will be possible for this unit to establish a communications interface with Sigma 4's neural network. Undoing! You may be interested to know that this is the first time this unit has been able to perform its intended function since the day it was commissioned. This unit is honored and will do its utmost to maximize probability of success. Are you saying that you've never actually done this before? You really had me going to your advanced intelligence talk, or at least my probe at work experience. The fully written life forms evaluation is inaccurate. This unit is equipped with dynamic functionality. This will result in counter technology formidable enough to require its full capabilities before. More significantly, this unit has succeeded in establishing the interface with Sigma 4. All that remains is for you to enter the simulation and use whatever puny weapons are at your disposal to show the core that lies within. That should see the Matrix sufficiently traumatized. His unit will remain in the physical space to ensure the communication interface remains stable as you carry out the operation. And do take care. The environment is virtual, and any pain you suffer within will feel quite real. Dreamscape. It is meant to invoke vibes of that, because it's no longer an alphascape or a deltascape, it's a dreamscape. It is similar to the Omega stuff. This unit wishes you success, Manifest. Your planet is so quaint, it would be a shame if Sigma 4 were to reduce it to cold, lifeless debris. Good luck in there, Manifest. Don't worry, I'm keeping a close eye on this Hunger Scramble to make sure it doesn't mess anything up. You got a little overcrowded with you. So we're slightly short on bodies here. Are people online? No one's here today. I mean, we can always just queue in normally. The only thing I'm worried about is, will there be like pages on the ground to read? Will there be pages on the ground to read as we go through it? Because I'm going to make random slow down to read that. For the first time since the fall of its civilization, the warmongering Stigma 4 is awake, its unbeating heart set on conquering a distant star. Yours. Omicron N7000 believes that the most effective means of deterrence is to convince its subconscious circuits of how poorly it would fare against Heidelman's champion. It has opened a path to allow you to implant a pseudo-memory of such a contest. Thus does it fall to you to answer the question, of what do matrices dream? I was about to say, are we jumped up? We are jumped up. I apologize to whichever random DPS are going to get pulled into this, who are going to be going through this dungeon slowly. I do apologize in advance. I will be taking in the sights. They will be DPS, you pull your tank. First time here, and I will be slow. I will get out my keyboard to at least type in chat and be like, hello, first time here. I will at least let them know. Tank healer privilege. Tank and healer privilege. Hell yeah! Escape, baby! Yeah! Chicken tenders! It's the switting again! We just get more excuses for this shit. Hell yeah! Ooh! If I had a nickel for every time endgame dungeon to remix Escape, I'd have 2 nickels. Hello. First time here. I saw someone say words. Time to lick Windows kickoffs, really hope I don't pick those up again. Once that cat is screaming at me. Hello. I said 1 sec because of a cat, but I don't know. Is the cat okay? I'm gonna turn on the volume again. Yeah, let's go, let's go. Projection simulated memory confirmed. You now witness the final war between our kind. Witness the Albatron Star's resources depleted beyond hope of sustainability. We're on the brink of destruction. This is the dead ends for them. Those who would come the resources of the stars clash. Those who believe that Albatron might yet be saved. So the name of their star was Alphatron. They are the Omicrons, but the name of their star was Alphatron. Interesting. At the time, Sigma 4, then known as Alpha 4, was positioned in the weapons manufacturing facility ahead. Or did they have like multiple? They might have had multiple stars. Because their whole thing was conquest, they may have ended up having multiple stars. Oh, I don't use Rampart. Yeah, they may have had multiple stars because of the whole conquest thing. But maybe Alphatron was their original one. Holy shit. Weapons manufacturing. As well as the faction having subjugation of the stars, it created units for the upcoming invasion. Holy shit, this shit looks so cool. Oh my god. The presence has been detected. Central units approaching current coordinates. This is so cool. Actually, like, we saw an outpost in Ultimate Bull. We saw an outpost. This is like the actual fucking, like, production facilities and shit. This is so cool. Project Command Sector. Accessing administrative memory to disable security system. Wait, wrong one. Ah, my hair! My hair's falling apart. Oh no. It's looking bad. We keep dancing! Bravo! Eta invaders. We got like animal things here. Is that the idea that they like create different robots based on where they're invading? I guess that would make sense for what they can do. Oh my god, is that a proto-beta? Like a Sigma 4 detected. Eliminate the unit guarding it to destroy its core. Proto-Omega, yeah, holy shit. Holy shit, Proto-Omega. That's amazing, holy shit. Somehow the actual Omega theme doesn't play during this. Side cannons, no, call it larboard and starboard. Cowards. Cowards. Call it starboard cannons. Cowards. Forward interceptors. We're gonna get out of the front then. Chemical missile. Mustard bomb? Oh no, okay. I remember mustard bomb as the tank buster. So I saw chemical and I'm just like, electric slide. Tech, sack marker. Hell yeah. This is so cool. Guided missile. Is that tank buster? Well, to some extent, if you want me to take it, okay. Well. Oh, we did, okay, so we did, okay. I saw it and I was kind of expecting it to just be a, tank takes it, but, that's not quite what it was. Mustard bomb, there it is. There's mustard bomb. Keep using double down too late. Well, suppose I give, like, every time I use it, like, double down, it means I miss it. Cowards. Call it larboard and starboard. Make the people think. Make people think. Interesting that proto this is like the, yeah, so I can't like steal it. So I guess the idea is that I'm meant to just run away from the missiles constantly. Sigma 4 has initiated evasive action. Oh, that was Sigma 4? Oh, that entire thing was Sigma 4. I didn't even get to look at it. That entire thing was Sigma 4. Oh, okay. Gordhona. Remember regional reflects our people's first encounter with another star. The subjugation of Gordona. This is just another dead end. There's a temperature material resources by Godnai Asteroid Bell. What robots they're building? There's one of the bosses. Isn't this one of the bosses? In the actual, like, the loader bot or whatever it is? The bot that like loads up programs? That looks similar to that you actually fight during the Omega fights. Scrutinized boasts a considerably advanced technology, but the machines prove inferior to the invading force. Badass music as hell. Lambda invaders. Configuring data stream. Neural pathway commenced. This shit is cool as hell. Again, it's basically like this is dead ends, but it's from the expected perspective of Omega's race. That is so fucking badass. Crush the enemy, turn them to scrap. Whee! Oh Jesus! Come back here! Delta Invader! Come back here! Rail cannons. That just a straight line one? I think it is, yeah. Riders, ride. Once again, pretty simple pulls. I'm glad we're not doing the Endwalker MSQ thing, or pulls are separated into really, really small things. A small tip of what kind? Yeah, I keep forgetting. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Yeah. I gotta sprint before combat. I do know that. I do know. I just keep forgetting to. Land the unit before he was reducing Gordon with the local materials became our standard operating protocol. Arc Lambda. Oh, that's that stigma. It's the eye behind it. Oh, right, it is. Help spread knowledge. Oh, good. Oh, good. Whee! Bam, bam, bam. Oh. Wheel! Bam. Why did Sonic right there? Now I've just delayed blood confessing. Auto mobile. Okay. Oh! Okay, okay. Oh, goddammit. Oh, and then, oh. Yeah, so you want to stay like near the mid. Oh, you want to stay like near where it ends. Something flame. That sounds like a raid wide. Oh, how can I tell? I see we all got hit by one of the road things in the beginning. All of us got hit. I can now see the molten stacks. Also, mobile sniper cannon. Oh, numbered. Okay. Oh, okay. I saw the numbers. I saw the numbers on the track that it was like running along. I saw the numbers of like where it was running along and the numbers on us. And I'm like, what does that do? Oh, it starts a laser from that point to each person. That's an interesting way of doing the number, of doing that number mechanic. That's an interesting way of doing that. I don't think that. Okay. There we go. That's a fun mechanic. Not a hard boss, but definitely fun mechanics. Not a hard boss, but fun mechanics. Super was created with the next memory region. General request that you pursue it with all haste. Yeah, definitely fun mechanics. But having to watch the road and see where it's going and also, like, go there. This is the Dragon Star! Remember I come up with the Dragon Star? Holy shit! Dragon Star's created a breach in the barrier. Infiltrate the facility! Yo, we're sliding! Whee! I didn't know I was gonna slide. My house has blisters from the side! I sprinted before that because I didn't realize that was going to be a thing. It's fine, don't worry about it. Incoming! Halt their advance! Holy shit! Dragons were our strongest enemy, and it was through their capture and study that Sigma Fall learned the principles of adaptive evolution. Oh! That's... Yo! Okay. Fucking Lord Jesus. I mean, that makes sense, because, like, dragons' whole thing in this world is that in the same lifetime, they literally evolve based on, like, what they're suited to and what their needs are. And it's through that that the Omicron started, like, learning how to do that themselves. Holy shit. Okay. These principles used as designed the systems of the Omega model first deployed in an unfinished state. Excuse me, what? What? Bro, I'm lighting as soon as I can. So Omega's connection to the dragons is not just it was fighting them off. Literally, Omega was designed because of the conflict of the dragons. Because Omega's whole thing is to learn how to adapt over the course of, like, watching fights and being in its own fights. But it says first in an incomplete state. Is that implying the Omega that we fight is incomplete? Or is the Omega that we fight, like, one of the more finished ones because it was the one who, like, chased the most powerful of them all mid-guard Soma across all of space and reality? As the Sigma Force perceived self-confirmed, destroy this quarter, override its expectation of victory. Okay, no, make the future reference. No more running, you freaking eyeball! Siege Matrix Stigma 4. Make it say it updated chassis while following immediately. That is true. It did say that. It did say that. Again, adaptive. Which, like, it literally learned from the dragons. Omega is literally like that because it learns to do that from the dragons themselves. Intruder detected. Annihilation potential for knowledge acquisition. Affirmative. Oh! Sustainment. AI takeover. Additional data desired. Transferring Omega into present coordinates. Oh shit! Oh shit! Omega is just a fucking ad face. AI takeover. Threat levels deploying Draconic Specimen. Fire breath. That's usually a current alien front. Swinge, right? Very, very big swinge. The fucking knuckles. The knuckles. Is he expecting up so much during Omega's fight? You had to target them with the friggin' weird clicky thing. The ability to exceed expected values. Initial transformation sequence. You gonna turn into people again? Okay, fair. Fair. Don't be near it when it explodes. That looks like DNA. It's not quite a double helix. Oh, okay. Big circle. Mind hack! Raid wide just in case? Oh, about faces. You're showing the hostile life forms analysis. I'll send by for. Okay. Alright, okay. So I want to get away and then about face into it. How far is the about face? I was pushing that relatively close, but I worked it out. I worked it out. Atomic Ray, I'm pretty sure, is a raid wide from the Omega fight. Correct. Multi-AI takeover. Multi-track drifting, no! What punches? Look out for the Larbans and the Starboards happening at the same time! Self-destruct! No self-destruct for you, baby! flying tax, left fist. Okay. Hell yeah, blade damage. Hey! Hell yeah. Not the most complicated mechanics, just like in terms of how the mechanics work. But like, lore and storytelling wise, hell yes. Hey! We're back to our cheering. We're back to our cheering. Hell yeah. Arse Blisters gets commendation. Hell yeah. Enjoy your cutscenes, I will. Woo! Those ads do explode if you leave them. So yeah, you do have to kill them quickly. Again, not complicated. Kill ads. Ads are like redoing attacks from earlier in the dungeon. Which I feel like has been like a classic of a number of like Shadowbringers and Endwalker dungeons. Of just like introduce things in earlier fights and then the final boss brings a couple of those things back. Yeah, like not complicated mechanics wise, still fun mechanics, like the type of mechanics where it's like even if they're simple to do, they're still fun to solve. Like you still have to like, you have to do something actively mentally each time you do it. It is not just like a stand out of the bad. You've got to like mentally go, oh, I'm this face, I should stand here to go this way into it. Like, or it's like looking at the boss, like paying attention to what it's doing by looking behind you. Like, you still have to engage with the mechanics to solve them, rather than just like the most bare minimum you see it and then you just don't step out of it. But lore-wise, just fun. Lore-wise, fun mechanics. Like the storytelling through mechanics is good there. Again, still running into the issue of like Endwalker dungeons are just like overall just flat out easier than Shadowbringers, which probably shouldn't be the case, but it doesn't have the issues that some of the leveling dungeons of it has, of just being way too simple mechanics or mob pools that are just split up way too much. All of the level 90 ones that we've done so far have all been like maximum 2 pulls between bosses. Well, 2 full pulls. Oh, Manifest, I knew you could do it. N7000 and I were monitoring your progress the entire way. Awaiting orders. Yeah, I beat the shit out of you. Yeah, what orders, motherfucker? Operation status, success. Sigma 4 has abandoned its military offensive. N7000 submits new orders, Sigma 4. Sigma 4 is instructed to immediately cease production of all weapons and attack units. Initiate production of diplomatic hologram units. Analysis of memory data complete. Further pursuit of planned invasion is calculated to have a 99.999992463% probability of resulting in utter annihilation. And 7,000's orders are deemed strategically and logistically sound. Reconfiguring production infrastructure. Take that, glowing eyeball! Oh, my dearest N7000, I apologize for all those times I called you a sack of bolts. Why, you're the most impressive military information operations unit I've ever met. This unit expresses its gratitude to the hero Manifest and the soft-looking organic life form. This unit could not have succeeded without your help. Why am I thinking like that? There's also mass completion of this unit's duties. With the invasion halted indefinitely, there remains no military operation or conflicts requiring this unit's functions. Preparing to shut down and enter permanent energy-saving hibernation. Shut down? What nonsense is this? Did you not receive an order to live just a short time ago? Eternal sleep doesn't sound like living to me. Come on, man, if I say something to set this bald head straight, wouldn't you? Why not put your abilities to work for peace? But Sir gave you orders. Why not put your abilities to work for peace? She's right. You're told to live, and live is what you'll do. And if you don't have a water wage anymore, you can use your talents to bring in a new future of peace and hope. We've arrived at the dead Omicron star in just the right time that enough of the robots are feeling just existential enough that we can come in with our maybe don't kill everyone propaganda. But what are the appropriate protocols? This unit possesses little practical experience in peacetime operations. You can access Stigma 4, can you not? By interfacing with its memory banks, might you not be able to say, find knowledge of lost civilizations? Civilizations that you might simulate for the edification of those who live now? Why don't you consider looking to those who walked before? Indeed, such a task would be within this unit's capabilities. But what about when that task is complete? Without an ongoing mission, sooner or later this unit is bound to lose its purpose. What happens then? Flap your ears. Okay, now that I've done that. Well, let's see now. I suppose you could always open a cafe? Of all the... Of all the possible options. Of all the possible options. Why not a cafe? No, every warfaring eternal automata does get to a point in their life where they start having a mid-eternity crisis and decide to open up a cafe. So I was wondering if part of the idea was going to be that the Omicron was gonna trigger something in Jammingway's brain of that same thought process. Because the whole point for the Loperates was to like prepare for the exodus of the star. And now that they've done that, what do Loperates do? But no. Ultimate Thul's like that because they don't have the last stand. Jamming. That's why Jammingway's down at Scholar's Harbor. The last stand. Back in old Sharlayan, there's a fine establishment called Last Stand. People gather there to share food, drink, company, and reasons to meet again. Manifest live in her world from the brink of despair, and helps people dream of a brighter future once more. What if we could do the same for other civilizations? Meets the unfound. This unit finds the very lifeform suggestion difficult to process. And yet, realizing accurate simulations of mirror civilizations, including those that the Omicrons have not encountered, would undoubtedly challenge this unit to the fullest. It is a reason to remain active for the foreseeable future. Precisely! See, I knew I was onto something here. Speaking of here, Manifest, do you know anywhere nearby that could use a good cafe? The Aya, they don't have a thing that gives them food back. There's an empty structure that might be suited for it in the necropolis. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? Oh, they're talking about the bar. They're talking about the bar at that one. Manifest, real estate developer. I was thinking the Aya have their food thing, but it doesn't work anymore because there's no Aether here. But yeah, there was a thing that looked like a bar up there. Oh, Stigma's joining us. Okay. Stigma 4's joining us. Oh, okay. I was about to say... I don't... I have to actually walk up the crystals, don't I? The way that I get there is actually just walking up the crystals. Where did that pathway start? I don't even remember. I don't even remember where the pathway started. Want to fly? I kind of want to... I don't want to fly in this area until I unlock it myself. This is one of the... This is like probably the MSQ zone that is most defined by not being able to fly anywhere. So I feel like flying is going to be a big deal. I feel like that's outside of like story reasons, right? Outside of obviously Ultima Thule is, you know, the end of everything that's happened before. It's like all of these dead stars. It's like everything with the Scions and everything they go through and everything. There's like all of the obvious reasons in terms of like this being a big finale that makes Ultima Thule so good. But I also don't think any other, like, in terms of, like, a mechanical sense, I don't think any other zone in the entire game is utilized as effectively as Ultima Thule. Like, just because of the nature of the way you go through Ultima Thule, of needing to go through each area, and literally progressing further is a big story element of it. So, as you're going through, how to progress is, like, a big story moment of being able to do that. It forces you to, like, you start down physically low down, and slowly climb your way up the entire zone. And it forces you to go on foot across nearly the entire thing. Like, we basically, like, we go over, like, we start here, we go over to here at some point, and we basically do an entire loop until we get to the center of the map here. And obviously there's still, like, little sections that are, like, flight only, or just, like, the rest of this starting area behind the Ragnarok that we never go to. But just because of the way it forces you to engage with the zone on a mechanical level of walking around the entire thing, I feel like it makes every section of the zone has, like, a memory attached to it from the story. And there's some zones in the MSQ that do that as well. Lee Meg, I think is a big example of that. Lee Meg basically forces you to go around again until, like, you go around to get all of, like, the relic pieces, and then you go into the middle to, like, go to the castle. It's another zone that does that. But yeah, this is definitely, I think, one of the best examples of just, like, how it forces you to mechanically interact with the zone as you're going through it. Like, I think of something like the locks in Stormblood, and how little it did that. Or I think of somewhere like Yangsha, which is so awkwardly divided into its two halves that it kind of feels like two separate zones. And even in those two separate zones, there's a lot of those sections of it that you don't really interact with throughout the story. You are there to go to Namai, you are there to go to the House of the Fierce, you are there to go to Doma, Doma Castle. That's about it. So, yeah. I think Ruby C is another one that does it pretty well. There's obviously a lot of Ruby C that you don't have to go through the MSQ, like the very depths to go to Shisui, the Violet Sides, but Ultima Thule's the best example, but I guess Ultima Thule's kind of like Azis Law, but done way better. But like even Elpis, yeah, you go through Elpis like part by part, going with the people that you're following through. But I feel like a lot of the sections of the individual areas you're going to aren't as big of a deal story-wise. There's a lot of sections of Elpis that you're going through that you're kind of just going through as you're talking to the people there. Whereas every piece of Ultima Thule is designed to be part of the MSQ and like part of the experience going there. Like you get to the section in Elpis where you're chasing down Medium, like as she's gotten the report and trying to run away from you. And there's a lot of cool stuff that is there. There's like the whole separate section of like the big thing underneath, like where all like the marble things are. There's the big river that has all the stuff going on there. And you run around all of that, but you're running around there just to chase out the Medion. Where you are doesn't really matter. It's just, that's where Medion happens to be. But also, it's like, it's obviously because of Ultima Thule's place in the story that it allows all of the design to be about the MSQ. Because something like Elpis has to feel like a real area of what the Unsullied World felt like, more than it has to feel like a section of the MSQ. Whereas Ultima Thule, literally by the story's measure, is this place is shaped into existence because of emotions. And you're forced to go through this emotional journey to go through it. Initializing cafe security system. Defenses engaged. Analysis indicates that in order to obey the primary directive, live, it will be necessary to establish cooperation with other civilizations. This unit is taking the liberty of accessing Sigma 4 and simulating a highly advanced war machine from Gordona. Do take care not to be annihilated. This unit has been dispatched to support N7000 in its new mission, and looks forward to dispensing various liquids. would you look at that? A spacious counter, outdoor seating, and a fine layer of homey grey dust. Best of all is the view of that massive dead star that Meteor was lurking in for ages, looming ominously overhead. People are gonna love this. Think about it, it's poetic. The very place where hope was nearly extinguished forevermore, now a beacon of it. This unit has still not fully processed the concept of a cafe, but will simulate elements of all civilizations as its ongoing missions. That'll be just fine, N7000. You focus on what you do best and leave the rest to me. I'll have you know I learned a thing or two about preparing and serving victuals and beverages in my time at the Last Stand. Not to mention that I've come up with the perfect name for our new establishment. The Last Dregs! An inspiring moniker, wouldn't you say? And over there's an eternal reminder of universe-wide despair. It's a perfect thing to have a fucking bevo to. This unit is unable to process the statement. It must defer to the furry lifeform's judgment. I'll take that as a yes. Now we best bet get to work. There are many preparations to be made and we're ready to open for business. You're more than welcome any time, though, Manifest. Oh, and please tell the other Lockbirds I'm not dead. Hey, after this quest over there's another blue, but we aren't doing that one today. Is this actually a thing? Is this actually a thing? This is the cafe at the... Is this actually a fucking society quest? The cafe at the end of the universe is actually a fucking society quest. Oh my fucking god. You know, someone was asking me the other day, what societies do you expect from Endwalker? Not this! Not this! Welcome to the Last Dregs system, Manifest. Take up shipment is still unwrapped. This unit is not ready to dispense various liquids. Can I help you with anything in the meantime? We'll read that stuff when we come back here at some point. Jesus Christ. This unit welcomes Zeus and Blackwood Manifest. It reports that this unit is currently in process of observing the residual energy exuded by the dead star. It has to analyze it out and utilize it in recreating remnants of lost civilizations from the depths of Medion's memories. A cultural salvage operation, if you would. Data collection analysis progress. Please in mind until the next replication process is complete. Lost Drug security protocol initiated. Any intruders will be eliminated. Repeat, Lost Drug security protocol initiated. Okay. Okay. So we'll be back here at some point. And here I was thinking building a tank for the dwarves was the, like, level of absurdity that we were going to get from, actually doing society quests. And here I thought building a tank was, surely it can't get more ridiculous than this, right? Surely this is, like, as ridiculous as it gets. Going back up here, I want to go up to the end again. You can't stop me. You can't stop me, I'm going up there. Tales of love. What the fuck? What are you writing there? Hello! Nekogami. Hell yeah. What on earth are you writing? Jesus Christ, even like that, like, did some of the... Yeah! Absolute Horizon. Ultimate G-Pose Paradise. Ultimate G-Pose Paradise right here. Amazing screenshot lens. Yeah. Yeah. Like, cause you could do that, like, you could have that on the in the background. You could have like the wormhole in the backgrounds. That way's a little different, but I guess if you get close enough, then it doesn't appear as like the giant orb. It's just like it's pretty. So one thing I have been thinking One thing I have been thinking, and I'm curious if they'd ever do it. You know how there's different flowers in the game? And how, like, it feels like every couple of patches, they add in new hair corsages. And, like, necklaces and, like, wrist things. Actually, I think the wrist things are the corsages. Whichever one's which. How they always had, like, new flower things for you to wear of all different, like, here's a new flower type and a bunch of different colors for it. When are they going to give us Elpis Bloom? When are they going to give us an Elpis Bloom hairpiece? When can we wear an Elpis Bloom in our hair? Because I really want that. I really want that to be a thing. Of all the flowers we can wear in our hair, why no Elpis flowers? Puppy. What are we doing today? Are we going back to Labyrinthos? Well, I know we're already in Ultima Thule, so we can do this stuff here. Did you see the present in your basement? Oh, that was you. I guess who else would it be? No one else is there. Yeah, I have a small field of Elpis flowers in my basement. It kind of clips into all of my gold. But it is very pretty. But it is very pretty. I have a bunch of flowers in my basement now. I know we're in Ultima Thule now, but if we're doing Aether Quest, I kind of want to save Ultima Thule for last, even though we're already here. So I'm thinking, no Labyrinthos, because we're halfway through, yeah. So let's go to the Sharlayan Hamlet, because I believe one, we already have all the Aether currents here, and two, I think every blue is in the Hamlet. Like, there's none in Aporia. Yeah, there's 3 of them here. Assuming that all of these are this, then that's all of them. The hatching canal. Okay, let it grow. Is like, that's we haven't explored this one last little section. That's the one part of Labyrinthos we haven't been to. We haven't been to that one little bit there. Run, puppy, run. It'll be nice to be able to have flight in these zones so I can actually start working on shared fates. I did the first 6 in Labyrinthos. But I was like, I'm not going to continue working on shared fates until I can fly. And then again, I haven't gone to Elpis Ultima Thule since those streams, so I haven't done any of the shared fates there. Viera Gleaner! Oh, it's not Arendelle. It's not Arendelle. Gleaner's Wish. The Viera Gleaner is watching you with interest. You're a visitor to Sharlayan, aren't you? You do have a worldly look about you. As a Gleaner, I too have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where is the farthest you have adventured? The edge of existence? Another world. Just staring up at space. Another world. Is that meant to be in jest? The look on your face does... Turn on my music. I'm no longer listening to chicken tenders. I don't need the music on my hands to be so loud. Look on your face tells me you're serious. Oh, you should do nicely. You see, I need a more experienced traveler to say a prayer for me before I leave for Girabanya. If you do me the honor, the roads operated by a tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose. This is with the red operated, he'll finish you with the lantern crystal. So I've been on vacation for like a month. Given that all the blues are next to each other, we're gonna start them all while we're here and just slowly walk around and knock them out. One of these should also be a big chain. It's usually how it works. This guy has a name, so it's probably him. Because the other one is called Vex Veterinarian. Oh, I'm so good at guessing. The lad in Labyrinthos. Muscle Fretz is awfully worried about something. Oh, what am I to do? Oh, you're the adventurer who had students about Desian, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. Well, I thought only researchers lived here. Ah, yes. Simply put, my wife and I work at Aporia. And she happened to conceive whilst we were living here in the Sharlayan Hamlet. I'm sure we have many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos, or entrust the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work while raising the child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future that our offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely, as though telling what he might impart onto others, so he spent his entire life thus far within the confines of the Sharlayan hamlet. Oh, you're an abusive parent. We recently had a slight spat with him and, well, he decided to flee. I imagine me going after him would only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? Should be much more willing to listen to, anyone other than his parents at this point. Sure, I'm gonna tell him to run away. To keep running. Thank you. Well, Pauline, my boy. So I was like on the plaza to the east. Not mention you shortcuts any further on his own. You know there's like level 90 mobs like right outside these gates, right? Oh, sorry, we're on the final zone, like little 88. I plan on to be in the plaza to the east. So I hope. And let the good times trolls. The veteran in Sharlayan Hamlet is wrangling with a beast of a problem. Excuse me, ma'am. I couldn't help but notice that you have a way about you similar screams. I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds. I am literally wearing a falconer stop right now. And since I'm never wrong about such things, why not trouble you? Of course. You see, amongst the troops of the trolls living in the outer circuit, came one who was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course, but when I attempted to return to his rightful home, he flew into a panic, so he could not bear the thought of going back. To make matters worse, Shaw saw fit to escape into a den of Analas. Go after him, and I'm so fumble-footed I'll scare him off like a snot, and I'll be torn limb from limb for my pains by the fiends. So I turn to you. Will you see how this troll of which I spoke? I should provide you with your favorite food, and with it you should be able to calm the piteous thing. Hope there'll be enough to see his senses restored for him to come hurrying back. And I shudder to think of it. If any of those fell in I'll seek to impede you or press that troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, don't worry. You'll be rewarded for your efforts. The sun was eaten by a guru at the end. Oh no! Everything's dead. Pray that the troll can get a hold of himself and return you in one piece. Also, the food I gave you does the trick. Oh, those pesky gnolls have to undermine our efforts. So, okay. One over there, and then one right here. Do I go in this building? No. Verpaline! You really didn't go far. Well, who are you? Get shit out of luck. I tried my best. I tried my best. It didn't work. I guess the only thing reasonable to do now is to give up. Hello there, elemental reactor operator. Are you here for the crystal? Hope it does some good for that gleaner. Those folks need all the luck they can get. Lands light the way through the darkness. That's all which can mean the difference between life and death. They are synonymous with safe passage, and as such has become custom in recent days to imbue the crystals inside with the prayers of a more seasoned traveler. And that traveler is you! Simply face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveler to be, if you will. Big crystal. I will pray. Wait, how do I... There it is! Pray! Yeah! Headbutt the fucking box, hell yeah. Clearly is learning about the power of Akasha, a concept taught in Ruds at Han, and how it reacts to strong emotion. I wonder if this method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of its power. Well, I should about do it. With luck, your prayers will guide the gleaner safely through the perils of his journey. Do I got the crystal? I got the crystal. Crystal is ready. You can take it to the gleaner who asked for it now. And then one little bit over here. Oh, the Verbaline quest, the first one's actually almost finished. We're gonna unlock flight in like a minute or two here. And then my moondog can finally fly again. Not the trolls, no! Oh, the big troll. I'm used to the baby trolls. Boom! Oh, right, level 90 creatures. Level 90 creatures. They don't actually die instantly at everything I do. Troll, no! Don't be scared! Aww. Aww, pet the troll. Pet the troll. Aw, poor thing. Urgh. No troll can resist fruit this ripe. More than one way, according to your olfactory senses. Roar! Hell yeah. We helped the troll! Let's go! Wait, do a spin. Something is now dawning on me. Something is now dawning on me. You know how we did the optional dungeon quest? That seems to be the start of society quests. I'm trying to think of optional dungeons to do in post-game that straight up unlock new content after the fact that isn't, like, the dungeon itself. I can't think of any. Most of the optional dungeons just stop with the optional dungeon. I guess there's, like, ARR, where you have to do the optional dungeons to progress in certain things. Like some Mile Darkhold and Aurum Vale. Not post-game, but still optional, like, leveling dungeons are required for Grand Company. Stuff like the various Armed Paws. The Armed Paws exist for, like, relics. Hell's Lid for the Trials. I guess that'd be the closest, yeah. If you do Hell's Lid when you first get to it, it is just... Like, I went into Hell's Lid knowing it was a trial series, and that was the surprise that there was a dungeon. But if you just do Hell's Lid as you're going through it, it does just seem like a dungeon. Surprise, it's now a trial series. So I guess there is that. There is that. So... I guess that would be the closest one, yeah. Verpaline! Verpaline. Pardon me. Told you I woke up like shit today. I'm not gonna go home so easily. Probably won't believe me either, but I've noticed that all the sounds right in Labyrinthos. Why don't you try telling me first? This place is fucking weird. I probably will believe you. Fine, I'll tell you what I've seen. The color of the artificial light here changed recently. So you're not running away from home because your parents are abusive and have kept you inside of like a 15 yard circle for your entire life. You're worried about the place. Oh. I'm sure most people haven't noticed. When you spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. And so no one will take me seriously when I bring it up. Not because of my age. God's a big fight with father about it. Probably my brother's in danger. He knows what happened if the artificial sun broke. That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Although, I'm scared to venture outside on my own. They say there's countless monsters out there. The monsters that the suns are different colors. A terrifying sentence. The sun's changing color. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why are the monsters that they have in Labyrinthos the monsters that they have in Labyrinthos? Why are these the things they decided to let roam free for study down here? Why isn't shit like Annalus? Why is it shit like Arpus? Why is it those things? I suppose you would come with me? I could pay you. It's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. You don't need to pay me. Is your warrior of light canonically going to take money from a child? I thought you were different from the rest, but you're treating me like a child too. No, I'm like this with everyone. I'm an adventurer. I'm like this with everyone. It's a proper deal, alright? You gotta take my money to make it binding. If you want me to be an adult, then sure. But I mean, like, you know how often I just help people because I just help? It's not because you're a child. Then it's settled. I just help people because I help people. I mean, canonically, all the other characters are giving me money for their quest as well, but like... I wasn't sure how much of that was even counted as canon. Oh my god, there's a lot for it. Do you have a lantern crystal for me? Crystal imbued with hope of a safe journey. You have my thanks. With your prayer fueling its light, I have faith it'll keep me safe until my return. And now I depart for Girabanya. Hope your travels are successful as well as mine. Now, did that unlock a new quest over in Girabanya? I mean, Girabanya is not exactly a small place. Oh, okay, Wandering Lopera is a quest. The case of the missing... No, a job for a Lopera. And whee! Troll! There you are. There you are. It be the troll! Oh my god! It be the troll! Brr. I swear, Endwalker's had a really bad thing of every single stream that I do, where there's the Aether Current Blue quest in it, is a stream where I'm tired as shit. I swear, every time it, like, every single stream of Endwalker where there's been Aether Blues has been the streams where I'm the most tired. So I'm just like reading a lot of dialogue, trying to not yawn because I'm just like wiped out. I swear it keeps happening. Look, he's returned! I can't thank you enough. I know they may not look at patrols, they're really quite intelligent. I mean, I've met a speaking one, well, a talking one before, but that was because of the echo. Indeed, they are an intrinsic part of the woodlands of Labyrinthos. Keep healthy and thriving. Though we have a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones, most trolls, such as this one, are kind, docile things. But my friend has a real chance of becoming leader of his tribe, perhaps even a guardian of the forest someday. It is we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocated them within Labyrinthos. Thus, we have a responsibility to watch over them to ensure they are well. And it would be too cruel to dispose of one simply because they're under the weather. Oh yes, a reward! Here as promised. The entire time I saw this fellow return to the outer circuit. Farewell, adventurer! Bye-bye! Free bird! More like free dog! Let's go! Yeah! We can fly around the circles. Yay! This is definitely one of the more annoying zones to walk around on foot because of the whole laboratory approach. So being able to fly through here will be pretty nice. Is there anything else important down in like the entire circuit down here? Because you like to Central Circuit, you just go to here and you just go to here to get to the Thalmazine. But is there like anything else important in any capacity around the entirety of the Central Circuit other than the Thalmazine? Because it doesn't look like it. I don't know if there's anything around any of this, but not really, yeah. Like an entire section where it's just like, there's no fates that are going to spawn there, there's no mobs that will appear there. It is just a big empty middle circle. But I feel like Labyrinthos is one of those places that I appreciate it as a zone. Can I find these? Okay, that's just... I thought they were like chimney stack things. Yeah, Labyrinthos is the type of place where it's like, I appreciate it as a zone in terms of, I really appreciate how different this is to everywhere else. I like the vibes here feeling so artificial the way that they do. I like the fact that this place does feel manufactured. And it is so different to other zones just because of the nature of it. But I feel like I like the idea of it for all of those reasons more than I like, you know, actually existing or going around in the zone. It's the Pokemon problem. It's the Pokemon problem of... I appreciate it because of how much variety it adds to the experience, way a hell of a lot more than I appreciate it for what it does for me personally. That's the thing with Pokemon. There's a lot of Pokemon where I'm just like, I appreciate this Pokemon exists. I appreciate that, like, this is a different type of archetype or a different kind of vibe for this Pokemon. That, like, flesh them out so not every Pokemon just feels like a cute, cuddly, like, pet or, like, a badass fighting warrior that is humanoid. I appreciate these different things for being different and for, like, fleshing out the overall thing way more than I appreciate the Pokemon itself. Like, in of its own in of its own accord. That's kind of my feelings towards Labyrinthos. I like what Labyrinthos does for world building and variety more than what I like what it does in terms of me existing in it and going through it. Whereas basically every other zone in Endwalker, I appreciate just as strongly for what it is, like, what it feels like while I'm in it compared to, like, its variety. Father just feels like a very different type, like it's a jungle place, like it's a kind of jungly tree place with some seaside island vibes outside of a major city, but it still feels very different to the other ones like that. Obviously, Garlemald, while being another frozen place like Kurthus, is so different to Kurthus in so many ways. And then there's obviously Moon, Elpis, and Ultima Thule, which are, variety-wise, completely fucking different, but also individually are also all incredible zones. Like, the two expansions that we've done that have the best zones are obviously Shadowbringers and Endwalker. And I think about comparing them, and I'm just like, I do think Endwalker wins. Even if between the two, the one that I'd put the lowest would probably be Labyrinthos. It's kind of this funny thing where it's just like every zone has meaning and impact to me, like in terms of what it was like going through the story and what it feels like existing in that zone since. Every zone in Shadowbringers does that. Like going through Armorang is a very specific vibe that no other place does. Raktika's the most similar. Raktika does feel like parts of the Shroud, but it's so huge in terms of it that it does help separate it. Tempest is obviously completely and utterly unique compared to anything else. Kalusha mainly works just because it's like Lenosha but dead. So its vibes are quite different in that regard. And the top mountain area just is like very different to any other mountainous areas that you get. But it's like outside of the obvious example of the Tempest, Lee Meg stands out a lot for again being like very good in of its own zone, but also being very good in terms of what it does. But I feel like outside of the Tempest, the zone that sticks out for me the most in Shadowbringers is just Lakelands. Lakeland doesn't have any one individual section of the story that's focused on it, but Lakeland just keeps coming up over and over again, and is so visually distinct and so like representative of like what it feels like to be in Shadowbringers with that intro that you get there. Here comes the sun. Purple and is chuffed that you helping him. Oh, he's right chuffed, isn't he? I'm ready to go if you are. I suppose I should tell you a bit about the artificial sun first. It's got an engine called a reactor that burns with fire aether. My theory is that the reactor has too much aether now, and that's what's changed its color. Ergo, we should go to Phoibos. I know someone who works to help in control the artificial sun. I bet he'll have a look around. It's in the medial circuit, so we should have a Logisticon Alpha first. Follow me so you don't get lost. How do you know where you're going? I thought you had barely left the hamlet your entire time you were alive. Well, the suns are on right now, so... I thought you hadn't really left the hamlet the entire time you were alive. How high do you have to go past it? Oh! Okay, that helps a lot. I saw these barriers, and I'm just like, I know the point of these barriers is to keep the fiends and enemies like within the area. How high up do you have to go to actually get over them? Turns out there is no height limit. You actually can just go through it. That makes traveling around here going to be a hell of a lot easier. I was worried that part of like flying in Labyrinthos would be you have to always go up really high and then like dive down into it. Yeah, the sun changed. It's not... Is it turned off or is it like just on like a low power setting? Like it looks like a dead sun kind of thing. But there's also like the starscape itself has also changed. The starscape around there has also changed, which now makes me really curious how it works, because me moving left and right is actually like moving where things are there. Kind of like implying that the projection of the stars is like past where I see the glass putting it. Unless it's like reflective inside of it. I don't know. Low power, nice, there's some light from moonlight and stuff. That is true. I guess like there's giant shadows here, yeah. Actually, that's now a I now have a question about Labyrinthos. Why are the shadows the way that they are? Labyrinthos should have shadows function differently compared to other areas that you go in. All of the shadows are implying that the light is coming from, like, that direction. Are the shadows moving? The shadows aren't moving. Did they not change the shadows to reflect how Labyrinthos works? Well, if I go here, right? It is moving, right? Because I'm just thinking about it. Yeah, you can definitely see the shadows are moving. The shadows are moving as if, like... If the shadows are moving, there should be a projection of the moon moving across the sky like that. But also, like, during the day, the shadows should all just be, like, centralizing out from the very middle. And going out. Because the sun is in the middle all day. This is an area where the sun's always at its zenith permanently in the middle of the zone. So realistically, all of the shadows should never move while you're here and all extend out that way. So now I'm wondering, have they actually, like, nighttime maybe it's doing something different. Have they adjusted how the shadows work during the daytime in Labyrinthos to reflect the nature of the sun there? Because if they haven't, I feel like that's a huge missed opportunity. I feel like it's a huge missed opportunity to not change how the shadows work in this zone. They don't usually let me into the medial circuit, but having you here changes everything. Hello again, Verpelin. You and your friend are free to go through. Because, you know, if the shadows aren't reflective of the artificial sun in the middle of this zone, that just proves what everyone says is true. That Dawn Trail bad and game dead. You have my thanks. It's so tiresome having your freedoms limited because of your age. Anyway, let's come here with a Phobos. I was about to say, oh yeah, the shadows are moving. I'm just like, wait a minute, that's a windmill. My brain's exploding. Kopokors! And stray garlics and onions. I think I'm still missing one or two of these things as a minion. Not many, but I think I'm still missing some as a minion. Hello there, Phobos Monitor. Oh, hello! Are you here to have a look around? Must emphasize, touching the buttons within, however tempting, is not permitted. He said I can go and have a look. Wait here, I'll let you know if I find anything. He is pressing a buttons. So sun's about to explode. Nothing I did though. Ugh. Hearing things being shunted around. Well, they showed me the control panel, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong. Raptor's records didn't contain anything worth noting either. That's what you're worried about, eh? You realize this place has been around as long as Labyrinthos, so we've never had a single problem. No one has been able to confirm this change in light to you speak of. You saying you just didn't stare at the sun too long? You advise against that for a reason, you know. They can talk down to me all they want, but I know what I saw. There's nothing wrong here, that simply means the root of the problem lies elsewhere. Let's go. Yeah, not great Chronicles. Is this quest line gonna end with, like, Labyrinthos exploding? Fiery thirst! The line is deep in thought. Thank you for sticking around. It's nice to be believed, for once. That's good, the problem doesn't lie here, we should move on. Let's take a look at the supply route the fire aspect of Aether travels along from the elemental ratchet to the artificial sun. I learned a while ago that sun automatically goes into overdrive to maintain its brightness so it gets less fire Aether than it needs. If that's what's happening, there must be a problem with the ratchet's Aether supply. So for sure, we'll need to check the flow of Aether to see if there are any spots where it's abnormally weak. To do that though, we're gonna need an Aetherometer. We can borrow one from Marial Ergonomics, then we won't have to go out of our way. And now it's raining. First sun exploding, now rain. Never catch a break. There we go, Valpaline! See? I found them alive. I helped with some research and let me an Aetherometer. Come on, let's see if we can pick up any abnormal readings. Just as I thought! Concentration of fire rate is too low. Problem seems to be the weakness at an area south of here. That's where the problem lies. You can tell just from the Aetherometer. Well, when you got a father who's an expert in aetherology and a mother who's a mathematician, you've learned a thing or two. What's more, I was born and raised here. Fasting, but didn't know better than everyone else. Let's get to the bottom of this. Tiredness is hitting me in the face with its big throbbing dick. And I'm speaking like a normal person. That's definitely how normal people talk about when they're tired. Definitely, don't worry about it. Oh, Jesus. Oh, shit! Giant evil Anala! Can't find the problem! There's an Anala here. Normally found near the elemental reactor. Can't never sure if it came here on purpose simply got lost. But either way, it's clearly been feeding on fire aspect of Aether. When I see Aether travels deep underground on its way from the reactor, but the supply rate is close to the surface here. I'm imagining it must be pretty powerful at this point. It's been here absorbing all that Aether. I doubt its core is full of it. Let's get my hands on that core. I could use it to convince the adults that I was right all along. You think you can slay it for me? Murder super powerful, gorging upon Aether and Allah. Brah! Exploding triple combo! It didn't work! I'll dot you to death! Yeah! Get dotted to death! And Allah! I guess I'm also doing auto attacks. It wasn't just dots, it was also autos. Can you show me the core? Core really ripped out of Anala. I fucking Zundatsu'd that motherfucker at the end. I started autoing it after I did the dot, and then I went dead on! But unfortunately, I then crushed it and then exploded fire all over my face. Exploding fire over your face? What's what happened to your mum last night? Ayo! My name's Fire, by the way. So this is what an abundance of Aether can do to their cause. It's massive! Father and the others will have no choice but to believe me when they see this. The hero in Labyrinthos. Valpline is ready to prove he is in the right. I'm not centered in frame properly. There we go. It's even harder to tell being centered in frame because I don't have gay flags behind me. I normally line those up so like the center is like the gap between them is the center. Go on, let's waste our time in showing this to father. So he acknowledged that I am right. So this is where you've been hiding. But father, Betsy's in you here. I was about to come home and tell you that I found a problem with the sun. Are you still harping on about that? Could have gotten yourself hurt pursuing this nonsense. And you. I told you to bring my son back to me and said you go gallivanting off with him. I was protecting him, asshole. He's right, you know. Fine. Let's just hear what you have to say. We found a big fat fire snake. This is proof the sun is dying. There's some interconnecting bits there. Oh my. I've never seen a call like this in my life. I see no reason. Dad also just thought it was feeding on the fire aspect today, though. So you finally admit I was right about the sun. Well, yes. However, that matters not now that I know how serious the situation is. What do you mean? Mind if I already slain the Inala? Sure, everything will go back to normal now. I'm afraid not. The artificial sun was under such strain for a prolonged period of time, it could be on the verge of combusting by now! You scientists are bad at your whole science thing. If you let it go this bad. We'll need to cool it post-haste. Blasters requires multiple soma cores. The constructs can be found by Kokol's Forge. Please, no time to waste! You must retrieve 2 cores for me. Begin the process of Phobos. Find us there when you have the cores in hand. You scientists are bad at science. How did none of you notice this? How did none of your technology notice this? Sharlayan! It's almost like this is a thing that we've seen about Sharlayan that was represented in Fortuno a while back. That the level of their wisdom, the level of their understanding of the world, and the importance of what they have to do. So great that it does come across that like they know everything and they're always going to be perfect and they can never be wrong. Oh, there is one on this side. I was looking at this and like, why does this just stop here? Though there is a barrier in front of me. It's just nowhere near as dark as the ones there. Final days in Ragnarok are bigger issues, to be fair. They're talking about Labyrinthos exploding. They're talking about Labyrinthos exploding. I feel like making sure that the thing that is the final bastion of humankind that is required to, like, save everything possible should have more care taken into it to ensure it doesn't accidentally Chernobyl. That should be, like, at least a little important. Like, almost as important as the freeing everything itself. Almost. Like how you can see the other areas and they've got like their dividers for their little things. Like, oh, that's the hamlet, a little bit there and a little bit there. And then there's this one which is like so fucking big on its own. The barrier is actually the other way around. It's the little thing that's kept secure inside with the big open areas, the open barrier section. Whereas for other parts like that over there, the actual animal section is very, very tiny comparative to like the hamlet next to it. Again, still don't know why this is the stuff I insist on researching. Like, for all of the stuff to just be like, how do we thrive on a new star? I don't know why these are the creatures they chose. struggling to not fall asleep. Boss wanted to think all this was happening right under our noses. We told you about it! We told you about it, and you were like, I'm sure it's fine. You got those cores? Pray give them to my father. My son was telling me about how you helped him. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Did you manage to procure the cores? Core filled with aspected ether. Splendid! Let us save our son! Hashtag save our sons. Wait, that means something different, I'm pretty sure. Is the sun dying? We're at nighttime, so I can't even see it. Just having our star thing is easy. This is the second time we've saved the star in the space of like a couple weeks. Make this scene daytime so I can at least see the sun. Alright, I think we can finally relax. The artificial sun is stable once more. Clearly, we're also about our own research. We neglected to keep an eye on the systems that allow us to live down here in the first place. Actually, I think what could have happened had befallen us had you and my son not taken action. You have my thanks from saving us from disaster! Yay! Does this mean I'm no longer a prisoner and like kept down here forever? And I owe you something else, my son. An apology. I was a fool to ignore your warning simply because of your age. That's fine, father. Really? The fucker. Okay, so I'm interested in helping find potential improvements for the systems that govern our son. Of course! I can think of several already! I am a nerd after all. I was born to two nerd parents in Nerd Paradise, and I've never left there. Fine, if there's someone I think you're probably for being so helpful. Could you come and visit me again in Sharlayan Hamlet? I was about to make a joke about Hamlet. And just be like, oh, Hamlet! That's when you've got a little bit of ham. It's a Hamlet. And I was like, wait a minute, that sounds like I could turn that into a joke about the pig character from Winnie the Pooh. And then I realized that their name's already Piglet. And I'm just like, oh. It's like, damn. You don't just get ham from Piglet, you get all types of meats. So, I was trying to think of some joke of just being like Hamlet. It's like a little bit of ham. It's like, it sounds like it could be the name of the thing from Winnie the Pooh. And then realizing its name's already Piglet. It's just like, I've been beaten to the punchline of that joke by a good 80 years or so. Thank you again. Here's your reward. It's my pocket money. Or they're just something from my parents. Are they the ones that are giving me the material? So happy that you listened to me and decided to trust my knowledge. Hope our paths cross again when I become a researcher in my own right. I'll be sure to make you proud. Tell me the next society quest is like Sharlayan children. Boo! Wait, it might still appear now. There we go. Hey, it's the combination one! It's the two smart babies! They come together! Smart troll and smart child. Valpolina, something to ask of you once more. Oh, hello again. Thanks once more for helping sorting out the sun. Thanks for fixing the sun, by the way. You're welcome. I do have someone else to ask, if you'll want to hear me out. It's a new friend of mine, a young troll that I found wandering around these parts recently. Oh, he's like able to speech, but he can clearly understand me when I talk to him. You do believe me, right? Oh, that's Shaggles. Oh yeah, Shaggles, I know him. What a peculiar name. Well, that makes explaining the situation much easier. Oh, so by Logisticon Alpha. I was gonna say if he's still there. Shaggles! 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 Every time my syllable comes out of my mouth, I'm going, after I finish this quest, I need to get up and go for a walk. Try to wake myself up. Got a lot of blues today to do. And I'm already just like struggling to stay awake. God, I slept like shit. I slept like fuck garbage. This is my new friend, Shaggles! Shaggles! Grr, I've been searching all over for you, you know? Since we last met, I decided to use my magic to improve my vocalization. To that, grr, I've read my fair share of totems on the subject. Seems you're kind of capable of making your vocal cords vibrate thanks to your ability to breathe through your mouths. Last week, trolls are incapable of doing so. However, I managed to adapt the wind aspected spell to enable me to communicate properly. Not there's anything wrong with nasal grrs, mind you. I give enough to activate the spell on my own. So let's head out and search for you once more. Listen that I bumped into this clever child. What happened to the buffoon? He wouldn't have been any help, so I left without him. Clearly I made the right choice. While I may not be able to speak with this boy, he still managed to bring you to me. You understand what he's saying? Simply amazing. I knew he had to have some way of communicating. Well, mine's not really adoptable. Unless you want to see a star shower of Verpoline, then you can understand Shaggles. I gather he knows a thing or two about Aether as well. Would you mind telling him what I just told you? Pretty grr. He's basically trying to make a pan flute, but for talking. So we need to get him some woodwind. We need to get him some wind Aether and be able to talk through it. So that's what he's been trying to tell me. Of course, I'll do my best to help. Wouldn't have expected Aether vented by the earthen rat, or what the hell? We've hit it with your active setting spare. We should be even able to create our own blustery vortex and stuff. That should be all you need to cast your spell. So I've got an eye for people. Now take me to this reactor. Right this way. Realizing there's a decent chance that this kid is actually like more proficient with all the crafting jobs than I am at this point. That's the thing, we're running into the nerds of Labyrinthos. You end up meeting the gleaners, who are higher level than you when it comes to gathering. Now we're running into this kid, and also probably Shaggles. And they're going to be a higher level than I am on any of my crafting jobs. Yes, they are all still Dawn Trail levels, because they're all 100. Doesn't change anything. They're still going to be a higher level at this than I am. Man, it's one of the things that I find really cool about the way they introduced Erenville, is just that Erenville is just, like, straight up better than you at, like, one of the things that you do. Hell yeah. What a splendid boy he is. Look forward to discussing all kinds of things with him once I'm able to talk. Gonna get the ability to talk, and he's just gonna never, ever, ever shut the fuck up. Gonna be on, like, gonna get a tombstone out to be on. Why don't we do? What instead of wait a minute? Instead of worrying about all of the wind aspect of Aether shit, why don't we just give Shaggles a tombstone with text to speech? I feel like that'd be simpler. I feel like that would be simpler to get Shaggles to be able to talk. Just fucking text to speech on a tombstone. Unless the Allagons weren't, like, caring enough about accessibility for people with disabilities to ever bother putting text-to-speech on their tombstones. Which is very possible, because it is Allagon. No thumbs? True. True. It's hard to type without a thumb. That is true. I'll be back in a bit. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Tinker-tongue theme. Let's go. Be back in a bit. It's time to go tinker with the reactor settings. I'll learn all about this once coming up with ways of better systems for the artificial sun. I appreciate this as like a part of the quest. We're not like going here to specifically help them with like doing a thing or work out a thing. These two are smart enough, we're just accompanying them while they do the thing. While they just do the smart thing. We're not here to like do it for them, we're just here to like basically translate while they do the smart shit. All done! I think I'm going to spend today if the vortex should pop up elsewhere to the west. Keep your wits about you. So for chance high concentration of Aether will attract fiends. But that means protecting ourselves, so we'll need your help. Let us know when you're ready. We're making sure they don't get eaten. That's basically the main thing. Why again? Why is Labyrinthos so dangerous? Why is this place so dangerous? Shackles! Westwood Grr! Oh my god. Oh my god. I apologize for being as tired as I am. What should I ask Shackles first once he's able to talk? First I'm able to talk, I have so many things to complain about to know to really tell ya. Whee! They're able to jump there as well. Alright, Shackles, Verbaline, Vernal, come join me on my journey. God damn it. Just like trying to mentally prepare myself for later today of just realizing this issue of just like how do I get up here? What's the fastest way of getting up there? Oh fuck, I'm stuck here. Quick, let's go to the Aether Current and then just realizing the idea of oh shit. What shit? Everything else that we're going to do today is going to be similar in terms of like trying to get to the Aether Currents because we're still gonna get those helpers and ultimate help. Now I found the current ability to let Shackles take care of the rest. Can I steal it? I'm not allowed to steal it for myself, boo. Is it? Let me give me a go then. Show Shackles doing it! Show Shackles doing the tuning! Show it, cowards! Oh. As I said, tiredness is hitting me like a big dick in the face. Just going. Very tired. Oh, God. Am I already nearly at my limit that I can do? Am I nearly there already? Grr! Can you hear me? Yay! Brilliant! I can finally talk! Oh, wonderful! There's so much I want to talk to you about. Oh, Father, what brings you here? What isn't my favorite buffoon? How'd you know I'd be here? You can speak? Oh, even your voice is adorable! A pleasure to see you again. I was looking for my boy. I have something of great importance to impart upon him. It's a pleasure for me as well. I wanted to speak with Shackles myself. And now he can reply! In that case, why don't you all join me in Sharlayan Hamlet? There's somewhere I'd like you to meet. Oh. I am struggling. I don't know why it's. I mean, I went out like I was out last night. I was at a concert, but it wasn't I wasn't in a mosh pit. I wasn't belting out super loud on my lungs. I wasn't even home that late. Just for whatever reason, the way I slept has just left me completely and utterly ruined this morning. And I'm just like, I'm actually struggling quite a lot. Oh, Jesus. Well, legitimately a part of me is just like, do I just have to, like, try to do... Oh my god, Studium. Do I have to try and, like, do the rest of these in the middle of the week? I don't think I can make it through it all today. I really don't. Some of the channels can talk, but I do wish you'd stop mocking me. Well, I tried to warn you. Did I? Don't know if I actually... I think I was telling the Willie here about the truth about Shackles. I think I did. Here I am finally able to talk and people instantly decide they have more important things to share. Grrr. Sounds like you have my son yet again. Yeah, my thanks. Thank you so much for always looking after us, son. That's the Sharlayan, the boy I've heard so much about. Can't believe Verpaline and Shackles are gonna get their Archon mugs before Alphino and Alice. So what's all this about? Alas, there's not for me to explain. We have someone here in the studio who will do the honors instead. That would be me. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I come bearing a message for you two from the Skulark himself. You mean myself and Verpoline? Correct. Master Verpoline and Master Shackles, was it? Would you two perchance be interested in pursuing an education at the studio? Word of your recent accomplishments has reached us, and we are all most impressed by your abilities. We'd be honored to welcome you into our institution and help nurture your talents while providing you with an ample opportunities to learn. I can hardly believe my ears, but I'm not about to turn down the chance of a lifetime. Of course I'll enroll! This would require you leaving Labyrinthos. What's the matter, Verpoline? You're more than proved yourself ready to face greater intellectual challenges, to leave Labyrinthos and expand your horizons. Still, Labyrinthos is all I've ever known. How can I be sure I'll succeed out there? Don't worry, it's like Sharlayans. So it's literally an elevator right away. You don't have to worry too much about what it's going to be like out in the greater wide world. It's literally a lift. You're like, not. If you want to go outside of Sharlayan, it might be a little different, but like, it's literally a lift to Sharlayan. You'll still be surrounded by nerds. I know a pair that entered the studio at 11. Yeah, you're going down the block. Thank you for trying to reassure me. Only I won't know anyone there, and... Girl, what are you talking about? You know me, don't you? Don't tell me you plan to spend your whole life in this fishbowl. There's a whole world out there to explore. Says the troll who's never left Labyrinthos either. Silence, buffoon! Where do I get my own shackles? I forget. Alright, you've convinced me. I'll go! Splendid. There are just a few sheaves of paper to take care of, so I need to borrow your guardians for a bit. Oh god, I should scope. Okay. It's gonna take a while to do that. I say that! I got my starboard within like 7 runs. None of this would have happened if we hadn't met, would it? I would have gotten this opportunity and made such a wonderful new friend without you. Thank you. Really mean it. Aww. Shackles! Farewell! Go, Shackles! Go, Valvoline! Go in line of the greater wide world! Shackles! Hell yeah, Shackles. Yay! Shackles! Shackles! Spin the camera. Shackles! Shackles! What are our plans today? I have once again done a Fagor. Aether Current, Yellow Quest, Sightseeing Log, and The Rising. I have no idea which yellows you mean. When you say yellow quest, do you mean yellow quests that are after the Aether Currents? And like the combined ones for doing the 2 big chains in a zone, Deku? Or is there other yellows that are like post 6.0 that we are also doing today that are like not part of anything else? Actually, I'm not sure. Because I was thinking between each zone, so we don't do Aether Currents back to back to back. Because I feel like it's not that I don't enjoy the stories, the Aether Current quests. I do. Mainly those if we had some spare time, there's some neat ones. Yeah, I think like I enjoy the Aether quests and I do enjoy doing them, and I'm glad we do them. But because they are the most, it's nothing but reading. I think those things make me tired faster. I feel like Aether quests often make me tired faster because there is, like, we're not teleporting to new destinations, we're not, like, doing combats. Like, they are the most it's reading, which is fun. I like the reading. But I feel like when I'm tired, they are things that, like, make me feel that tiredness more. Because I'm not, like, changing up what I'm doing. It's nothing but reading. So I was thinking between each zone, I want to do something to, like, break it up a little bit. Like, instead of doing all of them back to back, like, finish this area and now let's do something else. Then let's do the next area and do something else, and then do the next area and then do something else. Just so they're not all back to 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 back. The Wayward Carbuncle. There's so many things here. There's so many things here. The Dry Eyes hat. There's so many quests. I feel like I need your list of yellows that we should do again at some point. Including Endwalker ones, if you have those. I know you've sent me the list of, like, up to Shadowbringers multiple times, but I keep forgetting what we haven't done on that. Because I want to go out and knock out all the yellows that, like, we eventually aren't going to do, that we aren't doing on stream at some point. Studium Researcher! Ah, this is one of these. Okay. Let's do this one. Wayward Carbuncle! Just so it's like a little something different feeling before we do, before we go, like, to Elpis. Because we're also gonna, like, get it the currents in Elpis. Excuse me, you there! You look capable. Could you find a missing carbuncle for me? Ordinarily, carbuncle would never be without an arcanist, but this one was found alone roaming the wilds of Lenosha, and so I sent here... Is this what I think it is? Is this what I fucking think it is? Given the wilds of Lenosha. I swear I took my offer for belly, even a moment and it scared it off somewhere outside the hamlet. So it's fine and just out there for someone in my disposition. I was hoping you could look for it in my stead. Give my thanks. But I think it could have made it out of Central Circuit, but it still leaves a wide area to search. Guiding crystals should make the job a bit easier. Rats on the carbuncle see a bike, and more brightly the closer you are to your quarry. Once you get the end, you bring it back here to me. Wish you fortune in your hunt. Alright. Guiding crystal. Oh, it's on here. Okay, thank God. Carbuncle must be elsewhere. I feel like I know exactly what this is. Which is awesome. Here's my plan. I'm gonna go to the middle of every area and do this. I'm gonna go to the middle of every section and just do that and see what happens. Trees! Big ass fucking tree! There's also the always possibly worrying possibility that middle of each area isn't enough and it's actually way tighter than that in terms of like how far away it'll actually pick up. Wait. For example, apparently, where could that carbuncle be? Warmly. We're getting on the right track. We're slowly making our way there. Maybe on the right track. I hope I haven't passed it. I was saying it was faintly before, where now it's saying something different. We have passed it. We have passed it. It's now twinkling only faintly. Can we? Can we abuse our extra draw distance to see it from up higher faster than what we could before? Didn't it say, like, right here that it was, like... I see it! There you are! There you are! Carbuncle! Wayward Carbuncle! Carbuncle peers you anxiously, not letting its guard down. Perhaps we'll let you pick it up if you soothe it first. Chill down, Carbuncle. Here to take you back to Tataru. Carbuncle visibly calms on you to cradle it in your arms. Adorable! And now I'm just gonna keep this Carbuncle in my inventory forever. Said to have been found roaming along the world. This Carbuncle looks oddly familiar. When was the last time that Tataru's Carbuncle was relevant to the story? When was the last time that was relevant? Because I honestly, like, outside the fact that, like, she decided this isn't working for me, I'm going to become a weaver and, like, crafter instead. I honestly don't know if the Carbuncle's come up since, like, 2.4 or 2.5 or whichever specific match it was. That's right, in Four Lords. Yeah. Yeah, because she's just like... You did disobedience, it results in death. My death. Ah, that's true. Wait, if she summoned it in Four Lords, how is it found in, like, in Lenosha? Or does she just have two Carbuncles? Maybe she can make an infinite number of Carbuncles, but they don't listen to her. Maybe that's her special ability. Because surely Tataru gets two Carbuncles. Did you find the Carbuncle? Yeah, she gets two Carbuncles, does neither listen to her. That's the trade-off. It doesn't sound like a great one. I'm not gonna lie, but, you know, it's happening for her, it seems. Thank goodness! Or rather, thank you. So they found the poor thing alone in the countryside, wandering the mountains of northern Lenosha, I believe. Should have vanished as soon as its master dismissed it, although it's possible the command was never given. In which case, it should theoretically persist until the eighth of that form it is consumed. But for that reserve to last long enough for the entity to grow wild. Summon infinite puppy sounds like a cool power though. That is true. An immensely talented Arcanist must have summoned it. What I wouldn't give to meet someone that powerful! Researchers little creature should net me some fascinating data, indeed. Thank you again for retrieving it for me. So, summoning Arcanema Familiars, right? Summoning Arcanema Familiars. Now that we are so much more aware of so much more of the story, the connection between familiars and creation magics is very, like, apparent, right? I've also seen something that she's just full on create a real, like, living being. I mean, if it, like... Like, yeah, because that's kind of my thought process. It's just, like, Arcanema stuff is, like, it's effectively, in some capacity, it's similar to creation magics. Because, like, the idea that, like, people can still do some level of creation magics where there's way, way, way more limited in it, that's been a thing since A Realm Reborn in retrospect, because that's what primals are. Primals are creation magics. It's just to make up for the individual soul not being potent enough to do it, it requires fervent prayer and then the crystals to do it. It requires a shitload of people imagining it together with a shitload of aether drawn from external source to do it. It is creation magic. It's just creation magic in a way that the Ascians taught as a joke to, you know, make sure they tempered shit. So familiars, I mean, like, even when we're in Elpis, they describe some of the things as familiars. But there is also the idea of, if you create a being without a soul, it can develop one. For most of your trip throughout Elpis, or at least for a lot of part of your trip throughout Elpis, Emmet and Hilthadeus assume that you are something created by Emmet. Sorry, by Azam. But with a soul. Because you've got the color of one. But in terms of, like, a being is created as effectively familiar, and it gains a soul to be closer to real-life being. We have a very explicitly confirmed example of that in the game, and it's called Alpha. It's kind of the whole point with Alpha, is that, like, Alpha started out as just a being that interacted the way that it was, like, programmed to interact with the world, which we still bonded with it. But then, then over time, is the realization that Alpha is very much developing his own soul, which is why the echo for it works at the very end of it. So to what extent does that line up with, like, what Tatara is on with a carbon core or anything like that? I don't know. Speaking of creation magics, who's ready to go to Elpis? Watch it, let's not go to Elpis. Let's not go to Elpis. Let's go to Crystarium first. Is there a lore reason why we can go back to Elpis? Sheep. Is there a level 80 quest around here? I have no idea the quest that you have to go to do the Gwibber thing. But it also may not be here because half of the Gwibbers are from the first and half of them are from the source. So the Gwibber quest may not also be here. Because I'm pretty sure the previous ones were Wandering Minstrel, but he's like over here somewhere. I'm pretty sure. But it could be Wandering Minstrel back in, like, the source. But I wanted to go here because I wanted to go to. I want to go to the. If we're going to the past, do we just go through here again? Bye. Do we just go through here again to go onto the past? Entrance, because this should go to 2 places now. In the Locks level 1 quest. Okay. So yeah, travel to Elpis is just an option here. How do we do this? How does this work? We got an explanation for Ultima Thule, and the explanation was Dynamis, bitch. What's the explanation for this? Solon, tell me. Where's the explanation? It's just Elidibus's Aether still hanging out. So can I just come back here to chill out with my girlfriend again? I know she's dead in the future, but can I just come back out here to hang out with her again? My friend's supposed to pay me a visit, but there's still no sign of them. I'm too absorbed in their research. And who might you be? Well, it's familiar, perhaps. Oh, I do wish you wouldn't stare. Doesn't surprise you to see someone whose visage remains unshrouded. Hello, the proper lion guide. Pardon, well, yes, it's a proper lion. Not where you intend to go from here, but am I just waiting for your muster? People look at me and still just assume that I am indeed a, what's it called? Familiar. But I might be a bit busy right now. Surely she's not so busy that she doesn't want to come and, like, you know, hang out and chill a little bit. At least it's only light clouds right now here. At least it's only light cloud cover here at the moment. Anyways, before we go anywhere here, I'm gonna get up, have a bit of a walk, try to wake myself up a bit, probably grab another drink, and also go to the bathroom. But we will do our Elpis basically to go through the entire zone. So instead of just like teleport to the areas where we've got to activate the things, we'll basically just go through the zone again because we're also got to get the Aether Currents. Tiny Vanilla can hang out with me. Yeah, so we're just gonna basically go through the zone again, get Aether Currents, and do quests as we go along. So I'll be back and we'll do that. Yeah. I am back. Post-rejection state now. I went out, walking through the hallway, went to the bathroom, walking around, stretching a bit. See, that roommate isn't home, and so roommate's dog is just standing at the front door, waiting for roommate to come home. So I walk up to her. I walk up to the dog, and she's just sadly looking at me. And I just look down at her and I say, "Do you want to cuddle? Will that make you feel better?" And she immediately just went, and then she just walked away from the door and walked back into her room. And I'm just like, you normally wait by the front door the entire time until he gets back. But I asked for one cuddle. I asked for one cuddle. And it's like, you know what? Waiting out here isn't worth it if I'm gonna get cuddled. No, I'm going away now. She normally pesters me so much for pets if I walk past her. Even if, like, other people are home. She normally pesters me for pets. She's like, if I go to walk down the hallway and she's there and she wants pets, she will stand in front of me and not let me go through the hallway until I pet her. But this time, want to cuddle? No, I'm gonna walk away. I'm gonna reject it. Also, I've returned with coconut water. I have an entire thing of coconut water. I bought this because I was going to test something with this for upcoming stream. Do I have to shake this? I assume I do. Yeah, shake it, please. But I was going to I taste chocolate smoothies. Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened! That's what happened! The duck just walked away from me. So sad. It was so sad. Yeah, I bought a thing of coconut water because I was going to use this as a test experiment for something for an upcoming stream, for a drink for an upcoming series. And I was going to use the coconut water to make a test version of it. But then I didn't do it fast enough, and it turns out the banana that I bought was a lot closer to going off than I thought it was. And so the banana went bad before I got the chance to actually test it. So, fuck it. Fuck it. I will drink this coconut water now. This is a cheap supermarket brand. I can buy another one when I buy another banana. What is this like health-wise? 4 servings per packet. Oh, only 55 calories per serving. I can drink this entire thing and it's 200 calories. That's way better than I thought it would be. By the way, coconut water fucking rocks. That's definitely not high quality coconut water, but it's still coconut water, so it's still good. So. That is definitely not great quality coconut water. But it's still coconut water, it's still really good. I feel like I should buy more coconut water. I fucking love coconut. Coconut makes me horny. What? Not even like massively exaggerating there. I have a really bad sense of smell. Most things I can't smell just in general. My sense of smell is enough that I just can't smell in general most things. One of the strongest scents for me is coconut. It is one of the things that I can smell the most, because there are like a lot of things I just cannot smell at all. a lot of things that I can smell, but only barely, and I gotta really sniff it. And then there are some, and then there's like a handful of like a couple of things that I can smell, and they are very potent when I can smell them. And so the things that are like that are things I either fucking love or fucking hate. So it's like, I hate coffee, hate fish, and I smell those really strongly. And I love the smell of like wood fire smoke, and I love the smell of coconut. So it's just like, if you ever run into me in the future and we happen to meet up in person and you're trying to lure your favorite content creator into doing unethical acts with you because of the parasocialism and the level of power difference between the two, just know, if you like wash yourself with like coconut body wash or use some like coconut like shampoo or hair products, or like maybe some coconut perfumes or deodorants or anything like that, know that will work on me. That works on me because it's one of the few things I can fucking smell. So, you know, as a heads up. It is still so funny. The idea, it's like, be wary of going into the past. The smallest changes could affect the future and fuck up everything. First thing you do when you get there, kill butterflies. Anyways, we're going through Elpis basically entirely again. Because we did one Aether Current while we were here. We did a single Aether Current while we were here, and the only quest one that we have is the one from FSQ. So, we're gonna actually pick up our shit as we go through. So 640 arms to the northeast. Do we have any? We also we do have one blue to do and an Ignoramus. Do we have any? Okay, so yeah. Okay, so these are spread out basically everywhere. These blues are spread out between each area we go to. There's blues at Anagnorasis, and then 12 Wonders, and then Poison Icos. Well, there's actually 2 blues here. No, I don't think there was any, like, this is just Katisis. There's not actually that many, like, people up here. And then this was almost entirely all, like, there wasn't many buildings there. So I guess that is our plan. Go around, do our blues, get our Aether Currents. And of course, we're back in Elpis, so to make sure we fit in, Elpis Claim. I'm going to make sure I keep an Elpis Claim. Just, at least while we're doing Endwalker shit. But, I have to make sure I keep an Elpis Claim, so every time we go here, I can switch to this so we, like, fit in. Is that the Unicult minion? We're getting a few of those. We're getting a few of those. Doing the fucking vault. Oh my god. Why would you create these things? They eat other things. And then get really powerful and hurt you. There's the Monoceros. Gobius! Appears to have moss growing on its head. That's what makes it so cool! And now Elpis is another zone that is just like, holy fucking shit. Everyone appears to be somewhat more stable, to be sure. Let's never let it loose for a bit. See how it behaves. Just like, it's just going through areas like this. It just does remind me. It's just like, Spriggans. Oh, sorry, Arrayas. Just going through here, it is reminding me of how many times it's just like, holy shit, Endwalker fucking went places. Previous expansions, it's been, maybe the final zone has been a big mind blow of like what the fuck it is, and then it's just like, yeah, it's literally half of the zones in Endwalker are mind-blowing what the fuck zones. Hasn't made the good for you to sneeze on Emmett. Suckles! During Anagnorasis, Part 1. I wonder if this will be one of the chains. Suckles regards you with pointed interest. Welcome, friend, to Anagnorasis. I am Suckles, and I manage this region under the authority of Chief Hermes, the head overseer of Elpis. Sorry, I saw the unicorn go by again. And you are, Oh, how unusual! Soul bearing familiar. For me, you must have a mission, yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. Are you perhaps here for the purposes of observation? See, the idea that familiars can develop souls, you know, Hermes' whole fucking thing, right? Hermes' whole fucking deal about this, the idea of just putting down... I need a call. Of putting down the creations, right? And how that's like, oh, they're flawed, so we just kill them and everything like that. Part of people trying to explain that to him is just like, well, that's the nature of creations. This is what they are and everything like that. But people look at us and assume we're a familiar. And notice that we have a soul. And that comes across as a curiousness. But it's not something that comes across as an impossibility. Or something so rare that something wild must have happened to it. It comes across as, oh, that's uncommon. But I've definitely seen it quite a few times before. That's how the characters talk about it, you, when they see that you're familiar with a soul. They're just like, oh yeah, I don't see those often, but I've definitely seen them before. This ties into Hermes' whole thing of just being like... well, just again, the whole view of creation. Yes, that must be it. In which case, you nearly mentioned my name to our Charmian, and he'll gladly give you a tour of our domain. Suck it all in. Charmian! I was like, you can go over here, and there's just Kate Sith, by the way. There's just Kate Sith, by the way. Something that in the future gets created by Archmages of Mark. Though this one doesn't have the red bill scarf, because of course. Hiccups. Charmian! Yes? What can I do for you? I want a tour of Anagnosis. Manifest, is it? And obviously Soggles wishing me to act as your guide. Oh. Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. Still be wondering why they ever choose to send you to me, of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. And until quite recently, I was all engaged in a prolonged research project at Academia Anada. Surely there are other more experienced individuals who can provide a more comprehensive... This ground is not constructed now, is it? Task is given to me and I'll attempt to cover the most salient features of our facilities to the best of my abilities. After all, it's not every day that one is asked to indulge the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. You know, they say rare and fascinating, but they say it's not every day. Some days, though. We can commence the tour at this very moment if you like. Real question is how many recognize your soul as Asm specifically? I mean, Hythlodaeus and Emmett are specifically the best at seeing that soul. So here's my thought process. Here's my thought process. Vanar doesn't recognize you as that. When Vanar sees you, Vanar doesn't see you as, oh, you're my protege, you have the same color soul as my protege. She recognizes that her magic is on you. So I would say that like Vanar probably can't. I don't think Vanar knows that you are like a sundered Asm or like have an Asm soul until after you tell until you reveal the truth about like by the way I'm a time traveler. But also if you tell people I'm Asms, they'll just believe you because everyone knows that Asm's insane. So there is also that. Then let us begin. You know, rather than having me lecture you as we walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do here in Agnoris would prove more beneficial. I'll point in the right direction. You can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once we've completed a circle, we return to speak to Overseer Circles. I'm not sure to speak with. Don't be shy. Any one of my colleagues will be happy to answer your questions. Oh, I'm now realizing. When I did this quest with, Shaggles, I didn't actually check if there was any unique speech bubbles. I didn't check if there was any unique speech bubbles when we did this with Shaggles. I don't think there was any, but I didn't actively check. I saw on the I just went to the destination on the map and I didn't come across any as I did that. I didn't actually actively check. I do appreciate the detail of the platypus and the echidna. Are like with the same person here. And then there's also the corpus. Nikes! Charmion! Oh, and who's your friend? Hasm's familiar. Okay, so we are just straight up telling, yeah. Yeah. We are telling people that we are Asm's familiar. Why, you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking. I should very much like to make an extended study of a combustion and consciousness. I don't forgive my forwardness. My duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see, but our research here is given special dispensation. All subjects are probably registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked of tending cattle and must always coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me, and I'm responsible for overseeing and evaluating their potential compatibilities. Oh, but of course, if Asm might grant us permission, then you can abide here a few years while I analyze... And on that note, we must really be moving along. Step lively, manifest! The Marcos full compositional analysis has been granted. Okay. So in terms of the stuff I was saying before, in terms of what you are. No, never mind the way that people see you in terms of like how potent you are as a familiar, because I'm not a familiar, is very potent. You are like, you are a big standout deal for it. Not into, like, still not to the extent of unbelievableness. It is still not a, wait a minute, you're a familiar with a soul? How the fuck is that possible? It's not, you are not, like, perceived as being an impossibility. You are perceived as being, like, very, very, like, high quality, well made. To the point that, like, people want to research you. So, okay, yeah. What do we have here? A familiar of some kind, judging by your ethereal structure. Yes, I'm accompanying manifest here on a tour around Anagnorisis, at the behest of the Overseer. A tour? Feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise keeping a distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation that occupy a top tier of the food chain do not intruders in their territory. Especially the specimens found on the islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. Well, I'm sure you're quite capable of defending yourself. No one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen, eh? Thank you for the warning. Ooh, proceed with due caution. Oh, speaking of being Asm's familiar, once again, I have to question the reading comprehension of the Final Fantasy XIV player base. I don't know how widespread people believe it in general, but I saw people talking about it. This was a thing in-game, actually. This is a thing that I saw people talking about in-game, in Limsa, which, like, fucking Christ, spoilers. And thinking on it, I think I also saw people talking about it before, they just weren't talking about it as openly in spoilers. I feel like I've seen this conversation happen multiple times in Limsa, and just now that I know the context of it, I understand more of what it means, but also the last time that I saw people talk about it was... No one cared about spoilers. People were straight up saying Elpis, Asm, and shit like that. And it's just like, bruh, you're in Limsa, shut the fuck up! I mean, it's one of those things where, like, if a Sprout hears the word Elpis, they're not gonna know what it means, but it might be like, once they get to the point with Elpis, they might put some things together if they remember the conversation or anything like that. But, so, one thing that I saw people saying, and it was, because it was someone complaining about playable characters. It was someone complaining that it's possible to play as Makotes and Hrothgars and Lalafels and shit in this game. And everyone was just like, shut the fuck up, racist. Cause, like, that was basically a lot of people's things of just like, shut the fuck up, racist. And they were just like, no, but it lore-wise doesn't make sense. It, like, lore-wise, you shouldn't be able to play as any of those. Because you're a sundered soul of Asm. To which it was just like, yeah, and then your soul went into this. Like, reincarnation exists in this universe. Like, your soul goes to the ethereal sea, and your soul comes back out and goes into a newborn thing. Reincarnation explicitly exists. Very explicitly. It does. And they were trying to say, but no, in Elpis, the game says that you have to look like Azam. And Makode can't look like Azam. And I have to... And I saw people discussing this. About just being like, oh yeah, that's a plot hole. Or anything like that. And then, like, I had a little Google around online. Of, like, the whole idea of, like, people making headcanons for Azam. And if there's one thing that I've noticed, people do that. People make their Azam the same face and model as their playable, as their wall, as their Warrior of Light. Did people not understand what the fuck Emmett and Hythlodaeus meant by when they said that you look like Azam? Did people actually not understand what those two characters meant by that? Hythlodaeus says that, like, it's a familiar. It's weird that it's a familiar with a soul, especially when the color is so strikingly similar to Azam's. And Emmett's response is, I know I'm not fucking with it if it looks so much like Azam. They're talking about the soul color, not the physical appearance. They're looking at you in that state, and you are so you are so imperceivable that only the two best people in the world who can see souls can see you. I don't think they can discern physical details. I think they can only discern your soul color, because that's what they're the best at seeing. Your character doesn't need to have the same face as Azam. So not everyone, but a lot of people do just make their Azam headcanon just be them or slightly different. But that doesn't make sense. That's not what that line means. That's not what that line means. They're talking about the... Again, you can play as Makotes. You can play as Frothgars. You can play as Lalafels. I'm playing as a Rogadin. No! Azam doesn't have this face. No! No! Also, people around here recognize you as Azam's familiar. Not as Azam. I mean, to be fair, in terms of, like, oh, would they, like, you're a member of the convocation. Are they going to recognize you? No, people would know your fucking face. No, people would know your fucking face. Because I was about to say, yeah, everyone wears the masks. Everyone wears the masks all the time. So, like, people may not know what Azam looks like because Azam wears the facial mask. But no! When you first arrive in Elpis, Emmett is asked to take off his mask for identification purposes. Part of going into Elpis is taking off the mask so the people who work there can identify who is arriving in Elpis based on their face. Even Emmett, who hasn't been to Elpis before. They mention that Emmett hasn't been here before. That's why Hythlodaeus is taking him here. And yet the people who work here are still, like, identifying Emmett by his face. If your character walking around as a familiar had the same face as Azam, surely at least one character, like, I don't know, fucking Vanar would say, oh my god, you're Azam, before correcting, no, I'm not Azam, I'm Azam's familiar. We just happen to look identical. Which wouldn't make sense anyways, because your character, like, biology and genes, maybe not genes specifically, but biology still exists in this world. people, like, kids still look like the combination of their parents. So, like, why would you be required to look like Azum and not the combination of your parents, like everyone with kids? Also, Oddbert. Also, Oddbert. You don't have to look like Oddbert. Oddbert is also an Azum shard. It doesn't mean that Oddbert looks like Azum. This player base, despite this game being primarily words, it somehow has attracted a player base of people who can't fucking read. Sorry, it's just... I feel like it's an example of people can't fucking read. That is, like, really obvious, and it makes me mad. Make me mad. Because I now just think about it, and I swear I've seen people have this conversation around the Limsa Aetheryte, like, at least 2 or 3 times before I actually got to Opus. And just, like, they were talking around it without spoiling things. Unlike last time that I saw it, where it was literally people just straight up saying the words Elpis and Azum Shard and stuff like that. But the thing is, no one, like, said, no one disagreed with you have to look like Azum. People were just like, but the game says that you look like Azum, so why can you play as a Makoto? And the only response that people said to that was, yeah, it's a bit of a plot hole. No, it's, you can't fucking read! Hello, champion. Was there something? You ever see how asked if I give this familiar tour of the grounds? I thought the best way to do that was to show what we do at first hand. I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. When it comes to watching certain grasses grow, one must be prepared to observe the course of several years. In the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious, perhaps, yet necessary. Plants capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has an enormous influence on local climate. Well, is that sort of thing you wish to know? Yes, that was perfect, thank you. I think we cover the main areas of interest, plus I've now speak with Overseer Sockles. Hell yeah, every person that we went to speak to also has their own quest. Basically like, hey, do these yellows as well. Don't know. I don't know if doing all of those is actually like something that is required though. Do we don't go around and do the yellows of the people that we were just talking to introduced to there? I don't think we have to. Unless we do, unless it's like relevant. Coconut water is not amazing coconut water, but it is still coconut water. It's still relevant. It's a weird thing of just like, most of the times that I've had coconut water recently have been from, like, fresh coconuts of, like, going to places in, like, Asian markets in Sydney where they sell fresh drinking coconuts. So you buy a coconut, and it's always an elderly woman who's, like, working on preparing the food behind the counter, gets out a machete to cut off the top so you can stick a straw in there and drink out of it. The last multiple times that I've had coconut water has been from a fresh coconut like that. So I go from that to having this, which is like the lowest quality pre-packaged coconut water that I've had. And it's still good, but every time I sip it, I'm just like, but I can tell it's nowhere near as good as it should be. It's like I drink it, I'm like, that's really delicious. A lot below par though. Well, not par, but like, well below like the good shit. I guess it's still below par. Par is average. But I'm so used to birdies or eagles or whatever the golf metaphor that we're continuing here for no reason is. Ah, so you've completed your tour. Almost. We spoke with those in charge of various facets of Anagnosis, but I thought it'd be fitting to end this with the visit where it began, with you, Overseer Sockles. I see. What was your impression of the work we do here? It requires equal levels of passion and patience. I'm glad we can help you further your worldly education. And I'm glad to see you enjoyed the experience. At least I hope you did. Surely you're a masterpiece of creation. Only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such robust cognitive and cogitative faculties. Were you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura. I don't know. You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. Yes, I second this invitation. In all the long years I've resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity. And one of Asm's, no less. Never mind, you are a big deal. You are a big deal in terms of being a familiar. But again, you're still not being described as, like, how is this possible? It is, wow, this is impressive. Please stay a while, share more of your thoughts. Alright, touring Anagnoris' part 2. Circles continues to regard you with a fiery curiosity. Manifest! That's our fascinating familiar friend. What is it about you that ignites my observer's soul? Well, now that we've been properly introduced, perhaps you can tell us more. Yes, I'd very much like to know how you see the world. How everything large or small appears to your eyes. Assuming you're amenable to the idea, you must join Champion on another tour. It's time to take a wider look at the surrounding facilities. Secretary of State's pet dog come to your place of work and ask for a tour. I'm interested in learning about you as well. I see, then we shall delight in teaching each other. Where to begin? Which facility do you suggest overseeing? Oh, any place you feel would elicit a response from my guest. Right, yes, of course. Well then, Manifest, come with me and we'll visit the arcane entities on the south side of Anagnoris. Go, observe, learn! Go, my friend, nerd shit! Hell yeah! Hell yeah. Yo, are you the one who made the bisexual fangs? Let's go. We've yet to register an official name for this specimen, so we simply call it the Bird of Elpis. What is your first thought upon beholding this majestic creature? Can I name it the bisexual fang? That I want to ride it into the sky, that I want to fight it. Now this, I mean, like, ride it into the sky feels like that's meant to be if it looks like a yol to you. But it's not a yol, this is a bifang. You can tell by its fang, yeah, because it has two fangs. But it's got the two. That I've seen it somewhere before. No, don't break timelines. Don't break timelines. This will somehow recreate the final days happening again. There's a lot of Elpis YOLOs about, like, naming and encountering fantasy stuff from the future. How's this lame outdated MMO over here being cool and playing the modern MMO Final Fantasy XI? Cruz, if you care in any capacity about spoilers for 14, I would run away as fast as possible from this stream. If you care about spoilers for 14... Oh, I will. We are literally in, like, one of the final zones of Endwalker. Part of my plan, legitimately, once I catch up on 14, is I think I want to do 11. Once I'm caught up on 14, I think I want to start 11. I will need something to fill in this weekend slot, where I can stream for shitloads of hours. So part of my thought process is I might start 11 once I'm caught up on 14. Obviously, like, new patch content and stuff would still take priority in 14. It's old and slow, but it's neat. I mean, for me, it's more so, like, being an MMO, one day it might go offline. So, if I want to play all the Final Fantasies, I've got to play 11 before it goes offline. I mean, at this point, it's been online for, like, what, fucking 20 years or something, so... But it could happen one day. I want to ride into the sky. I want it as a mount. Fascinating. Imagine a familiar which supplements its deficiencies by taking a mount with the desired capability. In this case, flight. They've been doing something like first month free benefits of being a 14 scribe, but I don't think there's one right now. I feel like they should just get to the point where they just combine the subs. Like, I feel like at some point they should just be like, heavy discount if you want to combine the two together. Though I have no idea, like, how many monthly subs 11 would have at this stage or anything like that. In any case, I'm eager to hear more of your responses. Truly unlike any other construct I've ever met, familiar or otherwise. Let's continue southward, shall we? I'd hear your opinion on this next facility. The biggest thing about doing 11 is just, I don't think I could do 11 the way that I do this. As in, like, we're not 100% completing 14. Oh, we're just gonna proper line. Oh, this is the first blue. Well, we're not 100%ing 14 as part of the stream, but, like, all the major story side quests, we're doing as much as fucking possible. I don't think I could do that for 11, just because I don't think I'd have the time. But I also don't know to what extent, like, the length of main story is, the length of side content. Being an older MMO, how much, like, grinding do I need to do, like, off-stream to be able to keep up with it? Because 14, from my understanding, like, eschews a lot of, like, traditional MMO things in that regards. So how different is that? Again, like, Eureka's being compared to 11, and Eureka's its own thing, so... I definitely like to do it, it's just... It's a little more complicated than this, I feel, to also do alongside this as a stream. That structure over yonder houses some of our more unorthodox researchers. Rather than with creation magics, they breed existing specimens in hopes of begetting new strains and species. All I know about 11 is much more on actual school MMO stuff, so no idea how it'd be for an LP. That's kind of the thought process. It's like, this game, you can play like a single-player RPG while we're doing story stuff. So it works, like, even though it's an MMO, we still, like, I play this game like it's an MMO when I'm not on stream. When we're on stream, I'm frequently playing it like a single-player RPG. Or a single-player RPG that just so happens to have my friends help me with battle content, like, once or twice a stream. So, you know. This one's very easy to just be like, oh, I know how I'm going to do this on stream. We worked that out pretty comfortably by the end of ARL. Okay, so, like, breeding stuff still happens here. That is, like, instead of just creating shit, what if we, like, tried to breed it? The method is imprecise, the outcome uncertain. To my eyes, such research seems awfully self-indulgent, merely a means to sate the whims of one's intellectual curiosity. So I would say that the whole point, like, the whole point of the uncertainty is, like, the uncertainty of this type of, like, creation is the point. If you want to have something that will work in age, you probably need to, like, breed some generations, yeah. Well, it's just also nature taking its course and creating uncertain outcomes can lead to outcomes that people wouldn't have been able to think of. Our purpose in life is to improve affairs. In my opinion, we should steer clear of techniques which produce flawed results. But what if those flawed results create things that overall are better that you never would have thought of because of those flaws? Now I'm talking like Hermes. Now I'm talking like Hermes. You have no use for flawed creations. Well, the process creates something unexpectedly incredible beyond what you could imagine. Your perspective is strange to me. So again, for me, it's just like, it's this one. What if the process creates something unexpectedly incredible? One beyond our imagination. A serendipitous discovery. I suppose it is possible. Thank you. I thought to broaden your horizons. Here I'm realizing how narrow my own views can be. Hardly a desirable quality in an observer. This is where, like, in terms of the explanation of how do you know all of this, the idea is just like, this is why Asm is Asm. This type of perspective, this type of, like, open-mindedness of understanding the world and how it interacts with it. This is, like, literally Asm's job. It's very literally Asm's job. It's their name. So yeah, in that being imparted onto the familiar. Time for a spot of rest and reflections, I say. Shall we move on to grab a couple of bottles of Mountain Dew? My favorite, it's favored by many observers for its calming tranquility. That's what I think of when I think of Mountain Dew. Calming tranquility. Fucking, that's one thing about being in Australia. And, like, it always ends up on the stream. I so frequently talk about how Australia doesn't have, like, the food variety that other countries do, or as many, like, unique food things to it. So whenever I get a food thing about Australia that, like, is more prominent in Australia than other countries, I always, like, harp on and brag about it forever, like kebab snack packs. When it comes to like fast food, snack food, soft drinks, Australia's range is so limited compared to other countries. That's a big one though. That is a fucking huge one in terms of limit. Different flavors of energy drinks. Like a lot of the core, like there's a lot of energy drinks that just, or like not just energy drinks, soft drinks that just straight up don't exist here or like very uncommon. But there's a lot of like the extra flavors that we don't get here. Like cherry Coke is rare in Australia to find. I do not see cherry Coke very frequently at all. Different flavors of like, Dr. Pepper or anything, I don't see. And that's a big thing. I don't see other flavors of Mountain Dew. The only way you can like find other flavors of Mountain Dew that aren't just like normal lime Mountain Dew. I think it's lime. It's been a long time since I've had Mountain Dew. From memory, it's the one that tastes like lime cordial. Because I see people talk about it in terms of like, the gaming and shit. There's like so many different gamer flavors of Mountain Dew. We just don't see that. I just don't see that here. Like people talk about it's like, oh yeah, Mountain Dew, your Code Reds, your Baja Blast. And I'm just like, I never see that shit here. I've never had the opportunity. Sappho, are you on a lesbian date? Her name is Sappho. No, you're not a lesbian. God damn, what? Did he, him, lesbians exist in El Paso? I rest but do not sleep when you're far away, softer and true. Then our children find it. I thought you were gonna be the creator, use creation magic to create lesbians. Not even like the basic ones like red and blue. Only normal Mountain Dew is what I like. The only time that I've seen alternate flavors of Mountain Dew has been going to specifically to like American candy shops. That's it. It is Mountain Dew, green, and that's it. That's the only thing that I can find that isn't a specific advertised as American candies. Which is also, a lot of the cereals are also like that as well. A lot of the variations of cereals are also only like American candy stores. Like we've got like Wheat Bix, Cornflakes, Cocoa Puffs, Fruit Loops, and that's about it. But so if you want like a Cinnamon Toast Crunch, then you gotta go to American candy shop, so that isn't as well. What flavor is Baja Blast? Because that's always the one that I hear about. Though I also only ever hear about Baja Blast when people go to Taco Bell. Which may be also why we don't have that, because there is like 4 or 5 Taco Bells that exist in Sydney, and they've only existed in recent years. I'm lowering headphones to the stream because it's just going to be walking around and me speaking dialogue, so I'm just going to not worry about headphones for the rest of the stream. Yeah, like, the main time I hear people talk about Baja Blast is Taco Bell, which, again, Taco Bell. Anything more beautiful than watching the cycle of life at work? Such a thing as an end. If there is no beginning, makes you think. See how the aether of Lethe returns to the star as it rains down from above? Knots is wasted. Ah, the aether, and it's all of the water. General tropical flavor. The same as the Taco Bell exclusive flavor, but then they've made it more regular flavor you can get in grocery stores and stuff. Oh, so it was a Taco Bell exclusive flavor. Oh, okay. That's why I hear about it in regards to Taco Bell all the time. Okay, it was specifically exclusive to Taco Bell for a while. Okay. So I probably would really like it then, because general tropical flavor I really like. I was fucking talking about my freaking like pipeline punch flavored monster on a stream, I think last week or the week before, and how much I fucking loved it. So yeah, I'd probably really like it. Like if it's gonna be like a fruity flavor that's anywhere in the vein of orange, lemon, lime, pineapple, mango, anything that's in that guava, passion fruit, if it's anything within that vague tropical fruit flavor, I'm probably gonna like it. So I probably would actually quite like Baja Blast. Welcome to our Garden of Respect. We can explore more of it later, but first, I want to hear more of what you think of people, of us. I've often sat here, musing upon the nature of our creations, and wondered how a familiar might perceive its creator. You are as deities, we are not so different. I don't understand you. No, we're not so different. That's why we can look to those who walk before to lead those who walk after, because there's, despite the vast differences in terms of how a lot of day-to-day life is, there's so many things that are just fundamental to what it means to live in general that we're not that different. Perhaps that's true. You do seem far closer to us in nature than most other familiars. Well, let us set aside such musings for a moment and bask in the morning dew serenity. I finished my first bit of my pre-taxes. Woo. Ew, taxes. Not in terms of like taxes bad. Well, taxes are bad when they go towards funding genocide in other countries, but like without that part, like theoretically it'd be okay. This is more so the government hates me specifically when it comes to taxes. Me doing my taxes is a nightmare fucking process, and the government hates me, and it is always an absolute pain in the ass. The government just hates me in general. When I legally changed my name, which I'm gonna do again. Don't worry, the fire is still there. This is like middle and last name are changing. But when I legally changed my name, other people were always just like, yeah, I submitted the forms, and then like a couple weeks later, my name was changed. And for me, it was just like, I had to do the entire process like 9 or 10 fucking times and wait multiple months before I got, before they told me, sorry, the forms have been lost, or sorry, the forms have been done incorrectly, or sorry, things have changed, can you start again? And it was just, it took several years. It took several fucking years to do it to change my name. And everyone else that I know who's done it is just like, yeah, I submitted the forms, and then they got back to me like a week or two afterwards saying, here, it's done. And I'm just like, that was not my fucking experience. It's the same with taxes. Government is just trying to fuck over me specifically. It's a conspiracy. The government hates me on a fundamental, personal level. How dare it. Probably watch my Kingdom Hearts on this. Familiar food! Charmian prepares to launch into another lecture on life on Anagnosis. Are you well rested, Manifest? One cannot perform at one's best without allowing the mind and body time to recuperate. I've walked a couple things. Are you seriously like all that, like, not that energetic, like... Because you just use creation magics all day, do you actually, like, have, like, semi-atrophied bodies? We didn't walk that far. Here on Agnosis, we often encourage one another to take a nap or partake of some of the fruits we grow. We can conjure such treats into existence, of course, but there is something oddly gratifying about plucking ripened fruit fresh from the tree. Oh, how remiss me. What exactly do you sustain yourself? Is Adam supplying you with aether? Alcohol. No. But you'll fade away without proper nourishment. So can wait, we must feed you immediately. Would you mind bringing some of the white blooms to the west of here and bring them to oversee the suckles? Archestratus flowers, we call them. Have everything else ready by the time you arrive. Make some food, make some lunch. Aether currents, fuck it. Whole point of us being here is to do Aether currents. We're doing Aether current quests. I gotta pick them up as I can. I used the Aether compass once when I got here. Northwest. So that's gonna be one of these ones here, so it's not really helpful. I think the next one will be somewhere towards the 12th one. We picked up one, and I think the one we picked up was near Points on Archives. It was like somewhere around here. It was like as we like were going towards the Vanilla Solar Tree, I think. Somewhere around there. Just thinking about how many fates I'm gonna do here. You heard my research here, prepare to die. You're a duck. Oh, bite, no bark. Oh, I wonder if that's gonna be a fucking boss fate thing. I wonder if that'll be a boss fate. Bird of Elpis. Bird of Elpis. A bird of Elpis. Oh, I fucking passed the first circle. Too busy focused on looking at other pretty cool things. Pretties. You can use the fate icon. I mean, one of those questions, or I forget what the question was, or the sentence that I said in terms of how it responds to you saying it. Oh no, I'm thinking of like the world boss. No, I'm thinking of like, yeah. This is a boss, but because it's like, I'm thinking because it's got a name and then it's got like the semicolon after it. I'm thinking of like, oh, this is going to be a chain to like fight the big world boss of Elpis. That's what I mean. Well, one that's gonna lead into a quest chain where like Eurydice or whatever it is gonna be like the final thing that we fight as like a big final boss. That's gonna be the one that you get the achievement for. I meant that. Orchestrated flowers are an edible bloom, you see. Whenever I see a circles and you mix them with the fruits I gather, make a delicious juice. Will it be as good as coconut water? Even this up to one. Sharon explains to me the crisis at hand. Have you brought the flowers? My table is squeaking a lot. I feel like it's squeaking particularly bad today. Or because I'm not wearing my headphones, I can hear it a lot more. I don't have all the screws in the side of my desk, so if I lean on it this side, it does angle the desk quite a lot. But because I'm like moving around a lot when I'm doing stuff, and I've like got my arms here and I'm moving, I'm constantly like going, which makes sense. I've tried fixing it by like putting stuff into it so where it angles, it stops doing that. I've not been able to get it to work though. Yes, Nama's a creator. These are the ones we need. I'll add them to the fruits from Charmion's basket, and we'll soon have an aether replenishing beverage for you to enjoy. 'Tis the work of but a moment. Are you going to all of the effort to create everything? Are you just gonna use creation magic on the the ingredients to make it? Get out your smoothie. You can creation magic the blender, but like make a smoothie from it with the blender. Here we are, freshly squeezed Anagnoris's juice medley. Go on then, drink it up. Curious to hear what you think of it. Tastes like coconut water. Have as much as you like, no need to be shy. Sure you're feeling alright? No sensations of gradual corporeal dissipation or the like? Made from Elpis grown fruit and flowers, the aroma of this aether-rich concoction promises a uniquely complex flavor. But is it alcoholic? I seem to enjoy it. Yeah! You drink the jungle juice, noting the complexities of the floral and fruity flavors. The goon mixes really well with the vodka and the soft drink. Now realizing Australian. Goon doesn't mean what you think it means in Australia. So if I describe it as saying goon is what comes out of a goon sack, that doesn't really help it. that doesn't make it sound any better. Ah, good. Seems you're able to tolerate liquid sustenance. You don't appear to be suffering from any loss of material form, but a familiar must have a regular infusion of ethereal energy. And now that we know you won't suddenly vanish, will you please reassure Charmian? She still looks terribly concerned. Charmian, I'm not dying. So glad you're able to replenish your stores of aether. However, this cycle certainly is a wonder when it comes to food preparation. So I don't believe the consumption of food should be limited to restoring one's strength. Any reason beyond that is simply wasteful. Hey! Fair. Eating for enjoyment alone is unnecessary drain on living resources. Such a practice can only be harmful to our star's equilibrium. Okay. Okay. But like, what have you combined the two? Which is why I have so much respect for Messias Ogles and his culinary talent. He employs ingredients and methods which only optimize the dish's ethereal concentration, but also produce flavorful results. She does like it when they're both combined. Save your compliments, Charmian. I won't be flattered into making another batch until it's time for our next meal. Well, of course not. I'd never dream of attempting such base manipulation to begin with. What do you call the minions of a supervillain? Trying to think of a super Australian word. stronger? Familiar fates. Gentlemen, there's one last question to ask you. Fine, of us, if we're grown to understand each other. But there's one last thing I wish to know. As you've seen, our purpose is to improve life on this star. And we each have our own way of approaching that purpose. For me, do exist for a reason, often for a very specific one. And I wonder what you feel about your place in the grand scheme of things. Do you want me to sing the song answers at you? Charming. Perhaps you can provide our friend here with an example of what you mean. Such a nebulous question requires a more recognizable foundation from which to answer. Yes, you're right, of course. We must all skip the journey in our haste to reach the destination. That's why I've taken, if anyone asks me, that's why I took 3.5 years to beat Endwalker. Where to begin? Broadly speaking, we study the wisdom and magics of our forebears, and choose our path as interests and talents begin to crystallize. See, they do know the song answers! Look at those who forebeared before. Even among the observers of Magic North, so obviously the circles and I share a similar calling. Again, it may be more beneficial to simply show you what I mean. Please coming to the archives in the northwest. Never a dull moment to charm you, is there? Still, her boundless enthusiasm is what makes her such a fine observer. Okay, I'm gonna check one thing as I ride my dog up to the northwest, and we pass the gemstone trail. There you are. Do you sell a riding map with no fates done? I forget. Here's what I got for you now. If only we're quieter around here, I might be able to hear myself think for long enough to think up some of my new ideas for wares. No. No. No, I do not get a riding map until I kill everything. To get at least the first stage of it. Argos will continue to be slow here until I can fly. Or is this the expansion they got rid of riding maps? They didn't get rid of them here. They didn't get rid of riding maps here. Actually... Oh no, because the other ones you got one speed increase for like story progression, and then you got another speed increase with writing maps. You don't get the speed increase now for story progression. You just get it from the writing maps. Yes, they do still have them. They do still have them. Writing maps do still exist in current expansions. Here's where we keep all the administrative records. Any of these documents help give you an idea of what we consider our defining purpose. Feel free to browse. I shall just be awaiting you outside. So I'm not gonna be in a position to do enough fates to get the writing map until I can fly here. In that case, writing maps are pointless, but I'm still gonna get them all because I can. I need something to spend my currency on. Don't point out that like bicolor gemstones are things that I need a lot to save and a lot of things to spend on. So adding an extra couple hundred for writing maps is pointless, but I'm gonna do it. It looks to me to be contain detailed observation logs. The name Circles is written on each of the spines. Nerd. So many books. Unshelved books. It's like a half-inch observation logs. Judged by the penmanship, the author is someone other than Circles. You pick up the log and flip to a random page. Shadowbringers change how they work because at that point they just realize everyone just gets flying and stuff. Well, it's also during Shadowbringers that they actually introduced flight to ARR, right? Until Shadowbringers, I think one of the patches, you still couldn't fly in ARR. So using writing maps in ARR still made sense, because you couldn't fly, so, okay, get 2 times speed increases. And for later areas, they were just like, people just fly, fuck it. And then they realized, wait a minute, what if we put flight into ARR? Today there was an incident involving the hippocampus. The creature is extremely territorial, and 4 observers sustained light, severe injuries from water-based magic as a result of their perceived intrusion to its domain. Report has been sent to the words of La Habrea outline the dangers inherent in continued observation of their nominated subject, and the intent to shift our focus to the smaller and considerably less aggressive hippie. You heard it here first. Hippies are less dangerous to you than your own brain. That's the lessons I've learned today. Charmian, there you are. So I was gonna blink slowly to make sure I stay awake. That's how that works. Oh, Manifest! Did you find the observation logs and lightning? Overseer Sokos has built quite a library, hasn't he? He's got comprehensive observations of every living being in Agnosis. Not only objective physical descriptions, but also his personal thoughts and impressions. That's why I'm here. To carry on the Overseer's invaluable work. No, he's gonna pass on to the star. When some continued successes of Anagnosis, our purposes are very much aligned. Oh, hey, Flo's playing. 5.3 also got rid of the flying not far. Oh yeah, because there's like the whole terrestrial flying mouth distinction, and then they said, "Fuck it, you'll pick and now fly." Can't help but worry, however, that I lack the same degree of perception and ability, and I'm unfit for the task I've chosen. Even being in the same room as those looks is enough to make me feel uncomfortable. My insistence that you examine your purpose was, I think, born from the trepidation which surrounds my own. An uncertainty you need not feel! Overseer Circles! As one of our newest arrivals, you have ever been quick to doubt yourself. You are able to guide Manifest here on an engaging tour through the intricacies of our duties, which clearly demonstrates the depths of your understanding. All I wanted was someone to emulate my work, while I'd simply continue doing it myself. The reason I asked you to share my roles because I believe you can take our projects in new and novel directions. Raising you as a common success is the final step of my purpose in life. Do be proud, Sharlayan. It is your growth, your efforts, which will facilitate my return to the star. You don't even have to feel a feeling, you don't even need to think of here. See? She's looking to those who walked before, and he's leading those who walk after. Just like in the song that's playing, Flow. I will do my best, Overseer. But I don't mean too much of a rush to leave. Still so many things I need you to teach me. And speaking of teaching, thank you, Manifest, for this wonderful and enriching visit. It's been a pleasure learning about you, not to mention a few things about myself. Yes, you also have my gratitude for the part you've played in training my young colleague. You're welcome to return whenever you wish. I will do that roughly once I go to another area and finish another 3 to 5 quests that have a picture on them that start with unlocking an 8th current. Assuming this zone has one of those. Stupid fog! Be a great shot! Stupid fog. Damn you, foggy weather. Hey! Gotta appreciate just how fucking heavy Endwalker goes on its themes. It's, oh my god. Just like truly an unrelenting force of themes for the entirety of Endwalker. It's another thing that I feel like I've seen people like who analyze 14. Just in like not just Endwalker, but like the whole game in general. But it obviously applies very specifically to Endwalker. Of a lot of people who would just like talk about 14 and just be like, yeah, 14's like a character-driven narrative, and I'm just like, 14 is a thematically driven narrative. I mean, obviously it's still focused on characters a lot. Try not to fall asleep. MFW when realized could have teleported to this place and it would have been closer. Seeing this place being like, oh yeah, I can't teleport there because I can't see the fucking Aether right underneath all of the quest markers that appear. You and the Ailoros. Oh, what familiar essence you have. Like that of familiar. If you're familiar with the concept. Just my little joke. Manifest, was it? I am Hippotho. Yes, we're getting to that. Manifest, say hello to our familiar friend here. He's an Ailoros. The Araloi are one of our newest creations. I attuned to abnormalities in their environment. By sign of nature, they'll sound the alarum, or what you mean, kneel loudly. Though we do our best to observe all the creations, Elpis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. More vision means detecting conflicts between creatures as well as in order. Thus, I've taken this Ailoros under my wing, further develop her capabilities in this area. She does enjoy our little walks. She's fine. So I possessing an ability to pinpoint sites of conflict, which I like to observe. Sometimes all that our task has begun to do our utmost care to locate the disruptive creatures. Who's you subdue any unruly subjects once find them? I like the beast running amok. Trying my best here. Meow meow. Ooh, following. Specific following. Getting another tutorial thing. Certain duties are great. You follow an NPC. Should you fall far too behind, an NPC will return to starting point. You must speak with them to try again. Meow. Under the truck. I'm just after a guy who owes him money. I want to ride my Amaro around. Convince everyone here to grow 2 sets of wings. Or was the ancient great work for cat? Oh, there's going to be a lot of those references here. Did you know this means cat? Did you know this means rat? The Ailoros let you two nearby creatures that are facing one another down and looked at you expectantly. Oh, it's those ones. Oh my god, evil fucking trees. I saved the day. Convince the people of Elpis to turn every animal into a fucking X-Wing. One of the interesting things that I find here, which is just like, is this mean an evolutionary thing or is it just a thing? I mean, like, we know the history of Amaros, but it's not like people got the idea of Amaros from anything from this time. Amaros were created, like, by a specific group of people on the first. And they weren't inspired by anything back here. But like, for all the creatures that we see here that exist in the present, the one that we never fucking see is a chocobo. We never see a chocobo in Elpis. To be like, ah, that's where they originated from. That shit, like, grew on its own. Across reflections, because we do see chocobos on the first. She's going to the camp, and they were science. What were the results? 2 things were trying to kill each other. As I expected. Well done, little one. That is courageous, both of you. Shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a belt too, but it's against protocol, I'm afraid. The Araloi are enchanted with theirs at birth, so they're able to acclimate properly. So you have your own unique potential to rise to, however. I want to join us for another phase of testing. So is this the explanation of Gala cats? They have that shit since birth? Sing O Muse. Is that one a picture one? Hippotho wishes to conduct another test of your Araloi's capacity and yours. Really struggling, yeah. I'm so pleased that you're willing to join us in further research. Thus far, you have noted this. Like, I'm pretty sure my brain has like tried to start like 10 sentences in the past 20 minutes that I've not finished. If that happens when I get tired, I do apologize. So it's one of two things. When I get really tired, I've gone back to some of the videos, especially in Endwalker, and I've been able to pinpoint where it's just like, my brain started a sentence, and I never finished saying it out loud. Or I was clearly thinking of something that I wasn't saying out loud, and I said the conclusion. When I get tired, I lose track of like what I'm saying out loud and what I'm thinking. There seems to be the disconnect that happens in my brain. Of just like I lose track of like what thoughts I'm saying out loud and what ones I'm just thinking. As far as you've noticed this, Iolorosis. Please say words out loud. Response to stimuli. However, the Ioloroi has one more very special capability. Aren't you curious? Please know that I have dispatched one additional Iolorois to fly about the 12 wonders then. Which is working as designed. Phenomena should be clearly observable. I expect that you'll be able to collect evidence of it from my fellow researchers, say Iolorois, Deucalion, and Chloris. So present your conclusions when you're finished. Oh, is there any of these around? Yes, there is northwest. Which direction? That way. So I'll be like, which direction's northwest? I want to make sure we actually get the ability to fly. Given the body weights and the efforts to remain aloft, I'd say this creature can fly forever. Chloris. What about you keep your head down? Still some kind of creature darting over the edges now. Guys, it's only a matter of time before it collides with someone's skull. Sodomy so badly accidentally created a winged fish, of all things, which itself escaped into the skies there, I knew it. But now that I have a moment to reflect upon the speedy departure, perhaps the ability to fly is not wasted upon aquatic creatures as I believed. Surely such a boon would give them heretofore and capacity to evade predation. This is why you constantly run into flying water creatures. It's a fashion flying concept was maybe something to it after all. Also, I visited the Bureau of the Architect next time in Amarant. Don't anyone's registered a winged fish yet. No, only Limlane. It's the flying fish that was... Limlane was mentioned that she was, like, caught naked as hell. And then I think Oshon went, nice! And then got flying fished. I think a concept just fly away would be a bigger problem. A tiny winged creature. Prefer to hypothize, familiar perchance. I did not say it long ago. I did say it not long ago. I don't know where it's gone off to, I regret to say. I assist in your research, but I must brush the parchment before I forget what I meant to write. Outside my observational duties, I've been laboring over treatises on aquatic flora, you see. Here, reading my work a moment ago, I was suddenly struck with how trite my conclusion sounds. I don't know precisely how to strengthen it, however. There's even Halmarod shall be impressed by my insight. There's the name again. Oh, what are you farming? What are you farming? Looking at this. Oh, aura! Got it, fair enough. Fair. Fair, I'll leave you to it. Can I go in this building? That's what the lights mean on the door handles. It means break in and steal shit. It's the most darling familiar you've ever seen. Behold its soft and fluffy fur, its pudgy belly, charming little bell. Thighs that gaze imploringly into the very depths of your soul. Makes you want to dismantle and gobble its adorable ether right off, does it not? I dare not, of course, whoever belongs to it would be quite cross indeed. It even negates one that strikes me a creative passion like which I've never known. Don't eat the familiars. Don't eat the familiars. Ah, that's my muse. Perhaps I need to create my own familiar of sparse cuteness after all. Don't eat them. Nerd. Dude is reading a book. And because unsundered, he doesn't even have to hold the book. He just levitates it in front of him as he reads. Don't eat the familiar. Don't use dissipation on someone else's familiar. They are not. It's not Chloris. I'm like, that's the person I gotta speak to. Meow meow. Sorry. I say you're speaking, everyone. What are your findings? They found it cute and edible. Exactly right. The other bless those they meet with inspiration and hunger. After all, we are at our best and our brightest when our hearts are at ease. Clarity of thoughts and faith in ourselves, we can do anything. What could possibly call in a turmoil so well as this lovable creature like this? Meow, meow. Ah, same as Judy calls. She sends another irregularity. Off you go then, dear girl. With today's results, the Allura's concept will be proved in no time. Truly fortunate to have such wonderful familiars to work with. Yourself included, of course. Yay! Yay! So where's that thing? Northwest. Go that way. How did I get up here? Oh, right. Back in the center area. In Enosis, that was the teleport that was here. But like, I am heading northwest, right? Oh, okay. I'm only like halfway there. I thought I was a lot closer. But is that 100? I'm so bad at telling yums. I'm so bad at telling you I'm going north. There it is. I can look at the mini map. I'm going through far north. Let me help. Let me help. I did it. God damn it. So painfully tired. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. Oh man, I can feel it in my bones. Mainly my head. Like, I get better for a bit, and then it's just like, it hits me all at once again. It's like I'm having the tired spills where I just have moments where I just get particularly tired. But instead of being like, normal awake, tired, normal awake, tired, normal awake, it's now just like, tired, really tired, tired, really tired, tired, really tired. What if I just laid on the bed there and went for a nap? Middle of the stream. We're about to get in trouble for it. Just say there it's a subathon. And we're just sleeping in the middle of the stream. Subathon's been going for 4 hours. With no donations. But I'm sleeping because it's a subathon. I could never do a subathon. My hungry ass could never do a subathon. I'd die. I'd die of death. I think I'd die, and then death would be the thing that made me die. Don't think I could do it. I mean, there's no official rules as far as I know in terms of like how many subs you actually need. Going for a subathon. I'm sorry, I'm like, this is some of the most tired I have felt in a stream ever. I feel. I don't know why I slept so poorly last night. I don't even know if I slept poorly last night. I've woken up today completely and utterly wiped out in terms of tiredness. Okay, direct north. It's gonna be somewhere on here, or possibly that. It shouldn't be within the Hungry Gardens. Okay. I'm doing a subathon. One sub adds 6 hours. I feel like most people who do subathons, it's just like, adds like a minute, half a minute, maybe 2 minutes. And I'm just over here just being almost popular, so my subathon's gonna be one sub adds 6 hours. Academia student. The perks of being a lost flower. One sub for 10 hours. Oh, we got a gift sub from version 2 LP. Another 10 hours added to the clock. Academia student wears an expression of concern as she scans the horizon. You're a visitor too, aren't you? Hope you might be willing to help me then. Did you happen to see a blue-haired woman in the area? She wouldn't have been wearing a mask. Oh god, medium. I see. She has students of Academia Anida. We intended to spend our downtime visiting Elpis together. It was on our way back when I realized she forgot something back in Anagnorisis. So she ran back. That was the last I saw of her. She can be a bit... how shall I put it? Scatterbrained? So she may have simply got lost on her way back. I'd rather not search for her myself, for if she comes back while I'm away. So isn't too much trouble. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to look for her. Let's go back to Anagnorisis. Like, she won't be wearing a mask, and so she should stand out a touch. Find her in the area of Philomethe's Notos in all likelihood. You do come across her. Could you help her out a bit? See if she makes it back. I'm gonna have to read the other quest in case of where it asked me to go. I was like, I was just back there. Oh, Euros. Oh, it's Myra. Myra. An unexpected guest. Myra appears to be mildly perturbed. That was a pickle. Whatever, Myra. Oh my god. I am struggling. Please tell me you can deliver a message for, from Cleon. Cleon, help! You are familiar, yes? Asm's familiar. Oh, I do like the name Minderfest. Are you on Asm? What has become of a visitor from Amaro? He was meant to arrive some time ago. Now, wildlife subjects accustomed to the presence of long-term observers. When someone from outside help us comes to various directions, can be somewhat unpredictable. Should I try down Cleon and the no harm has befallen him? This is my master, should be easy to spot. Never find me in my pursuit of being mauled. You have my mission to terminate the offending subject. Safety first. Oh, there. I was like, where am I going? There it is. Looking around, like, where's the spot? There it is. Fucking Christ, so many yellows. Trying to focus and stay awake. It's really hard. Really hard. Ah! Why? Why? Why am I so tired today? I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying to stay awake. Ah! Cleon, help! My whole mashing thing combo and you didn't die? Think of daily initiative. While the shop of the etiquette is showing a creature under observation, hit it with an exploding sword. I'm clear, recently my front moron. I assume Myra's ain't gonna fetch for me. Yup. I see. My best lucky about waiting any longer. Fear not, I'll avoid upsetting any more of the local inhabitants. Before I go turn that in, I'm gonna go down and do this one. We gotta do them both to get flying. I'm also gotta go back here. Search for the final fucking thing. I'm pushing through with all of my might. Do I need to call it for the day? I think I need to call. I can't stay awake. I'm trying. I am trying so hard. I am trying so hard to stay awake, and it is just not fucking working. It is just not doing anything. I'm just like constantly just like, Found him. Yes, can I help you? Oh wait, need directions somewhere. Not to be rude, but I beg of you, ask someone else. I haven't been lost myself. Hey, young sir, I'm falling asleep. I keep drifting off. I'm trying so hard to stay awake and I keep falling asleep. What was that? A woman asked you to come find me? That'd be my friend, no doubt. How embarrassing. How to get this hopelessly directionless line of myself under wraps. Feel terrible leaving you like that, but I clearly forgotten a task from one of my professors. I was about to collect the item I was asked for, which I found, thankfully. But I rarely got turned around when attempting to return. But don't worry about me, I'll just be fine on my own. If I'm right, following road will at least leave me tell a teleporter, I think. I mean, I know! I mean, a lot of the raids? No, that's next week. Yes, next week. Next week we start the raids. Are you sure you'll be alright on your own? Although maybe not. Well, I could probably find my way eventually, but there's no sense trying to go it alone, I suppose. With your basic guidance, going back to my friends. How to get as far as teleporter connects the point tonight, because I'll be able to make the remainder of the trip my own. Now then, would you mind? I was about to say, can I get her super distracted and just like have optional dialogue in places that don't make any fucking sense? Welcome back. The teleporter's there. We're getting there. Sprint! She can sprint. There we go. Does getting on a mount stop following things? I don't know if I've actually tested it. I think every time someone's following me, I never get on a mount to test. Found it. Found it. Found it. Oh, man. Oh, what's up to the teleporter? I can't tell. I'm actively asleep for half of this shit. I can't. Try to push through it, but I can't do it. I don't know why I'm so tired today. I don't want to be this tired doing all of the full. Don't get it. What a relief to see you, familiar sight. Should be alright without you now. After all, it's just a straight shot from here to Poison Lycos. Goodness, the earful I'm gonna get from my friend. Kept her waiting for far too long. I really should hurry. To an explanation, a heartfelt apology. Think I'm serious though. I'd like to thank you properly. I will unlock flight and I will stop. As in, I will hand in these quests. One of these is a chain, so we won't continue the chain, but we'll finish like this quest for that. And I'll go get the Aether Current. I'm gonna come back to this in the middle of the week. I don't want to wait till next weekend to finish it because then we're like falling away behind and like we want to get through post-Endwalker stuff. But I'll come back for like a midweek stream. If we just have Ultimate Thule and the other things to do, that's like enough to do in a midweek stream. I'll just combine it because I am stopping for several minutes at a time with just how tired I am and just not doing anything. As I can't fight it anymore. I will actively fall asleep in the middle of this and just like stay asleep for like half an hour. I keep going. Should have run with my friend, so we told her why I went back. My blessed pride so often gets in the way. Thank you for your help. Truth be told, my friend first dashed off. I assume it was because she forgot an assignment from Metron. Lo and behold, I was right. Metron. We were studying at the woods of Metron Academia Anadel, learning all we can about the engendering the aquatic life of the self-same master. Also, I've no idea Metron would ask me to procure a flower of all things. And one that is still undergoing testing in Elpis. It's very beautiful, yes, but what does that have to do with, ichthyology? Oh, nothing. But that's the point, surely. Must be intended as a present, one meant for Logriff. Metron is hopelessly enamored, as we all know. There it is. We do? Certainly news to me. And now that you mention it, I suppose I have seen sparks between them. Why I never noticed before. That settles it. We need to hurry back and begin an in-depth observation of these of their romantic entanglements. Can't believe we wasted all this valuable time researching along one solid trees. I'd have wasted it even more if not for you, good lady. We need to go and Himijoshi out. Now that my friend and I are together again, we can get back to Academia and deliver our flower to Metron before it wilts. How before we rush off for a reward. You certainly deserve it. Alright, they're off to Himijoshi out. There we go. Have fun, no. So it's gonna be basically like out the front of Katisis. Leon! This is Marius. Well, it's a thank you for seeing the safety of our guest. Indeed, my hesitancy to act would have ended poorly had your messenger not been there to shield me. I'm certainly glad she was. Now, shall we proceed to the business of the day? I believe you had some concerns regarding your personal creations. Yes, as embarrassing as it is to admit, I was worried that the concept I registered with the Bureau of the Architects may not be fit for release into the wild. I needn't feel embarrassed. You'll be the first visitor we've had who's expressed sympathy in helping their children leave the nest. We can look at them right now if you like. I shall that very much, but I do have one request. When you swooped in to rescue me from that beast, I was treated to an impressive display of battle prowess. Any with your strength and instinct would be the perfect candidate for evaluating the worth of my modest creations. I must insist you join us! Come and fight my things! What a fascinating mission. Yes, I quite agree with your assessment. Then we go together! Or have you already manifest? Found the Grim Watcher. We found Grim Watcher. Thank you for your continued assistance. A better Batrachoy. Cleon looks at you expectantly. Thank you for agreeing to accompany us, Manifest. Shall we? Certainly. What was the name of your creation again? The Batrachoy. The delightfully roly-poly pudding of a thing. Ah, yes, one of Rumination's Ramble, my brother, Alkaos, is in charge of attending to it. Right this way, if you please. I figured if this is like on the way to where the Aether Current is. No, it's not, but I'm gonna get the Aether Current before we do that. I'm gonna get the Aether Current before we do that so I can fly. Be a little faster. But okay, up this way. I remember how to actually get a point. What is it? 2 points in August. That's Vanar's house. Maybe she's there. Vanar, honey, I'm home. Damn it. Damn it. My poor wife. How am I meant to have sex with her now? Calamelios, of course. Yeah, last one. Last one. keep saying north, so it should be outside the front of Cataisis and not over, like, the Hungry Gardens. Should be. Or, like, should. Northwest, there we go. It's somewhere over here, and then we can fly and help us. Then my dog can fly again. Off your toes. There it is! There it is, and now we'll be able to fly. Oh, I didn't go to the last section of Labyrinthos map that we can explore. I didn't do that. I should do that. I should do that. Hey! Free bird! Once again, let's go. Woohoo! I can fly! I'm awake again. I can fly. Oh, okay, this is actually the height we can go to. I guess I'm allowed to fly up to the top of, I mean, I guess the whole point is, like, getting up to the top of the building is, like, the entire dungeon for Cataisis. I can fly. It has perked me up enough for awakeness. I can wake up for a little bit more. Like, what is that down there? That is a normal mob. Why is it behind the back of the building? Oh, it's not the back of the building. It's the things there. Can I fly up to these bridges? I can! Hey! It's where we had that cutscene. Lands that stretch on forever, skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent and strong. And in amidst it all, a people. You know, the shit make my heart all gooey. I'll try to finish Elpis. I will see if I can stay awake for Elpis. Not doing Ultima Thule though. Especially as we also have other things that we want to do today that aren't like just Aether Quest and Ultima Thule. I will, I'm not going to be able to stay awake for all of it. But I'll try to at least do the rest of Elpis. Have you done the Rising event? I have not. All we've done today is, Dreamscape and starting Aether Quests. But I am, like, very tired. So, there was also, other yellows. We've got the Rising. We were gonna do Sightseeing. I think Sightseeing we're just gonna save entirely for the raid episode. Because the raid episode at this point is only, like, the first tier of the raid and Treasure Dungeon. I don't think there's anything else that's, like, in the 6.01 or 6.05 patches, from my understanding. There's my brother, okay. Might seem a tad rough, but don't be fooled. There are a few more gentler kinds than he. Actually, speaking of patches, Deku! Probably better to do it sooner before we start the patches, just in case there's streams that you can't make it for, or just like we're in the middle of a stream so I can like help organize it. Do you have a list of the patch stuff? Spoiler like tagged so I don't see things? Just like listed in terms of like Society Quest, Custom Delivery, Island Sanctuary, because I know that one exists, Raid, Alliance Raid, Relic, Hildebrands. I can get it for you. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, I think before we start 6. Ow! Ow, ow, ow. I stretched and I twisted my leg when I did that. Just before starting 6.1 might be an idea for me to have that list. Just so, like, because again, we do want to do things roughly in patch order, but for purposes of making streams a little neater, it might be different. It's also just going to be very different compared to when we're actually current. Because stuff like Society Quest will just be done. Like, Societies and Custom Deliveries will just be done once a week, so they'll progress into several future patches. Whereas, like, when they're current, it'll likely be, oh, we unlock the Custom Delivery or the Society Quest in one stream, and then we check in on it, like, after, like, other streams throughout the week and do, like, a 20-minute bit for that. And then in the next episode we just cut, like, all of that just gets stitched together and put into the episode. So it'll still be a little different, you know. There's my beloved Batrick Joy. Did you miss my wonder? Oh god, Jack answered it. So that creature placidly endures your scrutiny. Must be manifest. Myra told me so much about you. In an impressively short span of time. As you've likely already deduced, I am her brother, Alkaios. And you're Cleon, yes? The architect of this Batrick Joy, as you call him. Yes, I am. So many numbers, Uzi. You think they're ready for release? I would still love to see their enduring return forms bouncing around free in the wild. I've completed my report for the main evaluation criteria. Final decision will be made after the committee discusses the results. But based upon my personal observations, no, they are not ready. No! And why might I ask why? Manifest, would you be so kind as to give this Bastroy a solid poke? Creatures like of familiarity with you will help you prove my point. Go on before it hops away. Alright. Give the Bastroy a solid poke. Poke in the eyeball. It doesn't like being poked in the eyeball. This is a necessary requirement for creatures in the wild to be able to tolerate. It has no defensive attributes. You see no response to external stimuli. This creature is far too placid. This thing is as responsive to its environment as a panda. You'll note this is a bad thing. What was the concept behind the Batratroy? A defender of water sources? Its current incarnation is neither the instincts nor the means to defend itself, much less fend off its enemies intent upon fouling the waterways. I cannot in good conscience certify subjects are fully equipped to carry out its intended purpose. I suggest you redesign your concept entirely. Thank you for your candor. I'll so invest in this darling ball of putty flesh. Such a pity. Manifest, as I'm familiar, you must have seen your fair share of the world and its inhabitants. Without altering its physical form, what do you think the Batroy could do to become a more effective guardian? Or... the two Gigantoad attacks. Well, specifically, Gigantoad attacks are actually a combo. It specifically tongues you in to stun you and then belly flops you. That's the classic Gigantoad attack combo. Could use its tongue to grapple opponents. It could secrete them. Oh yeah, also because toad oil is also a thing. Could it secrete a mobilizing slime? It could use its weight to knock things flying. A lot of things can do that. The tongue is the thing that's unique to it. The tongue is the thing that's unique to it. Or it just goes... Brilliant! What an innovative mind you have, Manifest. Yes, that may suffice. In direction of an effective offensive measure could very well tip the scales towards a favorable judgment. Truly? Then I shall modify my concept at once. May I bind this one and take him home with me? Once I finish making the necessary judgments, I'll resubmit my request for observation and evaluation. Of course, you're free to do as you wish. I'll make note of it in my logs. Ow. I got the ability to fly and I perked up enough that I think I can finish Elpis. Not much more than that. Not much more than that. Because I'm so tired. I don't know how this is the most fucked up I've been after a concert. Oh my god. In other words, your fault these frogs are so annoying to deal with in the present day. Oh god, it's the Majima creating taxes thing again. Oh no. It's Majima creating taxes again. Oh no. I think the suggestion was based on personal experience. Most valuable is also wisdom. Well done, Manifest. How familiar you are. Cleon seems very pleased. Cleon, now. Thank you for great assistance, Manifest. Honey, bringing along would be a good idea. I almost wish I could have used my own familiar. It's a shame Asmo doesn't publish a concept for the world to see. Why did it have to be Medusa? But seeing as you're here now, would you mind lending me your talents a while longer? As one other creation of mine, I might feel more benefit from your unique perspective. What are the Medusas? Oh, okay, yeah, the... What are these fucking things called? Not in this world. Some far-flung corner of Elpis, Medusa proliferate to a degree beyond anyone's estimations. Then a vipers descend upon this land and must be dealt with. Like, they're related to Morbles, but there's a specific name for these ones that are the flying tactical Morble things. Carfroys or something? I don't know. No, I'm thinking of the Narbroys, which are not quite the same. No, I'm thinking of like Dravanian hinterlands, They're the same rig, but they don't look like marbles, and they're like Narboys or something. That's what I'm thinking of. No, never mind. Not the right name. Meekly Majestic. Cleon! Hopes to retain your company a while longer. You guys gonna stay then? Wonderful. Those are only just mats, but I feel such a bond with you, Minifest. There's one more concept I need to finalize. I can think of none other entity that I'd rather have on my side during the ever so worrisome evaluations. Do you have my EO somewhere in my Digi archives? Io. Yeah, Samara keeps on under her watchful eye, but I know the spot where it usually roams. Come along, we need to cross the stream here. Get our shoes wet. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da-ba. I can fly. Fly! I can fly. I can start doing fates here. Do we think me, like, skull fucking another energy drink would help get me awake to do Ultima Thule today or not? Do we think it would work, or do we think it would be bad? What do we think? Based on how tired I've been so far today, do we think chugging an entire energy drink instantly would, like, keep me awake? Because I'm just thinking, if I want to do Ultima Thule, like, as a midweek thing, it's gonna, like, my next week is already very stacked. There's a lot of things I gotta do as part of the next week, and I'm just like, I don't know what time to do also a midweek one on top of all that. I have a lot of plans. I don't see my IO anywhere, which seems impossible considering how big she is. Which one's an IO? How odd. It's usually where it spends the greater parts of its days. Don't tell me it jumped off the island. Yeah, she never strays far from the spot. Perhaps scent of unfamiliar visitors has made her wary. That's what I'm trying to find her. Her being a shaggy, four-legged beast with rather majestic horns. It's not the most narrowing down of descriptions. I love how there's so many, like, fake boss models that are just here. It's so cool. Hi, Myra. Coming out, girl. No one's gonna harm you. I can fly. I can switch between everything. Alchaos! Albeit rarely, a creation will sometimes display unexpected behaviors. Exactly why we conduct thorough evaluations here in Elpis before setting them loose upon the world. It is cool that, like... That? That's the IO. Have we seen that before? The back of it looks familiar. The front of it doesn't. Where's that thing normally? Or is this one that gets wholly rejected outright because what the fuck? But I can't imagine if it got, like, I can't imagine they'd bother putting it into this quest unless it was like a reused model. Can't imagine them making a unique model for the, like a quest like this. No, can't find Cleon, so I'm giving up. Ayo! You find a shaggy four-legged beast and the horns really are rather majestic. It's supposed to be the IO. Like that's why I'm looking at this, I'm just like, I don't know if this one gets approval because I don't recognize it. There she is, the naughty thing. Nicely tracked, Manifest. I don't know any, but I think this is fucking blasphemy. Final days have already come to Elpis, shit. Hello, my lovely. Come to Myra now. Just grumbling at us? Oh, would you look at that? I think she's taking a liking to you, Manifest. I see the clan has a liking for stout and stocky designs. Yes, the heftier the better! Io is one of my favorites. Round and robust and bristling with spiky protrusions. A truly powerful beast. Oh, okay, I'm looking at part of Gyuki's. Part of this is Gyuki. The fucking... the walrus things in the Ruby Sea. Well, I'm thinking of like the dorsal fin that goes along the top and just like the body shape of like I mean, there's other things that also have this body shape, but like part of this is just like the big four-legged beast where the front of it's really big. But there's a couple of things like that. But I think it's also partially Yuki with the dorsal fin. I envisioned her dominating any habitat she entered. What do you think? She's certainly an imposing specimen. But what use is it? Its physical strength is rarely apparent, yes, but more than muscles need to dominate a territory. Courageous field of vision is obscured by that massive, wiry hair and curling horns, but I don't think effective use of its natural weaponry. In the wild, being unable to hunt and catch prey is a consistent manner culminates in a slow death by starvation. It's a recommendation that you redesign the IO as a grass grazer, and resubmit the concept as a candidate for livestock. Livestock? Bros and ideas, guys. It's like, nah, this would be great, bro. Look how many horns it has. It'd be so badass. Unsurprisingly, the IO here is susceptible to nutrient deficiencies, and we must administer regular ethereal supplements. This video gained its trust. Would you mind doing the honors? You didn't convince it to eat anything. Simply splash the creature with this solution. About to say, I needed to be fed before, so like me just like feeding it my own aether is probably not a wise idea. Kids outside. Must enter into livestock and say release into the world, then this is what I must do. Such a good-natured creature. Which is a large part of the problem, I'm afraid. Some mental aether is absolutely essential for such a poor hunter. We want the eye to collapse now, would we? Where is it? Are its eyes somewhere in there? Its eyes are meant to be somewhere in there. So the thing is that the dude clearly likes just big cuddly creatures. So I feel like the idea is that we're going to, instead of trying to make like these predators, we're just gonna make something that's just like a nice, fun, happy. This dude's gonna invent capybaras. That's what it is. The guy just wants big, cuddly, soft creatures that are just chill with their environment and just hang out with their friends. The end result of this questline is Cleon inventing the capybara. I think the supplement is absorbed into that. Yes, buddy. Thank you for attending to my creation, Manifest. I would likely thrive as a livestock animal, but I do ideally want her to become an apex predator. There is still hope! I have an eye for these things. Could you have any more of your insightful suggestions? Let it see. You know, but Williams observes subjects with the evaluation held by Bureau Architects. And should be proud of his work. I don't see the IO warm to you so readily. So I so timid around the observers. It's calm and content in your presence. Unleash the beast. Cleon once more fixes you with an expectant gaze. Please manifest, I have need of your worldly experience. My Io, my darling, hulking Io. She's meant for more than grazing in the fields. Will you look her over and tell me what must be done? How can I transform her from potential livestock to apex predator? Initial design has flaws, but its passion for improvement is to be commended. Let it see. Let it have horns that are designed for offense. And most importantly, does it need a dorsal fin? Ooh, we have a list. I appreciate you putting Dragon Song's reprise on here. I appreciate you putting Dragon Song's reprise on here. So everyone, when we do 6.1, we're gonna do some MSQ and some Alliance raids. We're gonna do the combined role quest thing. And then casually on the next stream after that, we're gonna clear Dragon Song's reprise. Like, I know why you include it on there, because you're including everything. But it is just like... I just like the idea of here's our schedule. MSQ 1 week, do the Alliance raid next week, clear and Ultimate the next week. And then after that, we'll do some Hildebrand. Just like the visual of that. Very funny. Was Island Sanctuary not in point 1? Why do they keep doing this? No, I really thought Island Sanctuary was point 1. No, it's the PvP, because I was about to say, I remember people like gathering somewhere. No, I'm thinking of PvP. The PvP changes were in point 1. But I feel like they keep doing this. Isn't the similar thing happened in Dawn Trail? There's no Island Sanctuary in point 1 in Endwalker, and isn't the crafting thing that's meant to be, like, similar to Ishgard and Island stuff, wasn't that also a point 2 thing in Dawntrail? Same with, like, the Relic, which is, like, meant to be a new Bosnia / Eureka. Wasn't that also point 2? Why do they wait till point 2 for these things? Why are the long-term grinds that are meant to be, like, here's the bulk of, like, a major new thing? Here's this giant new long-term grind to work towards. Why do they always wait until point 2? Why is that stuff not in point 1? So you can work on it for, like, most of the post, like, expansion experience. What? Like, because point 2 is 8 months. Point 2, like, and especially if it's especially if you add the 5 onto it. Especially if it's part of 0.25, that's like an average of like 9 to 10 months after the expansion. Why wait that long to like start the big major things? I mean, there's a decent amount in 6.1 here. Reading this, it's MSQ and Alliance, right? That's the standard stuff. Master Role Quest, which is just like a conclusion thing, so it's nothing big, but that's point 1. Point 1 is going, like, I expect most point 1s are just going to, like, point, like, X0. I imagine most X0s are just, like, MSQ and Alliance raid. That is a lot of stuff. And, like, working on the new raids here is, like, obviously a new gearing thing. Point 1 only being an ultimate, it should be, I wish it was more than that, but an ultimate's a big deal. So I understand that getting its own thing. And then after that, like, Hildebrand Society Custom Delivery, Yellow 1 and 2. Like, across the entire, like, unless you're a raider, across the entire 6.1 series of patches, you have, like, 2 daily / weekly things to unlock. Like, 4 quest lines that are, do this quest that'll take, like, an hour or 2. And then MSQ and Alliance. You're not a raider. Go away. And also Enzing Stream. Yeah, it is also Enzing. We're getting more Eureka 3 and Ishgard 2 and 7.31, AK and 2 Ace. I'm just gonna... Because it seems to be Endwalker has done a similar thing to Dawntrail here. Of... If you're not a raider, there's very little post-game for you to do until point 2. From my understanding, Dawntrail's very similar. From my understanding, Dawntrail's done a very similar thing where its point 1 was an ultimate. I think the Chaotic was also point 1 there. And from what I heard from people, it's also like a custom delivery and a society. And like the conclusion for all quests again. Why is that what comes out in point 1? Why does the giant major grind? Why does giant major endgame content not start in point 1? Even if it was like 1.5. Even if it was 1.5, that would be okay. 1.5 is an average of like 6 months after the expansion, which like is a decent amount of time, but like don't rush the base expansion, and also there is like post-expansion stuff to do and like multiple extremes for you to do, at the very least. And also a raid and a normal raid and an alliance raid tier by then. But just waiting until point 2 just seems way too long. It seems way too long for all that major stuff to start. And it seems to be that Dawntrail has done the exact same thing as Endwalker in that regard. Because like starting all of those big things very soon after the expansions, what I've been doing. We started Eureka, like the first stream that we did after going through Stormblood. We started Bosnia as early as we could. We started, like, we did the first thing of Bosnia. We didn't get the zones, but you could at least, like, work on getting the first step of everything. We did that very early after beating Shadowbringers. It was second or third stream after we beat Shadowbringers. Even, like, doing the freaking Heavenswood and Relics. I think we did that relatively soon after beating Heavenswood. I wouldn't be surprised if there are, like, developer cooldown stuff related to, especially as 0.1 stories tend to be smaller. So I would say the solution is maybe if the big content doesn't start there, put a prologue to it. Because Bosnia had that. Bosnia had an introduction to it where you could like you got a bit of story, you got a little bit of like the setup, and you could work on the first stage of the relic by like tome farming. So it's not as big of like releasing the Bosnian Southern Front. But Bosnia had like at least a little introduction. If you can't put in the full thing in point 1 because it's too soon after the base expansion, maybe at least that. Or maybe wild guess here. Maybe wild guess here. Maybe the resources shouldn't be devoted to putting in an ultimate immediately after an expansion launch, and should be instead designed to cater towards more people than that. Wild guess. Wild guess. Though when it comes to like battle design teams, I have no idea how many battle design teams they have and how many different things they do. Because I know battle design is something that takes a very, 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 very long time in this game. They like any time that I've seen them people talk about it, it's just like battle design is stuff that they work on like months and months and months in advance. Like when people start talking about like things that they want from battle content, it is always one of the longest things before you start seeing that being addressed in game, because it's the stuff that is some of the stuff that is made the most in advance. But like I don't like for the people who made the battle content in Bosnia, do any of those people work on the ultimates that came out during well, the one ultimate I think that came out during Shadowbringers? Like, do they go from one and then start working on the other? Do they work on like both of them at the same time? Is it completely different people because Ultimates is so much its own beast in terms of what it's going to be designed for? I don't know. Clint is very protective of his children, isn't he? Very curious to hear the results of your assessment. Again, it's one of those things where it's like point 1, which is like so soon after, like soon enough after the expansion, but also like long enough that anything that waits till point 2 is over half a year away after the base expansion launches. And there's just very little stuff to keep like casual or mid-tier people like in like doing things. And I feel like that's a bit, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not complaining about like, I'm not the person who's being like Dawn Trail dead, no content. From the way that it's been described to me, Dawn Trail actively has more content than any prior expansion. From what people have said, and like in terms of what's planned for the future of Dawn Trail, in terms of what's going to come out in it, Dawn Trail is straight up like, if people say it has less content than other expansions, they're actively lying. It straight up does have more than any other expansion. From my understanding, that's been the case. I question the priority and the release ordering. But I can also partially understand wanting to save a lot of big content things for later. I can understand wanting to save like something like Zadnor, right? I'm pretty sure Zadnor was like 5.55, right? Yeah, it is, because Diablo Armament's like the last Shadowbringers card added. So something like, I understand, like, you want to also save some of the big things for the very end, because that is going to be the longest gap that you have between patches. There is no longer gap between updates than 0.55 and the next expansion launching. So something like Zadnor came out in 5.55 to just be like, hey, the game's not getting updated for a while. Here's the entire final stage of the relic, new zone, the grinds to do to finish the relics here, and also the new duty to do for it. There's all of that, and also like the post-game grind of like the post grind of that, just like working on metal or working on the duels or anything like that. I can understand why that, like, you want to have a big thing for the end, but also just having having so little like stuff that isn't raiding for like 4, 6, 8 months after the release of an expansion does seem not great. Upon closer expansion, you can't shake the feeling that you've fought similar beasts before. I can't, like, things that are similar, but nothing that's exactly this, I can't think of. Such magnificent horns rendered all but useless by the creature's poor field of vision. I think the idea is that it's meant to be chimerical in a way. The island's monstrous skulls seem capable of tearing a man limb from limb. Even the eyes limited vision, one swing of its muscular tail would be enough to shatter bones. But for true dominance, the beast would need something more, something overwhelming. Let's see here. How can we enhance the deadliness of my creation? Oh, yeah. This is this is a behemoth prototype. Yeah. Turn the horn. Yeah, the body shape is behemoth. Just scale back on the horns. Cut back on the horns in the hair and let her bring those fangs and claws into play. Or an apex predator should wield apex magic, something like Meteor, for example. This is just like, give it some magic on top of what it already does. A very friendly and happy creature, right? Where this is like a practical change. Behemoth doesn't attack you with its horns. Like, Behemoth's autos and Behemoth's other attacks are usually not very horn-based. It has giant slashes. Cut back on the horns and the hair and let her bring those fangs and claws into play. Can I say this so I don't have to deal with the Ecliptic Meteor in the future? I'm gonna say that so I don't have to deal with the Ecliptic Meteor in the future. Yeah, susceptibly simple but devastating effective. I can already picture it. Archaea Smyra, we permit me to implement some new ideas. I know it's given me much to think about. Strictly speaking, a significant adjustment should be authorized by the Bureau of the Architect. Let me allow some temporary modifications for the purposes of experimentation. That sounds more than fair, thank you. If you can spare a few moments, I shall take my creation return with a new and improved IO. So can you just do creation magics on something that, like, on a creature like this that already exists? So, like, the same creature stays there, but you just do creation magics to it, and it just changes its form and function? Like, without turning it, like, without, like, its life ending and a new life being, like, created? Can creation magics work that way? Basically, what I'm trying to say is that if you're an Unsunded and you're trans, can you just click your fingers and then suddenly, boom, it's done? Does that work? Because I would assume, I mean, if Emmet can increase our size. You make me wonder, Manifest. Are you truly a familiar? Your thoughts, your behaviors, they resemble ours far too closely. After living for years on end, our creativity tends to stagnate, I feel. Your revelations come as a welcome breath of fresh air. And you can do whatever you want with your body. Transgender. Venar minor for sex. They can snap their fingers and switch out which one of them has a dick. Minifus and all of her understanding of gender and not being sure what it is. Venar can just change her body constantly and just have experiments of different possibilities. Emma just taking a random person, turning them into his Ratman body. Clear's been gone for more than a few moments. How extensive could these changes of his possibly be? I've woken up more. Ranting about Dawn Trail bad has apparently woken me up, and also flying my dog. It's done! Yeah, it's Behemoth. Yeah, the tail's more impressive, way more muscular. Yeah, it's Behemoth. And it still has the hair. It's just, you know, on the top of its body. Of course, and like enough to dominate anything that it goes into. Of course, yeah. Cleon, you... Emmett, well, to be fair, Emmett didn't clone the bodies. Varus did. But he was able to just put himself into any of them because he said it was easier to put himself into it. He did, because Emmett did say that he could transform any body that he took over to look like Solus, but it was easier to just take a Solus clone instead. That is true. Note to self. Vanar and or Minor Fist can change their bodies when they get freaky. Keep this in mind. Yeah, he just got a body while on the first and turned it into Solus. Varus scared the clones under Emmett's behest. True. Well, you've certainly been busy, haven't you? My advice began the process, and then it became difficult to stop. After bringing back the horns in area, I reinforced the talons, and then moved on to arcane ability. She can now cast Meteor as well as Charybdis. Surely now my Io stands at the pinnacle of predators. You've created a fucking menace. In the long distant future, people who play Monster Hunter are going to be so mad when they have to fight the extreme version of this thing. Still to this day, it's one of the hardest fucking fights in Monster Hunter. I think, like, from my understanding of, like, it's basically only Fatalis and Iceborne that's harder than it. I mean, I did fucking, Elatrion. I did Elatrion solo, and that was definitely hard, but it wasn't as hard as fucking Extremith was. Extremith was a... To be fair, if you're talking about soloing, Extremith may still have been harder than fucking Fatalis. But that is, like, because, you know, Extremith was a raid fight. Trying to manage mechanics while also you have enmity is probably going to be a lot harder. It is so funny how much, like, Monster Hunter, like, has permanently changed as a series because of Behemoth. There's so many mechanics that Behemoth has introduced that are now just, like, seen multiple times since. It's like, oh, the enmity thing? Yeah, we've got Safi Jiva, we've got Jindahad, they've now got that. I mean, to be fair, Ecliptic Meteor, Safi Jiva, and Jindahad also have things that are very similar to that. But, like, Aerial Denial, stuff like Charybdis, you see, like, other things have, like... It is amazing how much the Monster Hunter team got Behemoth, made it, fucking perfected that shit, and now it has permanently changed Monster Hunter. Of just being like, actually putting raid mechanics in Monster Hunter is really fun. And now you just see it on normal ass fucking creatures, and it's like, Jesus. And it all starts with this bastard. Well, my time is over. I've seen many here creation, but this concept ranks in the highest echelons. The strength inherent in your Io is more than sufficient to ensure its domination. Okay, so I understand the point of this creature, right? The whole point of this creature is that it dominates any area that it goes to. It becomes the most powerful thing and dominates the local landscape with its strength. Why do we want that? Like, from their perspective. Why do we... How does this help with the start? Like, I understand that, like, creating a bunch of peaceful creatures that just happily get along is, like, that will mean that, like, food is an issue for everything. I understand that what they're trying to do is, like, continue, like, the circle of life and all that. I understand that's what they're trying to do here. And, like, that's their goal. But why this level of Apex Predator? Like, why... Surely Behemoth as an Apex Predator is too far. Like, generally Apex Predators in an area don't just kill everything there. Generally Apex Predators are, like, nerfed in some capacity in terms of, like, they don't need to kill a million things. I think they really had a concept of being, like, too far or being chill. How does putting Behemoth into any environment help that environment foster? Not, like, flourish. Wonderful! And I shall submit my refinements to the Bureau at once. Then perhaps this new incarnation requires a new name. We had giant buff. To be fair, they did, like, Hitler's whole thing was just like everyone kept submitting sharks, and I got really sick of sharks. But then everyone was so hyped about the sharks that I gave in because sharks are cool. We may need someone other than Hitler to run the bureau. Emma had cubes and armor on the ancients' idea of fun, which is different. Back in the days of paradise, everyone loved getting attacked by the cubies on the way home from work. And I know just the familiar to bestow it. Manifest, have you a fitting title for this glorious creature? Behemoth seems apt, or Queen Behemoth? Queen Behemoth? Is that a joke because it's King Behemoth in Labyrinth of the Ancients? Is that the joke? Bunny. The thing that you fight in Labyrinth of the Ancients, I think it's called King Behemoth? Behemoth seems apt. Manifest canonically. Warrior of Light canonically gave the name to Behemoth. I mean, I imagine the name was come up with again at some point in the future. I don't, because, like, obviously none of the names that are here are what we call them now, because, you know, post-sundering language probably didn't exist as much. Like, we don't go around calling Spriggans a Reyes. So we call it Behemoth here, that name gets lost, and then gets reinvented at some point. Perfect! So it shall be known, at least for now. I'll say this will be the official registration. I believe there is a Queen Behemoth. Because I'm thinking of, like, the two behemoths I can think of are Labyrinth of the Ancients and Curtha Central. And I swear one of them is just Behemoth and the other one's King Behemoth. But I could be wrong. And now the time has come for me to return to Amrot. Kaiser Behemoth and Curthus. Sorry, Kaiser. Okay, there's another one. And now the time has come for me to return to Amrot. I decided that my creation will be more of a companion, a pet, if you will, suitable for the amusement of children and very clever familiars. Oh, you're gonna create Poogie Behemoth. It's gonna be Poogie Behemoth. Behemoth Queen BVP armor at least. Okay. Thank you all again for this most productive visit. I hope I might impose upon you again soon. We always enjoy hosting visitors with such enthusiasm for their work. Yes, and we very much look forward to observing your future concepts. Oh, there's going to be the combined one of Anagnorisis and this. I said finish Elpis, and then it's taken a long time because I've been ranting about bullshit. Bullshit that I'm not even up to. Dawn Trail bad, and I'm not even playing it. I'm so excited to get to Dawn Trail and love it. Like, I don't even have to go. I don't even have to like approach it just being like, I'm going to try and love Dawn Trail because everyone hates it. It's just like, you've seen me with this game. There's not a single expansion I've played yet that I don't love. Even ARR, I still love ARR. Obviously, like, comparative to other expansions, I don't love ARR as much as any other expansions. But, like, fuck you, go back and watch my ARR playthrough. I still came away loving that. I still came away loving the experience of it. But I'm very excited to get to Dawn Trail and love that experience and just be like, people who are haters are weird. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to get to Dawn Trail and for it to be, like, top 3 expansions for me. I'm so excited. Well, brother Manifest, shall we head back to play tonight, Nikos? So excited. I am so fucking pumped. Speaking of pumped, I have woken up a little bit more. Once we start getting cutscenes with camera angles and I can fly dogs and shit, I start waking up a little bit more during all of these. Wait, that's not a dog. That's not a dog. That's a dog. Again, I get hit with giant con. I get hit with tired spells. It's just like, it is very much just, I've been having that a lot recently in terms of tired spells, which ironically, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, someone's creating cats. Someone's creating cats. Do you give her a reward? Deku, is that? I have a funny feeling Deku might say that's one of the yellows that we should do here. Bunch of cats, another thing that's unguided. You did well, Manifest. I've been having issues with tired spells all throughout this week. Being able to, like, with having to stay back at work so much this week. Like, specifically between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. is when I just get fucking wiped out and I'm like at work struggling to stay awake. Which, to be fair, right now it's 3:47 p.m. So wind back the time a little bit, and we're roughly at the point where I usually hit my crash point in the middle of the day anyways. So we're passing that threshold at the moment. Clearly the solution is to scull another energy drink. What a wonderful help you were there, Visitor Manifest. Even if you're familiar with Asum, can Can help but be impressed by your intelligence and unique sense of creativity. I wholeheartedly agree. Your intervention salvaged some promising but unfortunately flawed creations. You have our gratitude for providing us with such a fascinating experience. Ah, Gus, must you always be so formal? Although he has trouble expressing it, I assure you my brother is absolutely giddy with joy. How do they have kids? Do they creation no, I was gonna say because the whole idea of a creation magic having a soul is unusual. So they still make kids the normal fun way, right? I assume they still I assume they both like I assume it's not both parents click at the same time. So I imagine they make it the normal fun way still, right? For kids. It would even work for the queers. You could have Metron and Logrif. Presumably they still have the sexes. I'd assume so. But it's also just like because of the creation magic works, Metron and Logrif can be a pair of lesbians. But then they can still like have biological kids because one of them just like points at this area and just like clicks to change things. So then they can have biological kids, and then after they're pregnant, they just like click and undo it. And then they go back. Perfect solution. Perfect solution. There we go. Well, I'm sure your duties as a family keep you occupied. We'd very much welcome another chance to share your company. It's gonna be the combined quest. It's gonna be the combined quest with that process and the company. See, I'm awake enough that I remember the names. Oh my god, Myra has a quest for me. Oh my god, Carmion's there. Grabbing an energy drink. I'm gonna finish Ultimate Thought today. I'm perking up now. I'm waking up. I'm gonna finish Ultimate. I don't know if I have time during the week to do a 14 thing midweek before like next week is the issue. Ow! Ow. Oh no. A problem has occurred with my journey to the fridge. Are you able to tell what that problem is? That's right. I hurt my foot. I was planning on showering when I got home from the concert last night. I got home too late to do that. Well, ironically, I got home and I was like, I can shower, but that will make me go to sleep later. Or I can wake up, or I can go to sleep now, wake up early enough in the morning that I can shower before stream. Because I didn't want to risk not sleeping enough and being too tired. Ironically, I didn't shower, went to sleep, slept like shit, woke up too late to have a shower before stream, and then I'm still tired for the stream. And the worst of everything has come together. Methods of mourning. Oh, some of the creations are going to be rejected. Well, no, because we know they both exist, but there might be a different one. Or someone else is dead. No, it's going to be the fucking Anagnosis dude. Alka-Seltzer or whatever his name was. Combining Alkaos' and Salkos' name. Alka-Seltzer. Myra and her brother Alkaos look set to leave on an errand of some kind. By the way, I'm back to my citrus lemonade. Which is still confusing because lemon is citrus. But this is still one of the best drinks on the planet. this thing fucks and sucks me dry. Tell me, Manifest, have you seen much of Anagnosis? I've been on a whole tour. Oh, so you may never see a Socles then. Socles, not Socles. Socles then. He sent my brother a request for aid, and we're just on our way to render our assistance. You're all going to come along, if you like. You may be interested to witness the duty which lies there. Come along, we mustn't keep the overseer waiting. Better than ice cold green tea. I do like green tea. I think it's mainly like for purpose. This is one of the best drinks. It's called V Refresh. If you want a drink that is refreshing, I'm gonna sound like an ad read when I do this. If you want a drink that is both refreshing but also energizing, try the Refresh Citrus Lemonade. It's incredibly refreshing as it goes down, and it might make it so you don't fall asleep and create incredibly poor content for the viewers of your stream as well. What am I looking? Oh, it's a tree. I saw from above these leaves, and I thought they were like a tail or something, and I'm like, what the fuck is animals down there? It's a tree, as it turns out. Anagnosis. Oh, everyone's here. Unicorn's back. I know I did a sheep sound for it. Horses and sheep are different animals. I've not crossed over to this island some time. Only one reason that I asked him by name. Manifest! You're acquainted with Alcos and his sister, I see. Alcos, Myra, and Manifest as well. Welcome, all of you. They're gonna piece it all together and work out that I'm not a fucking familiar. A summons from you can only mean one thing. There's been an incident? Yes, the Sharlayans went into a frenzy. More than a few of our observational projects were prematurely ended. Oh, these are the Sharlayans. These are the ones that Hermes had to put down, right? These are the. I'm pretty sure these are the exact ones, right? That Hermes had to put down and was like sad that we had to do that because they were quote unquote flawed. Pretty sure that was explicitly the Sharlayans. So in that rampage, other projects have died as well. We began the sending rites, of course, but the task is burdensome for so few. Thus, that I hope to secure your particular expertise. You wouldn't be aware of the practice, would you, Manifest? Here in Elpis, we expedite the ethereal dissipation of the seas by employing time magics. The decay of the corporeal remains is accelerated and absorbed back into the ground upon which we stand. That's what he was doing. Okay. As you may have guessed, manipulation of time is Alkios' specialty. Whenever some unexpected event results in the mass loss of creations, it is to him we turn. That we do. Nevertheless, I do regret tearing you away from your important work. We're better side to the southwest, so if you follow me, we can put this unpleasant business behind us in short order. Actual, like, events of the MSQ and the whole thing, though, like, one of the big things that made, you know, Hermes go down the path that he did. Like, actually being directly relevant to part of the story here. For the side quest there. I think it's one of the aspects of Elpis that just makes Elpis work so well, is just how all of the pieces of Elpis come together in terms of like the story and what they tell. You don't learn a ton of shit like in Elpis. A lot of the stuff that you learn in Elpis is just like more so seeing first-hand evidence of like things that result in what you already know, like seeing how Emma reacts to things, like clues you in as to how he went, like how he became who he eventually did. Seeing things that Hitler Deus acts makes you clue into like why he gave himself up to Zodiac. Obviously, Vinar like leads into Heidelin, and obviously like seeing Hermes is just like, yup, this makes sense that a different version of this guy would become Fendaniel that like starts the apocalypse again. When you research such an eclectic collection of wildlife, it's almost inevitable that some of them will meet a sudden and unanticipated demise. Occupantes. Have you ever seen I moved the bodies here away from the site of violence? It's easier this way. This is them, the Occupantes, which fell victim to the Sharlayans. They're still being evaluated, yes? Poor things, they barely had a chance to fulfill their design. Their flesh and bones will return to the land. We'll ensure that their existence was not in vain. I feel like this is kind of like something that's like, there are people, like, obviously not to the extent of Hermes. Part of Hermes' thing is just like, why is it up to us to be the ones who decide this? Like, why do we consider ourselves so important? If we like refuse to accept where we're flawed, why are we the ones who can control this? But in terms of like being sad that we have to do this, it wasn't just Hermes. But there's enough of like the societal pressure of this place to like accept that this is just the way that things are, that the Elpis blooms never change color. Seeing life taken mid-purpose can be distressing. Have you witnessed such events before, Manifest? Flashback to every expansion. A little bit. Tell me, how did you express yourself at these times? Offering the Nemea lilies. Making a grave or cairn for the deceased. Nemea lilies is the most, like, the one that makes the most sense of, like, what we usually do. We have made graves, but we so frequently put the flowers in the graves as well. I'm thinking of, like, the attack on the fucking, not the Rising Sands, the Waking Sands. I mean, we basically did both there, but, like, when the people that you grabbed, like, anytime we grab a body and it's, like, in our inventory, it's always represented by a Nemea lily. An offering of Nemea lilies, which they're not going to know what that means. Nemea lilies. A beautiful name for a flower, but not one I've heard of. I wonder if it was recently registered. You offer these lilies to the fallen. Interesting. We do have a custom of gifting flowers to those we love and admire, so I suppose this is not so different. Perhaps I can prepare some blooms to take the place of the ones you mentioned. Come with me, Manifest. You can help me gather something suitable. With Myra, I'll have some flowers for you to pick. Are you finished telling Myra? That's X-Wonder alone. Your thought process truly is amazing. Where do you encounter these notions that have never even occurred to us? Traveler. This is why Azim's the Traveler. I think it's one of my favorite details of, like, the stuff that you learn in Elpis. I think that's one of my singular favorite details of all of Elpis. The reveal that, like, Vanar, the woman who becomes Hydaelyn, is also an Azim. Like, the woman who becomes Hydaelyn, becomes the will of the star, is willing to, like, go through the pain of what it takes to exist on the star for that long, to go through the pain of, like, witnessing so much of the life on the star, go through the vicious cycle of birth, death, and rebirth that she was the one who instigated, like, it happening to that extent and everything like that, comes from someone who was the Traveler. And the whole point of the Traveler being someone who, travels the world and falls in love with it because of its, like, to try and understand it more intimately, to see the vast, like, a variety and experience of it and everything like that. Here, I've made some flowers of our own. Even those fashioned directly of Aether tend to sprout with more life and colour when you grow them in soil. Pick yourself a handful and we'll take them back to the Overseer. Very nice. Oh, they're lovely. They've got a Granite. One of my favourite flowers. They're basically Nemea lilies. they're very similar. They're very similar. White petaled bloom. Like, the picture in the inventory is literally yeah, the picture in the inventory is literally the same icon as the Nemea lilies. A beautiful and ancient predecessor to the modern lily. I'll just be fine by myself. But it's sweet of you to worry. I'll bring a few more of those Chrono. Enjoy in a little while. It's interesting that, like, well, this mount was designed with this outfit in mind. Because, like, you wear this if you go through Elpis and you're, you know, playing along nicely. And obviously Vanar wears this and you both, like, ride on the Argos dogs as you escape from Katisis and everything like that. So it's like, that's why you sit on it sideways. because they know that wearing robes on this dog is going to be very common. So they don't want you to have your legs go over it and ride it like a normal mount, because you are going to be wearing a robe for it, so it'll make it look bizarre. But then you fly along like this and the rope still clips through, and you can just see the rope clip through to the other side of the dog. This can't be helped, can't be helped. It's also like the one time that you can actually see, oh yeah, look! We actually are like wearing shoes, and you can actually see the shoes that you wear as part of this outfit. $20 for them. Myra's creations are acceptable, I trust? Cry. Called cry noise because they make you cry. Noi? My apologies, I've gone a little carried away with the flowers. Not at all, Myra. Your effort is much appreciated. I could ask if you'd be so kind. They do the same prayer action. Vessels within which life once flowed, cheated of purpose, stilled and cold, unto the land you now return, the fuel upon which new life shall burn. How frequently we get to hear flow is awesome. That was a beautiful service. And I think it brought some joy to their departed souls, much as one feels when receiving a thoughtful gift. Yes, the flowers were the perfect addition. How fortunate we are to have this knowledgeable familiar in our midst. We'll certainly commit this event to parchment while it remains fresh in our minds. A potential shift in our traditions is historical moments worth recording. Thank you again, Archives. We are grateful for your common presence. And thanks to you, Myra and Manifest, not only for attending, but also elevating the proceedings. We invented the concept of flowers for grieving. Yes, if you contributed more than enough, let's take care of the tedious administrative details. I hope to see you again soon, Manifest. Aww, but this is the end of the crossover quest, so it means that I won't see them again. Let's time we head back ourselves, dear sister. As you say. Please, Manifest, join us back in Poitonicos. But what if I went to Anagnoros first and see if the other two were there? What if? By what if I mean, it's like, I'm pretty sure we're next to Anagnoros, it's not that far away. Yeah, it's like right there. Why is the weather so consistently foggy in Elpis? They know that, like, MSQ players are gonna have a big grand reveal of like, oh my god, holy shit, the unsundered world, and it's a bunch of floating islands. Wah! They're not here. But they know that's gonna happen. They know that's like gonna happen. So why is it that foggy and cloudy weather seem to be 90% of the weather effects that Elpis has? I get the idea is like it's up in the skies, so it has naturally more of that because how clouds are created. I was trying to think of a better way of sciencing that phrase, and I couldn't. So I just said, I was like, fuck it, clouds. But still. I mean, it's one of those things where, at least for the cutscene force weather, it ruins my immersion less for the first introduction to a new area of, oh my god, it looks so cool, holy shit, to look good and then immediately the weather changes to in-game and being bad, rather than just it stays bad for the cutscene, it stays bad for the gameplay. That's a different kind of service. I think we might consider some changes. Nope, it refuses. What a fortuitous turn of events that you were present when we received the summons to Anagnorisis. As time marches on, we encounter fewer and fewer of these truly new experiences. Oh no! It's the stuff of it. Remember Rala from Dead Ends? Yet ever since you appeared, it's been one surprise after another. I suppose we expect nothing less from one of Azim's creations. Like, it's not just that Azim is known for being quirky. It's not just that Azim is known for, like, oh yeah, they run around to a lot of places. Like, Azim is straight up a convocation member. Like, they are very, like, I imagine they're held in the same regard as the other convocation members, even if their role is a little sillier. Now we have these precious new ideas and perspectives to apply to our duties moving forward. Speaking of which, we really must be returning to our work. Be well, Manifest, and thank you. May our purposes, or simply our paths, align again in the future. Oh, but I won't see him again. The end of the crossover. Oh, hell yeah. Do we want cork brown dye, acorn brown dye, or shale brown dye? I'm gonna take some, I'm gonna take some cork brown dye. Good reward for that quest. Cork brown dye. Why cork brown dye? I know, we're gonna get our mapping achievement, by the way. Not done in Elpis, we need a mapping achievement. We haven't been up to this area, and there's this whole little thing over to the side that we haven't gone to. We're gonna go back to Labyrinthos to get our mapping achievement too. Achievements are important. I surpassed 14k, by the way. I surpassed 14k in my achievements. Look at that shit. The big thing that got me over 14k is just, you know, the extremes. Getting extra achievements for extremes that I didn't earn because I was doing them unsynced for farming purposes. So I didn't get my those achievement points weren't exactly the most earned achievement points that I've gotten, but game don't care about them. Only time that the game cares that you do the raiding like properly and officially and not cheating is ultimates and blue mage for some reason. Oh yeah, you can get a savage tier clear and just like get the achievement even if it's 4 expansions old. But you want the achievement clear for doing it with blue mage? No, fuck you. Mid eye level, no echo. Fixed party. Fuck you, it's the only way to do it. Hey, Narathons. Sorry, Canthers. Hell yeah. And there's Leaf. Yeah, and another reason of why I need to be a big famous YouTuber / streamer. How will I ever get Blue Mage raid achievements? Yum cax. How will I ever get Blue Mage raiding achievements without convincing people on stream to do it? Because there's no way I'm going to be able to convince people who actually play the game in Party Finder to be like, hey, do you want to go and beat, like, A8N? Oh, sorry, A8S. But fucking with all blue mages? That's not gonna happen. Mapping the Realm Elpis. There we go. The Chthonic Horns. Another building. With no one in it, but a big device of whatever that device is. Okay, I see picnic baskets. Don't see any other purposes. Okay, that just exists. That just exists. But there's Elpis explored. Gotta go back to Labyrinthos. Gotta go back to Labyrinthos. Archeon, we didn't finish exploring. Jeepo's Island, I guess. I guess. And that's why I guess that's why they got the picnic table set up for you. Jeepo's Island. Oh, okay, we're back out of Elpis. So I'm gonna go back to our explorer glam. There we go. There we go. See, again, as I've mentioned, the main Gunbreaker glam that I have, you've not seen the last of it, but I just have a plan for it. Yo! Yo! Jesus. Shit. Hey, I'm having the wrong labyrinthos. You're level 90 and you're hostile. You will actually attack me even being 100. Hatching canal. What else is this? This is the water section now. Weren't we like shooting birds here with Aaronville? How did I not explore that? How did that not get marked off? Sorry, excuse me, video game. I was admiring the tits and the ass of this plant. How am I meant to admire the tits and ass of this plant if you're going to attack me? Look! The plant has titties. The plant has titties. And look. The plant got a booty. The main question is there a pussy between that? Don't look at me. Oh. We're just in modern Elpis. There's people researching. Here's the little creatures they're looking at. Here's all the weirdly dangerous shit that can kill you. Labyrinthos is just modern Elpis. I mean, that comparison is not subtle. The idea that Labyrinthos is basically modern Elpis, but also, as this Lara is a more fucked up modern Elpis, again. It's not subtle, exactly. Anyways, the locks? I think we're going to the locks. Before we go to Ultima Thule, I think we're going to the locks. Somewhere near the thing should be our thing to get our whip. Where are you? The Dragon Maid! There we go. There we go. I have another... Oh, it's the wolf. Haven't these been wandering minstrels before? I thought the last two were both the Wandering Minstrel. Why is this one the War Machina Fanatic? The Dragon Maid, the War Machina Fanatic, appears to burn with unsatisfied curiosity. Such beauty, such power, a true masterpiece in motion. Hi. Oh, greetings, Manifest. We weren't expecting. Well, seeing as you are here now, I take advantage of my good fortune. It flew right above me several days ago, you see. I haven't stopped thinking about it since. It being a shiny black dragon. Not one of those Dravanian beasts, you understand. I'm fairly certain, at least 95%, that it wasn't the problem Bahamut. Well, you asked, then what was it? That's exactly what I'd like to find out. I do have a working video, of course, so I didn't view for a few moments, but I definitely saw flame shooting out from behind it when the dragon accelerated. Valstrax, which is obviously some method of propulsion where an ignited fuel source was directed through an exhaust system to provide additional thrust, thereby definitely Valstrax. Which was on the first, but they can't put the Mecha Dragon on the first. Fair. Oh, was I babbling again? I didn't make a habit of it. Anyway, my point is that this was no living, breathing creature. I witnessed a mechanical creation, a worm machina, if you will. I just had to know more. In my mind screamed, what in Sid's spare pants drawer is that? My hand moved on pure instinct, grabbing a signal emitter and hurling at the thing's gleaming underbelly. Must have lodged in between its scales or something because my instruments show a reading of the northwest of here. At an extremely high altitude. Are you saying that's on Ass's law? That's the Labyrinthia spine. It's like above us. Exactly! It's not the possibility. Unless you're aware of some other floating fortress in the Sea of Clouds. Please manifest. Next time your travels take you there, consider a personal favor. You can just track down that mechanical marvel. Just so incredibly well made. Alright. Come. As this law awaits. Can't wait for it to be the Delta Quadrant. I have to spend 3 to 5 business fucking days to actually travel there from the goddamn Aetherite. Oh, thank fucking God. Oh, thank fucking God. The game has decided to not be a total dick about it. Holy shit. Holy shit. You know how long it's been since I've gone to Az's Law, and the thing I have to go to is this close? I can tell you. Never! It's never been this fucking close. Oh, they went dick. Ah, it's a nice circle platform. We can put all our quibbers to, like, display them all as we wait for it. Pretty sure I happened the last two. that we got. I haven't gotten the lander birds yet. I gotta work on that farm. And then at some point I gotta do Endwalker ones, but I can't unsync those as easily. And then Dawn Trail I can do on content if I get there fast enough. Now that I think about it, I have no idea what the extreme mounts are for either Endwalker or Dawn Trail. I have no idea what they are. I don't think there've been things that you can get in any of the Bog Tomes yet. Well, obviously the Dawn Trail ones because they're current. But I don't think I've seen any of the Endwalker ones either. There he is! The Wandering Minstrel showed up afterwards. And no one's more to our paths cross, O Tamer of Legends. Are you perchance in the midst of some great adventure? There he is! He didn't give us the quest, but he showed up for it. He followed us. And you heard this from an ironworks engineer? But how miraculous. Fellow traveler showed me the legend of a mechanical dragon, strikingly similar to what which you described, and the tale before led me here. Its name, as I am told, is the Landerwaf. It wafts landers. Or does it Lander wafts? Sure. An exquisite artifice of our ancient alloy has roamed the skies for years uncounted, searching for a master worthy of its onyx wings. According to law is written, Landerwaf will not submit to any but she commands a multitude of whippers. Alas, I can lay claim to no such authority, but mayhap you can. How did he get up here? Really good mana cutter. He's like the best mana cutter pilot you've ever seen. I got 7 Whippers. You have 7 such entities at your beck and call? I get pen and epic ballad based on that feat alone. Yes. I must yield unto you the flutes which the traveler yielded unto me. I love that, like, hey, by the way, get all of your achievement, like, get all of your, like, raid mounts from all of the trial fights. So you can get access to, a fancy one for getting all of them. This is one of the things I legitimately love about 14. Even in a moment like that of, you got all of the fancy achievement mounts, like, for all the trials, now you can get one that is a reward for getting all of them. It still has story and it still has lore. They just, like, there's always got to be something. I love it. Really lucky for us, given half of these need to visit a different dimension. I mean, how the fuck is the one for Endwalker gonna work? We had to fly to the edge of existence and defeat the concept of despair manifest. And also, the 2 wills of the star, plus whatever other trials we have to do. Those 3 alone should be enough. I must yield unto you the flutes, which traveler yielded unto me. Worthy master deployed his fated instrument and said to emit a shrill mechanical tone, and summons a Landerwaf, and his army was to deny. So the diamond weapon man to complete the set. My last one was emerald. I also don't know how many of my Gwibbers came from fucking Bog Tomes though. I think quite a few of my Gwibbers did come from Bog Tomes. I had to do emeralds. I had to do Warrior of Light. I had to do diamond. I did those ones recently. I'm trying to remember if I did any of the others, and I can't remember. At least those. Take yourself down to the heart of Azizlar and make that flute sing. No! Don't let me do it here! God damn it. Since the flagships were... Oh, god damn it. I was praising you for not making me fly across all of Azizlar like a couple of seconds ago. Arr! I was just praising you like I should, but now it turns out that I shouldn't have. God damn it. Asshole! Damn you, Yoshi P! P stands for please don't make me fly across all of Azizlar! I'm getting out the diamond one. I'm getting out the diamond one to flex in front of, look at this thing! Look at this fucking thing! Jesus Christ! Let me check. Do I have a thing after this that could be... No, because then it just goes to Midgard Solmar and then Regalia's Torval's. No. Yeah, so I don't think it's ever. I don't think any of the Endwalker ones have ever been available in what's it called? Tomes then, because all of the like every extreme mount's next to each other. It goes horses, then birds, then wolves, and then whips. And we're getting multiple mid cards. Land the wolf flew. It wolfs Landers. My brain's about to explode. I can do Ultima Full, don't worry about it. I totally want full sleep. Yeah! Them are all on display, hell yeah. Hell yeah. One day we'll get one of these on content. One of these days we'll get these on content. Can we do that for Dawn Trail before 8.0 comes out? Which I'm calling either Starbound or Earth Song. Depending on whether... Yo! Oh, it's the Zoids looking motherfucker! It's the Zoids looking motherfucker! I've seen this! Yeah! Yeah! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It is Valstrax. Pretty knew they're giving out good business. So once they put someone free trials and Endwalker Extremes are gonna be a bit to show up. Yes, but can I grind this? Will there be unsync grind parties for those? The big one's Dawn Trail, because like I should be caught up on Dawn Trail like a decent amount of time before 8.0 comes out. Like if the because also, oh by the way, since the last stream, I think FanFest dates have been announced. Japan FanFest is something like November 2026, which Yoshi P then also said in the thing addressing mods. Just like, you're not gonna have to wait that long after that. People saw that FanFest was like November, and it's just like, oh my god, we're not getting 8.0 until like June next year, and it's just like, no, this one's just booked a little later than usual. It doesn't mean that like X amount of time after the FanFest is when the expansion has to come out. I don't think they base the release of the expansion on when FanFest can be. I think they see the release of the expansion and try their best to do FanFest before they add a good time. I don't think they're gonna go, well, we can't release 8.0 like earlier because FanFest is then. I don't think they do that. But like earliest FanFest will be end of 2026. We should be caught up with Dawn Trail by then, so I can start working on extremes for that and see if I can get that one on content. I mean, at this point, we don't even know what the final one's gonna be because that won't come out until 7.5. Obviously, people know what the extreme mounts are now, which I don't, but... I've seen PS for farm bodies, but I haven't actually joined any, because I was still doing DTMSU and gearing up and stuff. Yeah, like, I can unsync the Shadowbringers ones, and they're pretty comfy to do that. Unsyncing Endwalker is going to be a bit harder, because I'm not quite... I have a decent amount of Dawn Trail gear, but there's not all, like, only a couple of my jobs are in full Dawn Trail gear at this point. And even then, they're not, like, on content. It's like, at best, I have Katsali, which is like the second best tome gear right now, which means there'll be a couple of gear sets that are better than it in terms of like obviously the next tome gear and possibly some of the raid gear. Not counting Savage stuff. Not counting Savage stuff. A truly mesmerizing plateau. Down through the endless halls of history has Landoa flown, hunting from horizon to horizon for a single soul full of bright promise. Why do you keep following? Like, do you not know how dangerous... Well, we're going to a rocket dragon. Surely you could have waited for me to, like, bring this back. What if, like, as I was here, you were flying up on the mana cutter and it flew in then and, like, the wind went, you go, ah! Just be patient. We're really high up in the sky, Yoshi B. And now has this unrivaled creation at long last found its master. It is under your steady hand that it is chosen to serve. Here in this place of 9 shining lights come together across boundaries unimaginable. As if some great will commanded your convergence. Yes, boundaries unimaginable. It's literally the source and the first command for a lot of these things. The Drake of darkened steel, countless centuries endured. A meeting long desired, yet its certainty obscured. Beyond the veil of time and space, a champion awaited. This brilliant soul illumes the night, a guiding to bonding fated. Forgive me, sometimes I stumbles over my lips unbidden whenever I'm in your presence. I shall call this new composition the Shadow Maker and the Dragon Maid. Dragon Maid, isn't that thing where like isn't the Dragon Maid like people keep saying it's Yuri or it should turn Yuri? Truly, no matter how many words I sing, they can never encompass the enormity of your accomplishments. Not content with taming a legendary auspice, you go on to march of this ancient wonder. Does this dialogue change if you've done the previous one? Did I miss out on dialogues I didn't do the bird? Or did it just say the bird in a way and it just assumes you've done it? I guess if you go to freaking Unending Journey, it'll tell you. Reflects quest progression or not? The bringer of the shadow. Dragon. A tremble anticipation of stories you shall create together. May your fantastical steed bear you towards new and ever greater adventure. Robot Dragon. And worry not for your engineer friend, I shall personally and lyrically inform him of the spectacle which took place here. Now you don't have to go back to the locks to finish the quest. Yay! Robot Dragon. Robot Dragon. Go to the locks to finish the quest. There we go. Land over flute. Pretty sure they all have different dialogues. Some of your previous ones you've done. Yeah, I missed Lana dialogues. I didn't do that one in order. I gotta go back and get the Lanas. It's the last one I gotta do that is and like the current expansion that I'm on. Appearing to operate by way of an elaborate mechanism, Serious Flute shall emit a shrill sound that summons forth Landorf, mechanical dragon of legend. You also get titles for these, don't you? When you actually like use the thing. There it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this also comes with, yeah, Speed Demon. Yeah, because then we had QB too. Yeah, they come with titles now when you get it. Landorf! It wafts thunders! Armed literally to the wings. Oh, this is a two-seater. That's a big deal. This is a... No wonder Gwib parties are so fucking frequent. No wonder I see Gwib parties all the time. Because this is one of the ways to get a free two-seater. Gwib farming parties are very common in PF, I've noticed. Way more than, Karmweek farm parties. Yeah, because, yeah, especially now that you can unsync it so easily. Yeah, this is a multi-seat one. I mean, you do the event for Regalia, you just have a permanent 4-seater one. But you have to be... That one's easy. It's easy to do the quest. We have to be around for a certain period of time. Then you just get a 4-seater permanent. Arms literally to the wings. This mechanical dragon is believed to have been created by the Allegon Empire to combat the creatures whose form it mimics. We did a dungeon literally earlier today of fucking Omicrons making mimicked dragons out of metal. Magnificent and proud allows none upon its back save one who deems it a true hero. Then why is it a 2-seater? It allows none upon its back save one whom it deems a true hero. +1. You're swifter than a salamander. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Robot Dragon! Robot Dragon! Yeah! Fuck yeah, Robot Dragon! Whee! Hell yeah. Anyways, who thinks I have the ability to do Ultima Thule today? Who thinks that I can manage to muster my way through Ultima Thule? You know what will make Ultima Thule easier? If it doesn't have a combined quest at the end. It'll definitely be easier to do Ultima Thule. Okay, you know what? I've not been wearing my headphones all day, but we are in a zone with the lyrics. I'm going to put it back in the headphones. I've not been bothering with the other areas, but if I get to listen to Close in the Distance, I will shove back in the headphones. If I thought it just permanently is lyrics. I mean, if there's any zone that fucking deserves it, it's obviously this one. It's obviously this one deserves lyrics to just be permanently distinct. 640 arms the... Yeah, there's nothing. There's this area actually back behind the ship, but once we fly, because like we'll circle around to here to get to fly, and then we can just fly like down to these areas. Oh, is there no Aether Currents in this first area? I know people said that Aether Currents don't exist until Estinian does his thing, but that might be as far as there's literally none in this first zone. Yeah, there's none in this first zone, because they don't exist until Estinian creates wind. How am I meant to like do normal commentary as we go through Ultimate? Like in a situation like this. There we go. Like I just gotta vibe with the music. It's the words from the title screen. It's the title screen. That's a question I've been meaning to ask. You know the Endwalker logo? Not the question I'm about to ask you can actually see based on behind this, because part of it's not there. Which part does the Endwalker logo represent? Does Endwalker represent the shard of Dalamud that was falling into Sharlayan? That they then used to build the Ragnarok to go into space? Or is that giant thing meant to be the Ragnarok leaving the star? It's one of those things where it's just like, oh, like the logo is actually a big tease for a big thing towards the end of the expansion, rather than just like Dark Knight is just being there as a Dark Knight for Shadowbringers, or Stormblood is like least with the flag or anything like that. The Ragnarok heading towards the Dead Star above Ultima Thule. Oh, it's the Dead Star. Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, looking at like the way that it's like crusted over and everything, it does look like that, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah. It's not often. In fact, it's never so far in Final Fantasy XIV where the big picture that they use is like, because I feel like it is something that 14 has kind of been lacking on until Endwalker. Because there's obviously every Final Fantasy game has an image like that like represents that game. I mean, from my understanding, back on the PS1, that was kind of like, maybe even before that, like on the Super Nintendo for some of the early ones, or stuff like that. That was like the thing. It was like Final Fantasy VII, and it's like nothing but the text of Final Fantasy VII in the Final Fantasy font, white background, picture of the meteor, and then there's like one of the other ones where it's like the couple hugging on the cover and stuff like that. There's like that silhouetted image that is like very important thematically for like that game. Like for one of the earlier ones, it's literally like the Warrior of Light. It's like 1 or 3 or something, where it's like it's the Warrior of Light and that's the silhouette. I feel like the silhouettes for 14 overall, until Endwalker, have been kind of basic. Like, Shadowbringers is probably the worst one. Shadowbringers is good, but we initially thought logo depicts the moon until it revealed in the story that we get teleported to the moon. Yeah. You think like, oh, this is the arc to the moon, but then no. Because like Shadowbringers logo is just a Dark Knight. Like, it's so nothing. Like, Stormbloods is good. Where it's like the crowd raising the flag. Because that is representative of like after the Royal Menagerie. That is what that moment is. So Stormbloods works. And Heavensward is like fighting a dragon. But I feel like just compared to what it is for other games, it's really only Endwalker that is like really capitalized on like the extent of the meaning that those silhouettes can have. A most stimulating discussion. No nuke appears to be staring right through. Pardon me, traveler. I like the sense of time as perceived by those of finite lifespans. But might you be able to spare a moment to speak with some of my fellow Aya? Sure, everyone assumed the moon would be the final area. I assumed there would be a twist. Like, I didn't go into Endwalker thinking Zodiac was going to be the final boss. I didn't go into Endwalker assuming the moon would be the final area. Because I assumed Zodiac final boss, moon final area was too obvious that they weren't going to do it. Like, I figured that it would be too obvious for that to be the very last thing, because it's built up to that. Like, it's like Shadowbringers, the final area being the Tempest with Armorot, is a complete holy shit moment. And I figured there was no way they weren't going to do that with Endwalker. Like, you expect to go to the moon, you expect to fight Zodiac. It's not going to be the thing they save for last, but I was expecting it to be second last. I was expecting Zodiac to be the 89 trail, and I was expecting the moon to be the second last area, and there'd be something after that. My assumption was the Ethereal Sea. My assumption was the Ethereal Sea, which we ended up getting as our second last dungeon. It is rare to find one so unmarred by the scars of deepest wisdom. Your appearance and perceptions as an outsider differ so much from our own that I wonder if a degree of interaction might prove stimulating for both parties. Much obliged. I should mark the location on your map. They tend to spend considerable time frequenting their usual points. Silence of music. Beacons of lost hope. I feel like doing Fates here is going to be crying. What's up, thinking Aya? Ending as one. The thinking Aya is quite visibly wrong. How fortunate that you are here, corporeal being. We're in need of your assistance. I'm sure you saw some of my kind drifting about the untamed wilds just over there. As I understand, they are binding their spirits together as one in hopes of diluting their consciousness, and thereby erasing their sorrows. Unfortunately, the resulting amalgam doubtless longs for more minds to incorporate, and if other Aya approach it, may be drawn into the growing mass against our will. Your corporeal form seems to outweigh your mental capacity, so you should be safe, however. Please destroy the collective consciousness before it kills us all. I thought you wanted to die, though. Your ready acceptance gladdens me. I believe you lay waste two wandering souls. The amalgam will appear. To be aware that while your mind is safe, it may present other dangers, so realize what you're attempting. I thought you wanted to die, though. I thought you wanted to die. This sounds base as hell as it wants to kill you. Well, I'd only be the final boss. I didn't expect final. I theorized that would kill Zodiac and then Hylian would ask us to kill her because she no longer had a reason to give existing. Okay, that's fair. That I can understand. Because I've seen people just be like, why wasn't Hylian evil? I have seen the pathetic baby bitch brains take of, oh my god, why wasn't Hylian evil? The story of Endwalker is so stupid because I thought Hylian was going to turn out to be evil. And as I said, pathetic bitch brain baby take. Meditating here. What a curious being you are. Have my peers discovered how to regain their corporeal forms while I remain lost in thought? Oh, of course not. Come to think of it, I wonder if we ever possess a peculiar form that you now do. Oh dear. This always happens when I delve too deep into such ruminations. For a moment I tend to regain clarity. It triggers this most unpleasant reaction. My fellow AI have not found a way for us to requite our corporeality. Perhaps it forces me to mediate further upon the matter. In any event, pray lead me to my cogitations. I can't leave me to my ruminations. It is nearly on the verge of a philosophical breakthrough. Revision 14 forums, you'll see how many players just lack basic reading comprehension. I bitch about this very frequently when it comes to 14 players. Somehow this video game that is like 90% visual novel has attracted a player base of people who actually can't fucking read. It is honestly impressive. Unified AI! Committed a murder. It's why when like something like Dawn Trail has massive backlash of like, again, I don't know people's complaints about Dawn Trail. I've specifically, if someone seems to say something negative about it, I stop like reading anything they say. So like, all I know is that Dawn Trail bad, game dead, because YouTube thumbnails. But also, it's just like, when I hear people's opinions about other parts of the game, I'm just like, why would I listen to anyone's opinion about this game? Like, why would I listen to the people who say Dawn Trail bad, who are also the people who say it's stupid that the ending of Endwalker wasn't Meteon winning and the star getting destroyed? And I'm just like, yeah, I should just not listen to you when you say Dawn Trail bad, because you're a fucking idiot. I'm curious. An unfamiliar corporeal life form calls out to me, as I wait in vain for the inevitable coming of the end. This is indeed the chance of a lifetime. I have for many lifetimes. And so I pose to you this question. Tell me, traveler, what is the true nature of life in the universe? 42. An eternal adventure. That's the manifest answer. It would seem you have much to learn, and yet I almost envy your blissful ignorance. It reminds me of feelings that I and my kind have long since. The end of our universe is inevitable. Our actions entirely devoid of meaning. This is the only one in truth of existence. Oh my god. I assume you're a hunter. You're a hunt mark. Arc-Eta. The Omicrons are starting to attack the other dead stars. If everyone panic. Like, I love Final Fantasy XIV. There's a little hovering. So the shadows. What's going on here? I love Final Fantasy XIV. I think this game is fucking incredible. This is not a secret. I consistently talk about how this is my favorite game of all time. I enjoy playing the fuck out of it. In game, I enjoy the community. I enjoy being alongside people who are in the game and doing stuff. I sometimes see idiots talking nonsense in Limsa. But when I'm actively playing the game and I'm alongside people who I'm playing the game with, 95 plus of my interactions are unequivocally positive and everything like that. Hanging around in Limsa for the people who, when they play Final Fantasy XIV, the only thing they do is hang out in Limsa, or reading people's opinions online. I'm genuinely impressed. And I don't know if it's a fault of the game itself. Maybe the game is too carefree when it comes to, like... One of the strengths of 14 is letting people engage with the game as much as they want. From my understanding, this game has a lot more optional stuff than a lot of MMOs end up working. In a lot of MMOs, if you want to do certain things, you have to do a lot of other things. This game very much says, do as much as you want, engage with as many different things as you want. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Like, a lot of stuff is stuff that you can ignore about the game if you don't want to play it. So I wonder, that's one of its strengths, but I also wonder if that results in how many people don't want to play the fucking game. It is baffling, like, how much this game has attracted a community of people who refuse to engage with it in terms of story or, like, themes or anything like that. So many people just refuse to engage with this game's story, which, at that point, I have to blame the people, because, like, if you don't want to engage with this game's story despite how much it focuses on the story, then, like, I don't think the game can do anything to fix that. Like, how many people talk about, oh yeah, if a cutscene's not voiced, I will always skip it. If there's any dialogue that, like, I have to read with the character here, I never read it. Or anything like that. And I'm just like, do you play all games like this? Or do you only come into Final Fantasy XIV like this? And I just don't get it. But it's also just like, how many people who play this game who don't want to play the fucking game? Like, oh, like, how many people are just like, oh, the game's dead, the game has no content. And then you ask them, have you done all the raid series? No. Have you done Alliance raids? No. Have you done any of the society quests or custom deliveries? No. Bitch! You don't get to talk about the game being dead and having no content. You don't want to do any of it. Or even just like, this mechanic is like slightly too hard, as in I have to put in any amount of thought whatsoever. Please nerf it. Oh my god, Viper has one debuff to keep a track on enemies, and literally everything else about Viper is press the button that glows to play it. Oh my god, but there's one button on Viper that I have to pay attention to debuffs that I apply to the enemy. Please remove that. Okay, it's no longer there. Viper no longer has any mechanics that require you to think outside of press the next button that glows. And it's just like, the really big issue with 14 is that they cater too frequently to people who don't want to play the game. There are way too many people who play this game who actively don't want to play it. And if the game asks them to play it, they get fucking mad. And then the devs will cater to those people. And the game caters to those people too frequently. You can't please them because they're pissed. Like, genuinely their issue with the game is that the game asks them to engage with it. You can't fix those people, and you can't fix the game to appease those people. You just can't, because they can't be appeased by it. One big thing I know it is actually gives a shit about all the content. And quite an optional content. Like, sort of rushing you through to the end to only do Don't Show content. So many MMOs are just, oh yeah, here's the last expansion area, there's nothing to do here, go somewhere else, please. Yeah. This is... Oh, you must be that traverser from Beyond, who has been causing quite the stir around our abode. What a stroke of luck! But I've been hoping I might have opportunity to exchange thoughts with you and your companions. Well, you see, I too. I have for too long whiled away my days in listless banality, drifting waywardly as my mental faculties dulled and slowed. I so long to strike up a stimulating conversation with a traveller, yet for so long none would pay me a visit. That said, I don't imagine you'd have such strange physical form. Rachel, how do you keep your balance? What keeps your innards from spilling out through one of those multiple orifices in your body? Pardon me. Surely, I mean no offense. Clearly, life in your world found the shape to be suitable, perhaps even necessary for your survival. Perhaps our original form was equally horrifying. Oh my god, you're a flesh sack! Gross. This makes me wonder indeed what our corporeal forms once looks like. Would our limbs be as lanky and unwieldy? Our heads as bulbous and unbalanced? Perhaps we resembled your kind in more ways than not. Maybe we too are also ugly fucking flesh sacks. Res. They're res creatures, I love them. It is impressive how much I've seen people of this game where it's just like, the game is asking me to engage with its story, and that means that the game is bad. The game is asking me to engage with the gameplay's mechanics, and that means that the game is bad. The game has things for me to do, but to do them, it requires me to do them. And that means the game is bad. Please, developers, cater the game to me. There is no fixing that person. And there is a surprisingly, just depressingly high amount of people who genuinely think that about the game. I see you made quick work of the amalgam. Of course, it's well within each AS rights to choose when they wish to end their own existence. But to force others to join them, however accidentally, is another matter. So all ideal is led me to contemplate how I should meet my own demise. But forgive me. I forgot such matters are not left to choice for your kind. Truly I envy you. To go forth each day full of vigor, not knowing when your lives will be unexpectedly stuffed out. I just feel incredible. My apologies made you uncomfortable. I am unused to speaking with mortals. Be assured that I appreciate your help, and you've given me much to think about regarding death. Or perhaps life. That's Beast Trouble. Sorry, Society Quest. Sorry. I apologize to the Almaja for microaggressing. No, that was great. That was probably Sylphs. It's probably Sylphs or something. Games asking me to think of myself and have emotional connections. What a terrible game. I'm just baffled. I'm baffled by the players of this game. I really am on a day-to-day basis. Didn't you count my acquaintances? I can only hope they derive the same sense of stimulation from conversing with you as I myself did. For if so, we may yet discover a means to attain the moratorium known as death. Until that time, should you ever be in the mood for a discussion on the profound and inevitable meaninglessness of the universe, we'll be here waiting. Yes, always waiting. I'll be filled with excitement when I see your pliable yet sturdy form. I was at the risk of opening you up and see how it all works. And now be at ease. I will not devolve to such savagery. I may have cast on my body, but I still possess some semblance of a rational mind. For the moment, at least. The AI are so interesting. Like, the idea, like, collectively as a society, once they realize the inevitability of the universe, they've all felt like this, right? But there's still an element to the AI of, like, diversity, which is, you know, as Answers teaches us in the entire ending of this game, like, the whole point of life is to find your own answer and to find your own reason for living and your own reason for continuing. So all of the AI are insistent on saying that there is no meaning, because everything will eventually come to an end. There is no purpose, there is no point. But whenever the opportunity for something engaging comes up, the AI jump at it really quickly. The AI want something to do. The AI want a reason to talk. Like, they want a reason to connect with other people. It's just they can't do that with each other because they all think this, like how meaningless it is. But they all revel in the opportunity to talk to people like us. But they also have their own, like, thought processes in terms of, like, what they should do with their lives, or more importantly, their deaths. They have differences in how they think about that. Like, they talk about how some of them, like, choose to end their life early. Like, now. Like, oh, they're aware of the inevitability of the universe. We're gonna make sure, we're gonna, like, unravel ourselves and kill ourselves now. But then, some of the AI, like the ones we're running into with MSQ, are just like, no, we want to attain our flesh. Again, before we die. Because dying as a flesh creature, like, is more meaningful. It's more definitive a death rather than just the unraveling of our souls. Some of them do go about, like, their, I don't know if the word day is right here, but they walk around. Some of them just sit there and just, like, depression permanently and forever. They still have differences. They still do different things. They still have different thoughts to each other. They still have things that they are excited or willing to do. But they've become so overwhelmed by the despair of the outcome that every single one of them has lost, like, the sense of, like, the purpose of doing things until then. That's literally our entire counter to the Aya, is just that it's like, it doesn't matter if it ends. What we do until then still matters because we're still experiencing it until then. And there's some elements in the Aya. There is some elements of the Aya where they kind of still get that. There is some elements to the Aya where they understand the joy of doing things on a day-to-day basis. They understand the joy of existing in the moment and doing new things as they appear. Because so many of them actively seek it out the moment we show up, because it's a chance for them to do that. But they are so unable to, like, let that be the realization that that's why it matters, even though it comes to an end. It's so fascinating. They want the science people, so having them be the more open and stuff makes sense. Yeah. Like, all of the dragons actively do nothing. Because all of the dragons are waiting, like, because all of the dragons are believing any interactions with anyone will inevitably result in conflict, and we're renouncing that endless cycle of conflicts. So the dragons act more similarly to each other compared to the Aya. There are two just like in India. But I mean, there's like the entirety of Ultima Thule, which I count the dead ends for. I feel like, like you get a very good picture of Ultima Thule and all the different things that exist through here. Like, half of the zone is dedicated, like, half of the zone of Ultima Thule is dedicated to things that you already know about. Like, 1/4 of the zone is dragons, 1/4 of the zone is Omicrons. Like, half of the actual zone layout is dedicated to stuff you already know. And, like, the other part is, you know, the Ayas up here, and then the other quarter is this. The other quarter is this big. So, like, when I say a quarter, I mean this quarter over here, and then this quarter over here, and then this quarter over here, and you know, this quarter. I'm talking about like in terms of story beats and the dead worlds you come across. A quarter of the zone of dead worlds you come across are worlds that you're already familiar with, which I think is a good way of doing it. It means that we can have more definitive connections. Again, the Sidian's whole thing like doesn't work without knowing like that these are the dragons that were from the Dragon Star and everything like that. But it's also just like a much more stark reminder of like what they feel considering all of that. But I do think Dead Ends helps flesh it out a lot more by giving us areas that we don't know about. So overall, we get a view of a lot of dead worlds. I think Ultima Thule does such a fan-fucking-tastic job of really fleshing out, like, all of the different ways that all of these different societies have met this similar end to each other. Because all of them are understandable. All of them are understandable how they came to this end and why it is. It's all understandable, especially when you compare it to other things in-game. Again, stuff I was talking about when I first went through Dead Ends, of just, this is an opportunity for the devs and the writers and everything like that of the game to just be like, create brand new worlds where the purpose of your creating it for the story is for them to meet this end. That is meant to remind the, like, Medion, who's then using that to remind the Scions of the quote-unquote pointlessness of life. And just how many different worlds that we see here, and how well, in a relatively short space of time for all of, like, you go through the dungeon, and you're in the different worlds in the dungeon for a couple of minutes each. And how well they're able to, like, flesh out the story of that world and its end, and why that instilled that sense of despair and pointlessness of existence shouldn't have even fucking happened in the first place in all of them in such a short amount of time, and make them all feel so different to each other, and to make them all, like, understandable why they reached that conclusion, while also understanding why all of their conclusions are way less hopeful than what we believe. Fuck, God. Absolutely masterful writing. And just such a great reasoning to just be like, make the story whatever the fuck you want here. Have fucking global citizens in like big sci-fi armors, like fighting off with giant missiles against all of these mechs. Have a land that is just filled with like these fucking sea creatures that end up getting poisoned on an entire planet. Like, have a race of people who have like transcended flesh, who just sit around waiting for the inevitable end of the universe all day. Use it to flesh out the 2 alien species that have already been introduced into the game. It's like, oh my god. Learn to okay, well you seem like you're gonna be a big important one, so I'll save you for last. Oh, I didn't unlock gemstones. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. These 2 big ones are all the big ones to see. Combat evolved! It's like Halo. N4486, searching for a sparring subject. Initiating communication. This unit requests your participation in an Omicron combat simulation. 99.8% of the past 12,359 sessions have produced the exact same result. Thus, an unknown quantity such as yourself is required. An Omicron aggressor is positioned outside the base. Unit instructed said opponents to record all combat session data. You may initiate your assaults when the preparations are complete. Are you looking for more of a pummeling or a pulverizing? Uncertainty detected. Reviewing previous transmission. Verbal analysis suggests this unit has omitted crucial information regarding the current mission. This unit begs your pardon. Once you've nearly destroyed the aggressor, you are required to activate this device, which will automatically transfer combat data to convenient portable format. Initiating handover protocol. Sending coordinates. Per the transmission you have just received, the opponent is located on the planar frame extending from this base. Reconfirming emotional state 2, grateful. This unit thanks for your cooperation. Level checker mini. Small data, somehow familiar device for recording combat data. Gemstones. Initiating trading protocol. This unit is programmed to make trade for bicolor gemstones. But this unit does not understand what value they hold. Yay! We can trade. Dynamis Crystal! Of course. Of course, Dynamis Crystal. The only thing to gather. Is there anything like super fancy? And by fancy, I mean like collectibles that aren't just like crafting and gathering gear. Hey! Hey! The Phantom Train. It chooses to haunt you. Hell yeah. That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. Don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, or maybe I shouldn't read it. I read a name there, and I'm just like, I don't know what that name is. That's probably not a thing I've done yet. Probably not a thing I've done yet. Maybe the stuff that says Master I shouldn't do yet, because I'm only in post 6.0, and Master recipes may not even been available at this point yet. Maybe I should get out of this menu. Maybe I should get out of this menu. I read a Zoron something. I'm just like, that's a name that I don't know. I'm gonna stop reading it. Not that I know what that name means or is or anything like that. It's just like, it's a name I don't know. It doesn't tell me anything, but maybe I should stop reading it anyways. Learn to love. Inquisitive Omicron is eager to understand a certain phenomenon. What is it like to fuck? Assistance required. Xenos observe the gear on which certain members of enemy factions visit a marked increase in their combat capabilities. Analysis suggests that said family members share unique intra-specific bonds with others in their faction. These individuals are conferred titles such as consort and family. This unit detected no difference in physiology that would provide notable advantages in combat, yet the presence of intra-specific bonds alone led to an increase in performance. Records indicate that one member of a bond group exhibits this exponential improvement when others are eliminated. Potential benefits of such augmentation are predicted to be immense. Let's see this unit's query. Are you familiar with the aforementioned phenomenon? This is fortunate, as unit has constructed a consort for research purposes. You are asked to fuck this robot, and then we're gonna kill the robot and see if you're more powerful. You also delineate the method by which this unit might form an interspecific bond with said consort. Requesting standby at present coordinates. Initiating consort retrieval. For the sake of science, Minifus, you must fuck the robot. I believe we're making something to fuck the other robot, but still. But still. Smash your bits together! Let me watch! Activating introduction. This unit represents the aforementioned consorts. Our president's capabilities are comparable with subordinate patrol units. How shall we proceed? You should fuck. You'd give it a pet name where you need to grow closer. Growing closer is closer to fucking! Fuck. Synonyms detected. Initiating semantic review. Closer. 1. Suggests obtaining a nearer physical proximity to target than at present. So you don't move toward the consort to attempt to develop the desired interest-specific bonds. Visual analysis range reveals a dent in the target's frame. Estimated impact of functionality inconsequential. This unit requests confirmation that such discoveries will result in improved performance. No, emotionally closer. Like you wanna fuck the other one. Cross-referencing just the database. Implication identified as doubtful. Issuing your proposal refers to Omicron as my beloved, simulating the way in which a member of an enemy faction refers to its bondmate. Appellation change confirmed. News designation. My beloved. Reconfigure emotional status to grateful. This unit appreciates your assistance of facilitating the creation of a special bond with my beloved. Initiating phase 2 of experiment. Is this when you fuck? Mary, will you be my bondmate? This is gonna blow up and die. Because the whole point is that it's stronger when it dies. This unit will evaluate whether the destruction of my beloved bears a positive impact on this unit's combat capabilities. Transmitting self-destruct commands to my beloved. Mind if it's really right person stage that Omicron's about sex? Sex is in the action, not as in the, like, in terms of the act of doing it, hell yeah. Manifest has, like, 3 partners at this point. I mean, admittedly, one of them, it's a complicated relationship with Benar, but still. My beloved! No! Man. Now you're gonna have to decide whether you want earrings or a bracelet to represent them for the rest of your journey. Analyzing unit status. No changes in functionality detected. Possibility of transmission failure estimated at 78%. This unit asks that you confirm that my beloved has successfully executed self-destruct commands. Retrieval of remains also requested. Awaiting confirmation of successful transmission. Retrievement of remains also requested. I'm consulting on the same basic intimacy. They are... I mean, the whole point of this, like, exercise is that they're stronger because of the emotions connected to it. They literally talk about adjusting emotional status change to this. Earrings are kind of out. It's a bracelet it is. This is the biggest issue. This is the biggest issue that I have with Endwalker. This is the biggest issue I have with Endwalker. I already have Orshifon earrings, Sky Pirate necklace, Assail bracelets, and Yashola and Graha rings. I've run out of space for Benar. I mean, I also haven't done the Heidelin Extreme, so I also don't know, like, what accessory she drops. I haven't done the Heidelin Extreme, so I don't know what they visually look like or anything like that. So I don't know that in that regard either. But, you know, I've run out of space. Omicron Aggressor! This is the level check, I think. This is a different one. I can do 2 things. Okay. Key item. Level checker! That's not working. It's not working. Is this not the thing? Is this not the thing? We saw our weapons last week in Zodiac has the accessories. Oh, that is true. I forgot, yeah. Oh, this is combat. Why is it not working? Why is this not working? Attack more? Oh! Oh. I'm used to these things being like, attack it, but don't kill it. But get it low. I'm used to that. Oh. Right, there was some expansion that changed. Earlier expansions, it's like beneath like 25% health or something, you do it. But you can't kill it. If you kill it, you gotta go to the next one and like use the item on it. But then at some point they change it to just to drain its health bar, it stays at 0.1, and then you can use the item. Right. I forgot they changed that at some point. Jesus Christ, the music here. Jesus Christ, the music here. Hey. What is flying through this area gonna feel like, other than transcendent? My beloved, no! She's fucking dead! Pretty sure they changed how the quests work because you can just overlevel them and make them not killing them really hard. Yeah, I feel like I remember having to do that for some older quests while I was overleveled. So I just had to unequip all of my gear and auto attack it with my weapon. And even then, 2 or 3 auto attacks while being completely fucking naked would still kill it. So you had to be really careful. I do recall this being an issue that I've had in doing some older quests. This is the combat one. We'll do the beloved one after. Reviewing received transmission. Now suggests the aggressor is no longer operational. Pressing return a previously provided recording device. Beeping level check meeting. A device containing data from your fight against the Omicron aggressor. For some reason, the screen reads level 90 and its speakers emitting a jaunty tune. I think it's 20 levels higher than Omega was. Extraction of combat data complete. Analyzing. Quality data greatly exceeds expected values in all previous records. Reconfiguring emotional state to impressed. This data suggests you engage the aggressor at close quarters and gave it little time to respond. This unit will submit a request to logistics matrix for the augmentation of emergency escape apparatus. Searching database for situationally appropriate axiom. Only through combat can we improve ourselves. The absence of new challenge results in stagnation. Records indicate this base not encountered new threats in a considerable amount of time. This unit sees potential value in enduring attacks more frequently, though its Discord prevention module is buzzing in a most irritating fashion. Reconfigure emotional state to grateful. This unit appreciates your cooperation with the collection of combat data. Now suggests it will prove invaluable for the further development of base Omicron. Start making the war robots more good at war. I know you like mentally manipulate them into like not being that as much, but it's like it's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be a good thing. It's a shame this unit currently decks out hostility from you. Combat the flesh-based life forms such as yourself would prove useful to many here. While we do have data, many units lack an adequate experience. It would be a great help if you decided to engage your combat loop. Do your rotation right. We need to learn how strong you are. I feel like you could make an Omicron version of Stone Sky Sea. Just like lore-wise funny. But also, traveling to here for Stone Sky Sea would be a pain in the ass. Requesting retrieval of my beloved. Potential for reconstruction and further experimentation remains high. What remains of Omicron's consult after it's self-destructed. Self-destruct confirmed successful, or sadly, Throne confirmed unsuccessful. Analysis of the unit's parameters show no change in functionality. This unit will consider executing a family simulation after reconsulting enemy faction data. Based on the results of the consult simulation, termination of research may be advisable. Reconfiguring emotional state from disappointed to grateful. This unit thanks you once more for your cooperation. Your proposed methodology may be implemented in future experiments. Freebird Ultima Thule. Hey. And Frequent Flyer 4. They got titles? No. No. There we go. There we go. Is there any other quests that extend from this? The Aya have a shitload of yellows, but there's only one other yellow for this. I guess the idea is that this also, like, the Omicron's also going to heal for it at some point. No actual, like, connected quest chains here. Which I think was also the same with Tempest. You had, like, a couple of quests in Armor Up for the different shades, but none of them ended up combining together. Half-faded souls of the dead have a tendency to connect together like that, it seems. Anyways, we've got a lot of places to fly to actually get our mapping achievement as well. So, let's get that. Fucking Christ, this zone is so goddamn gorgeous! Have you done post-game and Endwalker dungeons? Finished the second one of them today. We did Smileton last week, and today we did Dreamscape. Yeah, no Ondo Excubus questline, sadly. So I think I found the boss arena, the Lost Hydraulic. Okay, flying through this area and getting like a sky view without like the grounds of the space. Holy fucking shit. Like, that's just this! It's just this! It's just this without, now that I don't have the flags up, it's just that. It's just that. Again, part of me wonders, like, is the double pride flag too much? I can see, like, the dead star is actually, like, leaking. I don't think it was doing that before. The dead sun's, like, leaking out sections in multiple areas since it broke. I don't think it was doing that before. So you can actually, like, notice that parts of the dead sun are leaking out everywhere now, because, like, it all shattered. That's cool. Is that this little island here? But yeah, I'm like, now that I'm seeing this, because again, this is too boring. Like, it's too flat for something behind me. The flags give it texture because the flags don't lie perfectly flat against the wall. But I still wonder if, like, maybe the double pride flag, like, here and for these are too much. Do I want this giant space pimple is leaking? Dr. Pimple, we've got the mother of all fucking cases for you. Yeah, just a random little island there. I was about to say, maybe good gathering notes here. But Laura told me the only thing that gather in this fucking place is diamonds. But yeah, part of me does think I kind of want to change out the layout just to make these things spacey. If I keep the flags behind me, where there's a little bit of space visible and it's mostly the pride flags behind me, maybe I change the top and bottom of the stream layout here, so those are spacey as well, because I fucking love, like, the space aesthetic. And also just, you know, leads it with the whole sciencey shit. So part of me does want to do that. Part of me does want to change that. There's the, like, pride flags there and there might be a bit too much. Can something be too gay? Probably not, but... Okay, this feels like another boss arena. This feels like another boss arena. But the other one is a perfect square, which is the same as Ferdinand, like this other part there. Yo, isn't the Ragnarok on this side? That's so cool. Seeing this thing here, of all this coming together and shooting it up, and everything like that, I definitely get some Owl vibes from that. Like, just thinking, if this is meant to represent the Dragon Star, and this is, like, a mountain that, like, does something from there, if that's meant to be, like, a thing that existed on the Dragon Star, then I can see why the dragons that went to Atheros, like, chose the Churning Mists is where they wanted to stay for the similarity to, like, Somal has to that. The island in the southeast is surprisingly not a boss arena. It's just an island. There's not even anything, like, what would you even gather? What would you even gather there? And guess what? And mapping is there. Wait, come on. Come on. The tiniest little slither. Come on. Tiniest little bit. There we go. Mapping the realm Ultima Thule. Yeah. We've mapped everywhere now. Like, what's the purpose of this island? I don't even know if there's shit to gather on there. There's no trees there. Like, this one at least had trees, so maybe you could gather something there. But again, I'm pretty sure people said that gathering in this area is nothing. It's just dynamis crystals. Because, you know, there is no actual aether here. Everything is just dynamis. So you can only get dynamis here, from my understanding. But fucking Christ, this thing is gorgeous. Like... There's 1,000,001 fucking, like, backgrounds you can make here. Like, do you want that swirling vortex? Do you want that swirling vortex? Do you want that blue exploding sun? Do you want, like, the crack in the sky over there? Do you want that, like, exploding orange thing? Do you want your space to be primarily blue? Do you want it to be primarily red? Do you want it to be kind of more purpley? Do you want it to, like, have the giant leaking thing out there? Do you want it to, like, go... do you want it to go, like, through the zone? And have, like, a bunch of rocks in the front of it to give, like, a level of brightness contrast? That is... oh, God. It is... absolutely stunning. This is... like, part of me wants to be cheeky and just be like, oh, I turned my stream layout into space down here and up the top to, like, match my background and to, like, not have the queer flags and, like, duplicated across the stream. But part of me wants to do that by literally ripping parts of the Ultima Thule skybox. Like, never telling people outside of FF14 that, by the way, the top and bottom of the stream layout's from 14 permanently. Just never telling people where the actual images came from, unless they watch 14. But part of me wants to just be like, alright, I'm just gonna get a shot, like, there. And I'm just gonna, like, take that part, and I'm just gonna chuck it down here. I mean, what I could do is get, like, different sections. I could actually make it a GIF. Because there's some level of change to it. It's very subtle. But, like, if you have a look at the screen right now, like, ignore the whirling vortexes. But, like, just like in the dead center, it does move slightly. Like, there is some elements that are, like slightly moving around. It does have some elements of change. That part there is, like, is a lot more static, but, like, you can see, like, parts of the blue are, like, rising up in the middle of it. Or you get some parts where there's the more gassy areas. And, like, the whole gas skybox itself is also moving along with it. The only issue with doing that is I'd need to, like, work out what the loop is if I wanted to turn that into, like, animated top and bottoms of the screen. I would need to work out what the loop is. But part of me is tempted to do that. If that happens soon, like once I get these flags back up and I get them put up properly so it covers most of the space, do not be surprised if I change these pride flags at the top and the bottom of the screen for space shit. So it just, like, you know. Don't be surprised if I do that, because I have been thinking for a while of the double pride flags of, like obviously a double because I've got two behind me here normally. But, like, part of me has been thinking for a while, having them at the top of the bottom of the screen and also here might be a bit overkill. I should have some color variance in the stream layout. So I have been thinking of, like, ideas to change it up for a while. And by a while, I mean basically since I come back from streaming. When I came back from streaming originally in this place, I was thinking of it, of just being like, do I want to do something different here? Do I want to, like, start of a new era, start of a new place of streaming? Do I want to change up this for, like, because I've got, because of that? But then when I started, I'm just like, no, keep the pride flags here, because I'm going to make that red and black. And then I didn't, and then I've stopped making that red and black, and then I put the pride flags back, and then I was like, now I've doubled them up again. I was considering getting rid of that, and I didn't, only because I didn't have it behind me. Now I've got them behind me again, now what do I do? But with having this down, because the things fell down, and also seeing Ultima Thule, I'm thinking more and more that I do want to, like, turn this into space stuff, so don't be surprised if I do that. Anyways, do we have anything else to do today? I need to go to the bathroom, but, I don't know if we have anything, like, there's sightseeing, but I don't think I can do sightseeing today. I think that's going to be too long. And also, next week, it's not going to be a massively long stream. It's raids. Like, next week is raid, like, the first raid tier in our treasure dungeon. There's nothing else next week. Oh, the Rising, but we can do that. Do we want to do the Rising today? Do we want to do the Rising today so sightseeing's next week? Because if we do that, then I'll go to the bathroom now and come back and we just do the Rising. Or do we want to save that for post-sightseeing next week? If no one answers, I'm assuming everyone's asleep. In that case, I'm going to end the stream. Because it has been, well, I was about to say, it's not been that long. It's like, we're not at 7 hours for the stream. Do it now. All right. I will return to Limsa. And fire. I will return to Limsa. You can admire all of the ridiculous people happening here. I'm going to go to the bathroom. We'll come back. We'll do the Rising and we'll end there. And we'll do sightseeing next week. I shall return in a second. And we're back. Where are we actually doing the Rising? I realized I did a return to Limsa so I can stop hearing about Tales of Lost and Fire and Faith because of Ultima Thule. I'm now realizing I don't actually know where the Rising's usually in Uldar, so... Limsa! Okay, wow. I don't know if I've done a Rising that hasn't been in Uldar, like in the entire time that I've been playing this. I'm pretty sure all of the Risings I've done were there. Hey! It was in Limsa last year? Oh, was it? That's when I wasn't streaming it, so I probably don't remember as much. Densha has a very important message, by the way. Densha, who you normally see, has a very important message. The Rising vendor looks like 1.0 affiliate. No. Apparently the Rising vendor is confirmed lesbian. The Rising vendor is apparently like a confirmed canonical lesbian. Because in one of the previous years, she talked about her wife. Her wife. Every time I try to click the link that they linked to like show it, it reloads the page like 4 times in a row. And doesn't actually show me what the thing that Densha was trying to show me, so I can't actually do it. Every time I click on the link that Densha did, it was just like, here's the dialogue of her talking about her wife. It never fucking works because Game Escape doesn't fucking function as a fucking website. But yeah, apparently at some point in the past, our Rising vendor here spoke about being married to a woman. They used the Minfilia model and confirmed her as a lesbian. What could they possibly mean by this? What could they possibly mean by Minfilia model being confirmed a lesbian? This is so bizarre. I can't imagine what that possibly means. I can't imagine what they possibly mean by Minfilia of all characters being shown to be a lesbian. That's confusing to me. Hello there, Rising Attendant. You look into the past, we take solace in the present, and think of what the future may hold. As the very essence of the Rising. This year we are expecting a fireworks celebration. That's what the Rising was last year. Wasn't the wait, that was the Rising last year. It was all the pirate powers coming together to do fireworks. That's what it was last year. Wandering Minstrel. An adventurous ambition. The Wandering Minstrel is in search of inspiration. Oh my god, a Rising that introduces Barteron. Let's go! Well now, it isn't my adventurer friend's manifest. Can it be a blessing from the navigator that we should meet again here and now? You see, I've been struggling to find inspiration for a new song to perform the Rising. I have a mind to speak with the locals for their tales, for which I could use your able assistance. Might you be willing to accompany me? I am truly grateful. During the Rising, we remember those we lost in the Calamity, even as we turn our attention to a brighter future. It is my hope to hear a tale that will inspire one and all to look forward. Now then, there's no better place for talking limbs than the Drown and Wanderers hit the pub! Let us first take out the barkeep Byron, and see if he has aught of interest to share. Yo! Starting here, gear, let's go. Oh, come on, what's the harm? Oh, sorry, it's a kid. What's the arm? What's the arm? You get yourself killed, that's the arm. I let one so young sign up. Oh my god, it's signing up for the Adventurers Guild. Holy shit. Why do you want to become an adventurer so badly anyway, Risha? There's this place I need to go. Problem is, Yellow Jackets won't let a child leave the city alone. But if I was an adventurer, I'd be responsible for myself. I could go wherever I please, whenever I please, so please let me sign up. It ain't that simple, lass. I got a responsibility to those to sign up. If I let someone what's clearly unprepared out there and they end up hurt or worse, I wouldn't be able to live it down. And don't even get me started on the damage it caused to the guild's reputation. So you forget about sign up until you're older. Much older. We got a new kitten. But it has to be now during the Rising. Why do you have to be so responsible? You're a barkeep. You're meant to be a reckless asshole. I don't call me butter on 10 fingers for nothing. I'm responsible enough that I still got all 10 of me bloody fingers. Comes of age, lass. Now run along, get yourself home. Oh no. The child is smirking. Bateron! Is everything well? Ah, sorry I had to say that. Little Gub's bent on becoming an adventurer, but I said no and sent her on away. So I got no but worry. She doesn't strike me as the sort to give up easily. True that. Won't surprise me at a bit of what she tried to sneak out anyway. Jack! If there's someone that we can trust on to catch a Dimbadam trying to sneak out of the city, it's you. I don't impose, but you reckon you could keep an eye on, right, ya? I'd do it myself, but I can't up and leave what's happening. Timing of the Rising seems to be of the essence to the little one. Intriguing, would you not agree? Let's ask her about that. I mean, you're dead. Now, the nearest city exits the Tempest Gate over by the Arf Castle. Let's just by talking to Clandrail, the sentry yonder. I gotta say, with my current, more casual adventurer vibe that I've got going on, I definitely look like I fit into Limsa a lot more. The Black Pirate coat, sure, that might be like, oh yeah, pirates and Limsa and everything like that, but it's a little too fancy for the average Limsan pirate, let's say. Whereas this feels way more appropriate. Bateron! Rising dialogue. I've forgotten how right stubborn younglings can be. The gates will watch, so I don't think Rich will come to harm. But I feel better knowing to keep an eye on her, so. Alright, Clandrail! Clandrail! Clonclail! I definitely know how to play this on the piano. Wandering Minstrel. Yellow Jackets keep calling almost every city game. Richard's come through, they'll have surely seen her. No, but what if they, like, jump over the edge and, like, shuffle on the side? This is Assassin's Creed now. Well, until then, I show you on the other side of the Tempest Gate. Have you seen a kid come through? A Bateron's supposed to say. What happens to go, that description did come through just a moment ago. Shut the heels of Makote peddler. So at a glance, one might think I'm parent and child, but she kept stealing glances behind her, made me suspicious. So I had my comrade Ayoyo outside, and I expect she stopped the little ones for questioning. If you're worried, you should seek her out. Now, thanks for the information. We shall find your comrade at once. So forget sweet breath of God, suppose Tempest gets a vile wind from the other end. Jesus Christ. Yeah, welcome to the Fart Gates! Remember back in 1.0 I understand why they got rid of it, but also I'd like the option to do it. Remember back in 1.0, not that I remember it, but I remember being shown it, how your connection between like the city-states and the actual zones outside was like a thing you'd actually walk through, and you'd actually walk the entire distance. So you'd come out through here, and you have to actually walk along there, and then through that building, and then on that bridge. Well, actually, to be fair, I don't know if this exit existed in 1.0. I know the one at the other one that goes to the middle of Nosha. I've seen footage of people walking along that bridge. Richard. Damn it, there's no strength to skies. This is all the Yellow Jackets noticed as she had gotten far. Forgot how fucking celebratory Lower Lenosha music was. Jesus. Or is this specifically because I'm at the gate of Lower Lenosha? Or do I had a loading zone corridor? If there's one, like, obviously that connection, like, for new players who have to constantly go in and out of the city to, like, do their first zone stuff, it'd be a pain in the ass. So I get why they don't do that. But if there's one thing I do wish they would update in the game, if there's one thing that I do think they could change, to update it to feel a bit more modernized for the beginning of the game, update the 3 starter cities to be a single area. Have Upper and Lower Limsa actually be one zone. Have it so if we're standing at the top, we can actually see the Aetheryte Plaza and see all the people there. Have it so we can walk through the different areas. Have it so that the inner and outer circles of Uldar actually connect to each other. Gridania's way less interesting because it is just corridors that connect 2 sections. It's nowhere near as interesting, but you can do it, I guess. Because I'm pretty sure the main reason they were split was because of the PS3. We've long ditched that. I know they'll never do it, but, like, I think it'd be fun. It's just, you know, commitment of resources and how much, like, if they do that, what else does it take away, kind of thing. It's one of those things where it'd be neat, but it's not required. Like, commitment of resources to, like, redo Crystal Tower so it's actually fun. Commitment of resources to make a easier version of, like, binding coils so the normal person can do binding coils, and so it can also actually appear in Rage Roulette. I think those resources would be worth it. Because I do think they need to, like, make certain parts of A Realm Reborn better to make it more likely that people will stick through A Realm Reborn into the later expansions. It's also why, like, reworking how jobs work at lower levels would be very nice. To make it so that the gameplay gets more interesting in terms of what you can do with your character faster. I see some people say they should let you use, like, your entire full move kit from the end of the game at the beginning of the game. And that will just make dungeons at the beginning of the game go even faster because the potency increases, which will just end up making the beginning dungeons, if you, like, queue in randomly with people who are going to eye-level sync it and then also level action sync overpower it. It just means that brand new dungeons for brand new, like, new dungeons for brand new players in A Realm Reborn go even faster and are less mechanically interesting for them to do, which is not what you want. And also, like, if players level really fast, it means they get overwhelmed by how many options their job can do very, very quickly. But it's making it so it's a bit more interesting. And making it so mechanics actually matter at the beginning. I feel like some of the people that you see who are super late into the game, who still don't know how to do, like, the most basic of mechanics, is probably because they went through all of A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, going into every trial and dungeon in the Duty Finder, getting people who were significantly overleveled, absolutely crushing and killing everything, and didn't have to worry about resolving any mechanics because it didn't kill the because things would die so quickly it couldn't kill them, and even if they did get hit by them, they'd be, like, healed by it instantly. So make it so, like, going through a realm, like, that's how you fix it. That's like, make it so that people have to actually engage with mechanics in A Realm Reborn. Just, like, that's another one of the, like, things of just, like, change some damage values, make eye level, like, sinking exist for every duty in some capacity. Not like everyone only has to do everything at mid-eye level, because then what's the point of gearing, but, you know, something. It's one of those. It's one of those things where I see some people just being like, "You need to fix the early parts of the game by making it so people have to engage with it less." And I'm just like, that is not the issue. the issue, like, because of how much story exists in A Realm Reborn, you cannot make people interested in A Realm Reborn by making the gameplay faster, because then you're just twisting the dial on how much is gameplay, which is already a lot lower than everything else, like all the talking. And you're just like, if you just make the gameplay faster and easier, you're just like turning that dial to be more concentrated towards dialogue even more, and then making that gameplay even less like engaging. And that's like, it's one of those things where it's just like, you'll ask people who have put like thousands of hours into the game, who run roulettes every day, to get their current on content tomes, and you're like, how do we fix A Realm Reborn for new players of the game? And they say, make the dungeons faster, because they're thinking of their current experience of, when I get a Realm Reborn dungeon now, I want it to go quicker, and not thinking of the people who are going through the game now brand new, of just being like, it's kind of weird that for the first like 80 hours of this game, that 4 of those hours of gameplay, and in that 4 hours of gameplay, it is so trivial to do that I can literally stand there doing nothing, not attacking, not moving out of AoEs, and I'm never punished for it. That's not... The solution to that is not to make it even easier. Well, now but ain't good Minshall and our kindly helper. Pleasure to see you again. What brings you here today? She's the one who wanted to do the fireworks last year. Ayoyo was the one who wanted to do the fireworks last year and convinced the pirate parties to do that. Right. I forgot that's how we usually do... We do seasonal events a lot like that in this. We get, like, a couple of years in a row will be kind of sequels to each other or involve characters from previous ones. So, like, we had the Adventuring Catboy one year. And then the next year, the Adventuring Catboy came back as a more scaled-up adventurer. Ayoyo was here last year because she wanted to do the fireworks to honor that, and now she's here this year. So Barteron sent you after the door. Just about to ask her what she's up to. Richard was a dearie? Even though the others telling you, you ought to know it's dangerous out here. What is that you want to do so badly you risk your life like this? Something I need to see. Doesn't matter if it's dangerous, I have to go. We understand that you have your reasons, Richard, and so we cannot go compensate you to wander the wilds alone. So here I'd make a proposal. Rather than becoming an adventurer, why not employ the services? With a dependable adventurer at your side, you'd be able to reach your destination safely. This, I believe, is your best option. But I don't have any money. And what adventurer would want to help a child anyway? This one. Why, our friend here, of course. Why are you surprised? Yeah, why are you surprised? Of course. Do you know how many orphanages I help out when it comes to custom deliveries? Of course I'm happy helping kids. I should be glad to provide suitable recompense in Richard's stead. While a part of me hopes that this will lead to inspiration for a song above all, I feel compelled to lend a helping hand. You really helped me? Well, thank you so much. I'm glad it worked out for you. But as a client, it's something you need to bear in mind. That is, you got to give the adventurer your trust. Be honest with what exactly it is you need, and she'll be able to help you all the better. I just want to go to his lighthouse here in Lovan, Lanesha. It's named for one of the 12. I had a rumor about a kid in town, you see. He told me that ghosts appear there during the rising. Yeah, considering you were going to die for this, I thought it was going to be more important than... It's going to be what he wrote. I was about to say, considering you're willing to risk your life for this, I figured it'd be more important than a ghost. Oh, it's the rising. It's going to be one of your dead fucking parents. Of course it is. Especially lighthouse keepers who died in the calamity. And they spirited away children into the realm of the dead. Well, that's got to be nonsense, and I want to prove it. Never mind. Until the house in the area, Oshon Storch is the only one that civilians can still get to. I don't recall hearing nothing about ghosts though. I cannot be curious, so I'll come along. Having a yellow jacket with you want to help make things easier, I reckon. That's outside of a skirmish anyway. Being a cannoneer, I'm bored and I'm blasting things from a distance. Run angry fiends on the road, they're all yours. What's cannoneer job, video game? Give me cannoneer. You're not gonna be Corsair, give me cannoneer. As I said, never heard about ghosts being at a lighthouse. I don't know so interested in them. Also, I thought musketeers were the job here. I thought musketeers guild was the job here that we weren't allowed to do. So many jobs in this game that exist that like aren't available to adventurers. They're just like part of the canon of law. Now people do this. It's just, you know, not one of the ones that like you can do. I mean, we saw that a shitload in fucking Bosnia. That was one of the coolest things about Bosnia. It's just how much lore of like alternate jobs and shit that exist in Bosnia. Like it is, and not even just like because of the Sharlayans. Like there are people that you fight alongside who just have like very unique type of jobs. It's fucking awesome. Like you get your pyromancers, your beastmasters, which is like being implemented into the game at some point in Dawn Trail. So it'd be so funny. It'd be so funny. It's just like, by the way, to unlock, by the way, your job master is going to be Lion for Beastmaster. So to unlock Beastmaster, you need to finish Bosnia. It'd be so fucking funny. It'd be so fucking funny. I would laugh and I'd be happy. Player base might be pissed off, but fuck you. Play the fucking game. Play the Actually, I can't even say that for Bosnia. I can't say that for Bosnia. I can say fuck you, do the alliance raid to unlock Bosnia. But I can't turn around in good faith and say, fuck you, you need to finish Bosnia to unlock any other content. Just because of how Bosnia functions as a zone. With lower player bases, it is actually a pain in the ass. At least saying, fuck you, do Evilist to unlock Bosnia. At least Evilist is in a duty finder roulette, so you can actually say, well, if you sign up for it, people will eventually, you'll drag others in. But you can't drag others into Bosnia by just, like, signing up for something and then they're suddenly in Bosnia, like, helping you clear the Dalriada. Like, it doesn't work. Put Dalriada in Alliance Roulette. I don't know how that would work. Do it. No, it wouldn't make any fucking sense to put Dalriada or Cashram Lacus into the Alliance Roulette. No, it wouldn't make any sense because they function so differently that it wouldn't make any sense. I don't care. Do it. I want more excuses to play the best duties in the game. Probably when it's on the boss, you'll probably get it. Oh, you absolutely will get that. Like, you will absolutely get extra dialogue mentioning like Lion and at least Pakaga and probably Pakaga as well. You'll absolutely get extra dialogue for it because like Beastmaster is literally a thing there. The question is, will your Beastmaster function like this? I don't mean in terms of controlling the animals, but will Beastmaster be a shield and axe job? Will Beastmaster for the Warrior of Light also be an axe and shield job? Young Richard's into Oshon Storch. Someone should report as much to partner on. I said, never heard about Ghost appearing at the lighthouse. Oh, Rich is so interested in him. So, what's your name, adventurer? I am Minifest, she who dedicates their all to... Okay, Minifest is a black man. I remember that. Thank you so much for helping me. We'll go to Oshon's Torch and we'll see if the rumor about the ghosts are true. Yeah. I hope so. I just wanted the shield user. Can we at least... That's why Corsair would have been so cool. Not because it uses a shield, but because it's actually another combat job that uses the offhand. You could have had, like, swords and guns as, like, different items, so you could mix and match your sword and gun appearances. So you could have actually put, the fucking gun in the offhands. Oh, by the way, I see this as a reward. I'm not allowed to look at it. Apparently last year's Rising Reward. And this year's Rising Reward. I'm not allowed to look at. I don't know when I'm allowed to look at them. I hope people remind me when I am allowed to look at them to, hey, by the way, look at them. But, yes. I have the reward from last year's Rising. It's sitting in one of my fucking retainers. And there's also another reward here, which will also get shoved into one of my retainers. And I won't use it until it's, some point. There's also that also exists for, level 100 on all combat jobs achievement. there is also a reward for all combat jobs level 100, which I am not allowed to look at yet. So there is also that. That happened when I got to level 80. I got every combat job to level 80, and people said, you're not allowed to use the reward for it yet. And I'm like, okay. And then we got the Shadowbringers, and it was an Amaro. So that worked out really well. But, yeah. So there's two rising rewards, and all combat jobs up to level 100. I'm not allowed to use those yet. A light that never burns. Richard is champing at the bit to set forth. Are you ready to go, Manifest? As much as I'd like to accompany you, someone should return to drowning lunch and a prize barter on these developments. You'll show up at the end to do a song. Besides, hear your account afterwards. What you learned and felt will also bring unique inspiration. Then you'll do a song. I wish you an enjoyable and insightful excursion. Right, to begin with, how about we head east to Barbian Bridge? It'll give Richard a chance to see the sights. Path can be safe in places, so take care you don't take a tumble now. I'll be fine, don't worry. Let the adventure begin. Wait for me. There's the music. Man. It's hard to not be nostalgic about this in Middle Enosia. It's hard to not be nostalgic about these places. I mean, Middle Enosia more so, because that's like... That was the first place I went to open world, because, you know, Summerton and everything like that. Of just, like, starting up 14, not knowing what to expect, and having that, like, feeling of just, like, going out and just, like, taking in, oh my god, Gobbies, they're level 12? I'll take on, like, the wharf rats and the ladybugs and, like, the sheep. But, oh my god, that's a level 12! And then having that feeling of just, like, you kill it up with the ladybugs, you go to Summerford, you do a little quest, and it's like, yeah, I can now take on the Gobbies! Everything like that, you know. The whole fresh face adventure vibe. Not claiming that, you know, doing all of that was the most fun I've had in the game or anything like that, but, you know. And it's something that you can't recreate the vibes of going into a game for the first time again and not knowing what to expect. That's the same with every game, it's just, you know. For this game, it's a couple thousand hours of gameplay ago that was, so it's like, you know, it's even harder. Bloody cane toads! So Zana and Milvin's Gay reckon they would eat the locusts, which overrun the wheat fields each year. So that a slaughter of creatures have been released into Lower Lenasia. Why do they not eat the locusts? But they can breed them quicker than rabbits! But we know the whole damn region was bursting at seems ugly monsters. Now, I spend my days catching and cutting the toads at the house of the same damn scholaries that started this whole mess. Ain't a bad job, but she can be downright lonely sometimes. You don't want to give it a man company, would you? That's good, lass. Now if you go while I stand here and make sure no one on the road bothers us. Eh? You thought I was going to do the cutting together? That's rich. I don't know if I've ever spoken to that randomized yellow jacket that does exist there. Near it is, Madman Bridge. Yeah, north you'll see the Red Rooster, but our destination takes us south. Quite a route for trade is the bridge, but a prowls of bandits and fiends beyond. So I was given its name as a warning to younglings. Some don't adhere to. Look, a river! And there's some sort of strange animal. We sometimes see children out this way with their folks, but I take it you've never been? Actually, I have. It was a long time ago, though. Before my parents died in the calamity. Yay. Of course. Of course. It's alright. I like it at the orphanage. Everyone's really nice and I have lots of fun. It was so fucking sick that my parents died. That'd be Lim Lane Shoals, I take it. Oh, we actually have an orphanage in Limsa. Oh my god, one of them does exist. Lim Lane Shoals. An orphanage run by a former sanguine siren, in case you wasn't aware. Fine place by all accounts. If that's where Rich is from, I'll have one of my comrades contact the caretakers. Wouldn't do to let him think she's missing. Right, I'll make the Oshon's embrace. Up here this hill. Take it so slow so you don't wear yourself down. A lot of the Rising events are about just like, hey, remember when you started playing this game? Because like we had that for the Catboy, whose name I forget. The one that's related to the reporter girl. Ow. Ow. Nice. You had the Catboy, but that was about exploring Uldar. Of like, hey, your first time in the city-state, let's explore Uldar. And like, see what that's like. To be like, hey, remember when you first started playing this game? But now we're doing it like your first time into an open area of just like, walking through an area, going down the pathways for it, seeing the environment around you, maybe talking to some NPCs, learning about just like, oh, this area is like this, and that is like, oh, this is the bridge that we use for trade. Oh my god, look at those giant enemies over there. Holy shit, that is like, wow. And being warned to just be like, don't be warned, don't fight stuff you're not ready for. It will hurt you. Good times, good times. Ocean's embrace. I mean, it's a little foggy, but... Philly, yeah, Jack's patrol these parts. For sure, they know they ain't eyeing on some pleasure, John. Wow, we're up so high! This is amazing! I feel the same way when I looked out from you out for the first time. Ow. This bridge was built when a tidal wave surrendered started to land during the calamity. Similar people's determination to rise above tragedy. Yeah, that a lot across Leno, sure of just like seeing parts where the land is fucked up and just being like, yep, this is post-calamity shit. I mean, even further down you see the giant salt explosion thing. You can see Faros Sirios with a giant thing through it. Middle Lenosha has like 2 giant elevations, and that was also calamity shit. It's like good. It's one of the things that I talked about for the world building of AR. World building of AR is very good in just terms of being able to see the effects on the land of the calamity. It's really hard to walk around the AR areas without feeling the effects of the calamity of either like North Shroud and Eastern Thunderline, of seeing giant shards of the Darlin board itself around and things like that. Kind of world building that, like in terms of recent destructions, kind of only recreated in, if you counted Stormblood with Imperial occupation by seeing the Imperial shit everywhere, or Shadowbringers, obviously. With Lee Meg having like the entire old city underwater, Moraine, the entire thing's like folding over, Lakeland is having destroyed buildings are around. I mean, there's a lot of history in other zones, but like the history in like Heavenswood zones, it's not about like recent destructions or calamity things outside of there's snow everywhere. It's about like, holy shit, look at all the stuff that used to exist when Dragon and Man got along, kind of stuff. Mr. Raytheon. That's Ed, mistress. Said that we Laminsons work hard because we hate to lose and like what we do. What about you, Manifest? You like being an adventurer? Oh my god, fucking kid is Xenos. Did you... What about you, Manifest? Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment? I'd rather not work at all, to be honest. I wouldn't want to be anything else. That's what I thought. When I grow up, I hope I'll like what I do as well. My parents liked what they did, I think. When the calamity struck, they didn't run away. They were noble souls, Mr. Aethia said. She promised to tell me everything one day, but I don't know how to feel when they're gone, and... Oh, I can't find the words. I want to be a good client, though, so I'll think on it. I think Richard's got something she needs to get off her chest. I wanted to verify the rumor, perhaps she... but it's only speculating. Come on, let's press on. What's up? I could never do this shit. Like, I could never trust myself in real life to, like, sit in a position like this. Never, never. Fucking never. Holy shit, no. See people sit like that on, like, buildings or bridges or anything like that, where they are dangling over the edge that goes, like, really far down. And I'm just like, nope, nope, I will never do that. Absolutely not. I know, like, how many things have I sat on where I haven't fallen off? A lot. There's been a lot of things that I've sat on and I've not fallen off of them. Numbers higher than fucking 0, though. I can tell you for sure, the number of things that I have sat on that I have fallen forward and fallen off of it, that number is higher than 0. So no, I'm not going to sit on the edge of a ledge where if I fall off, I'm almost guaranteed death. I see the lighthouse. That there's Ocean's torch. 1 or 2 lighthouses are what are named for the gods. Lighthouse keeper is a bloke named Rostnai. Rostenzai. You can ask him about ghosts and anything else you like. Lighthouse keeper. As mentioned, your parents were. So about the reason why I want to know about the ghosts. My father and mother were lighthouse keepers, you see. They disappeared during the calamity and were never found. When I heard the rumor that maybe, just maybe, they were the ones haunting the lighthouse. Why cross arms that? So that's why you want to prove the rumor. Couldn't stand people thinking your parents are doing terrible things. But a part of me wishes that the rumor was true. Then I'd be able to talk to my parents again. There's so many things I'd like to ask them. Well, whatever the truth is, we'll find out soon. Let's keep going. Alright, time to take this kid, the Sharlayan, drag him down to the Aisha-scope. Clearly this is the solution. Clearly the solution is to take him to the... take her. Take her to the Aisha-scope. Man. Remember when old zones had 2 mount speed increases? Remember when old zones had 2 mount speed increases so you could actually run around on foot? And it felt like an actual decent way of traveling, as opposed to having to fly. Remember how good it felt to be able to, like, actually, like, walk around on the ground as a viable... Alright then. Alright then. You fucking drive your fucking Tesla away, I guess. Yeah, remember when, like, running around mounted because you had double mount speed increase was actually a viable method of transport? So maybe instead of just flying from point A to point B literally all of the time, you could, if you so choose to, run around on the ground and engage with the environment on a grounded level and, like, take it in more as you're walking past it, as opposed to just, like, flying over absolutely everything, and it didn't feel like you were wasting a shitload of time because of it. I understand it's hard to see those who are gone. Say words to them you couldn't in life. It's feeling everyone knows at some point. And I got to actually do it. Thank you, Ashscope. Well, I didn't say anything to them. I just cried when the soul appeared. Well, he's frozen in a splash! Amazing! This area was odd, this area was odd it. Well, it's like, what are the both H's? Area was odd it by the calamity. On top of the tidal wave washed away big swaths of land. A piece of Darwin came crushing down yonder. The circles either to gush out land and crystallize all at once. At that time I was with Miss Dorothea. She was my mother's friend and she took me to a safe place. It's very little then. I didn't fully understand what was happening. But the calamity really was a frightful thing. I can't imagine how it was for father or mother. So that is a shard of Dalamwood. It's just, I imagine the idea is that the shard of Dalamwood's completely underwater. Because, like, you see Shard of Dalamwood, like, again, North Stride, Nason, Thanalan. You can see the giant thing there. I guess the idea is that, like, I've known that's, like, what this was. Like, that lore is not new. We've known about that since we've seen that. The side thing tells you. Or possibly some of the side characters you can talk to, like, random NPCs you can talk to around here. Or some of the side quests, or I don't know. Something here tells you that's what that was. But it's, like, thinking on it compared to other things. Especially as, like, going into the remnants of, Dalamwood shards was very direct, like, specifically recently, like, part of the story for the MSQ. And I think about that one, I'm just like, yeah, it probably is there, but it's entirely underwater. Because it hit the water first, it just went shunk right under it. And just, like, if there's, even if there was ground and soil under there, it's all wet, so it gets buried directly into it, so you can't actually, like, access the damn thing, because it's flooded, because it's entirely underwater. Rostin's eyes been here since the calamity. It's only work. I mean, it's always glad to have guests. Even if there aren't any ghosts, say. Oh, now if it ain't guests, what brings you to the torch? You see, this chick's dead parents. Sorry, that's disrespectful. Too young to be called a chick. Have you seen this girl's dead parents? ghost during the horizon. For all my years as a keeper, I've not seen or heard about such things in any lighthouse I know. Certainly the sort of places children might believe haunted, though. Might be someone mistook me or some laundry for a spectre. So father and mother weren't ghosts after all. But I must say, surprised seeing Rata's little girl here. Parents showed me the ropes when I was starting out as a keeper. I had charge of Limlane's ring yonder. Nowadays it's on a little isle, but there used to be a stretch of lands connected it. A dangerous stretch it was, rife with nasty beasts. You die adventurers and grizzled ones at that, just a little bit of supplies. If you know my parents, please tell me about them. They lived in Lim's limits during the calamity and died in the tidal wave. Why'd they go out there even though it was so dangerous? What was going through their minds? I want to know. I was stationed elsewhere at the time, so I only read this report. But FFX did everything they could to protect Limlane's ring. They'd be able to break water using anything and everything they had on hand. But then there was no stopping such a monstrous wave. Countless souls went missing when it struck, and the Maelstrom mounted search and rescue operations. I joined in the effort, but I'm afraid they were never found. No, though, the FFX didn't die in vain. My men and their lighthouse to the very end. They guided many vessels safely to shore and saved many lives. I see. There really were noble souls, like Mr. Ruthia said. If I could choose, I wish that they were still here. It's just a thought. But I'd like to stay the night and hear more about your folks. That'd be the mundane, everyday things. What I know, I'd be glad to share with you. I'd like that. I'd like that very much. Aww. Aww. Good morning. We all spent the night. Guess I'm the adventurer in charge. Good morning, Manifest. Ew. I got up early to look at the lighthouse, where my father and mother used to be. For the longest time, I felt as though they'd abandoned me. I wanted to see them one more time, so I could ask them why they had to go. And to tell them that I miss them. Honestly, how you feel. In the end, there weren't any ghosts. Still, I'm glad I could learn about my parents. It made me realize that I want to become someone who helps others. Like them and like you. So thank you for bringing me here. Aww. Aww. Adorable. Adorable. And they always do a good job at just making like the rising ones like emotional. Well, and I'm being a longer jolt than expected, but I'm glad we did it. Thank you so much for coming with me, both of you. You're very welcome, dearie. You can always come here if you need anything. Just no more trying to sneak out here. Oh, I better go back to the orphanage. Mr. Raytheon won't be too mad at me. Yeah, we want to report to them, shall I expect? In which case, comrade of mine tells me he's at the Yankee Yard. Of course he is. I'll leave to let Richie gets home safely. Sure to catch special fireworks afterwards, eh? It's gonna be the fireworks from last year. For seeing your minor fist. You're gonna show up in a future thing. And the cat boy from one of the previous ones is gonna help the cat girl. The cat kitten. Yeah. Well, the only reason they ever ask people to go to the Yankee Yard for this types of quests is just to remind people that, by the way, did you know the Yankee Yard in this little section exists? Yes. You may not believe it. You may not have ever been there, but they do indeed exist. Right, because there's no fucking Aether right next to any of it, but you know, that's fine. You gotta come here to get married. Limland. No, this isn't Limland. Where is it? I'm trying to think of which god this was. My brain's saying Limlane, but I can't remember if Limlane's this one or the one in. Because I'm thinking Limlane might be the one in fucking Aleport. Unless they're both meant for that. Unless they're both meant for it. Ah, welcome back, my friends. Was young Rich able to find what it was that she thought she did? So her true purpose was to save the ghosts of her parents, who were taken by the calamity. Tale is born when someone acts in the name of another. There are so many tales out there. There's a boss for us to know every single one. Yet the tale may occasionally find its way to those who need it most. Such as that of the lighthouse keepers, whose courage and sacrifice have come to guide their children years after their passing. Their child. Thank you, Manifest. Not only for granting Rich's wish, but providing me with inspiration as well. While I wait for the special fireworks to begin, might you tell me more of your excursion? Second minstrel song for the day. Yeah, it's just the pirate pals. They're doing their shit again. We have now... Yo-Yo has now turned this into a yearly adventure. Love all the fireworks. Yes, it comes to me. A verse for all who strive onwards, this day and every day. Alright, we're gonna get to actually see Yoshi P, aren't we? Right, this is the Rising. We see actual Yoshi P himself during this. Like, it's straight up... Oh, right, we have the thing where it's just straight up Naoki Yoshida, don't we? Right, it's the Rising. Yeah, the Rising does this. I forgot. Are we on a boat again? I think we were on a boat and it was going fast and last time. Nowhere in what's that theory I say? Puppy! Puppy! Greetings, warrior of light. Oh, he's got his tits out this year! Hey, minions everywhere. Yoshi, why are you a yellow jacket this time? This is a world that exists outside your reality. Could it be a dream? A flight of fancy conjured by your weary minds? Perhaps, or perhaps not. It is a pleasure to meet you again. As I have in the past, I have beckoned you here that I might express my gratitude. For long years we have walked together with you on this grand adventure. It is a never-ending journey, one that shall continue tomorrow as surely as it does today. The most natural of things. Along the way, I have endeavored to keep my gaze firmly fixed upon the future, Gotta show off his tits at some point. Of late, however, I have been keenly reminded that we must occasionally look back upon the path we walked, that we might remember the lessons learned. In the course of our adventures, it seems I too have grown. To learn from successes and failures both, and forge ahead with humility and sincerity. It is what I'd resolved to do at Journey's beginning, and I resolved to do so anew. Nothing would please us more than continue having you at our side on the road ahead. And I pray that upon this journey of life that we have the honor to share, the light of the crystal shall ever shine. Now, the time has come for this vision to end. Time for your eyes to open from this waking dream. This world shall yet endure. And as we continue to make our way, I pray that we shall have occasion to meet again. Till that day, I wish you the happiest of journeys. Fare you well. Aww. No. What the fuck was that? Most happenings in our lives have no bearing on the fates of the world. More often than not, they go unobserved and unremarked. But you, my friend, gather up such forgotten tales and see them delivered. In so doing, you bring joy. As a token of my gratitude, I dedicate to you this song, a song of journeys fulfilling. Fireworks! Yeah! In gleaming gold the sun does rise, the boundless sky it calls. In silver pale the path of men, a white and endless pool. So far away the guiding light, that you do now espy, but flames of life their warmth impart, to comfort and inspire. Take heart, my friend, for here we stand, and so we shall remain. Your destination reach you shall, by memories refrain. I have no doubt that you, Richa, Nayoyo, shall give rise to a great many more tales. Your tales in particular may be more varied than those of others. There may be times when you face great hardships, and the weight is more than you can bear. Brought and sooner, I think we're at that limit. In such a time, I bid you remember this. No matter how great your burdens, the tales that you have gathered shall ever be your strength. A beacon to light your way in the darkness. Hey! Media logo. Yay! I have a reward that I'm not allowed to look at! Yeah! Delightful dozen. 12 years. 12 years. Holy shit, 12 fucking years. Hey! You got all the animals with you, let's go! Hey, lesbians, let's go! Hey! Badass alt chicks, let's go! Oh, okay. I thought they might be title, but they are not. What's up, minstrel? The rising is an occasion to remember the past while looking towards the future. Many take the road in solemn reflection. And should you have the time to spare, I hope you would like to do the same. Oh, I was wondering if that was going to be a dialogue thing. It is not. Any characters hanging around? I feel like the Rising usually doesn't have people hanging around like the plazas. I feel like the Rising usually doesn't have that. The Rising, while canonically is a thing in universe because of the Calamity, I feel like the Rising's usually often more of a meta occasion because, you know, anniversary of the game and everything. I know, there's some people over here. Hey, there, he's back! No bother at all. I'm always glad to help. Yo, Catboy's back! You have enough antidote? I made some of that. Hey! Oh, now that's prepared. We'll not have a few more. I don't know if these other... Who are the others? Or are they just meant to be random people? Yeah, you can tell it's him because he's got the friendship circlet. Because you're his recruiter friend, so he has the friendship circlet. You can always tell it's him because of that. I don't know if the others are meant to be anyone other than just they are random NPCs. Oh, I owe ya. Hey! Apologies for making you worry, miss. Oh, Thrathia. I had so much fun. They're from older ones. Ah. You're just like your ma, you know that? Aww. Aww. They're hanging out. Okay, they're just trying to make money. They're just always here, I think. They're just always here, I think. Not many people this year. Again, I think the Rising usually doesn't have a ton of people. Again, I've said that I want Loperids at every single one, but I imagine if the Loperids were going to be at seasonals, it would have been during Endwalker. I want the Loperids to be at everything, but that probably would have been during Endwalker. And now that we're in Dawn Trail, there's probably going to be less Loperids at these things. You wish me to sing a song of your deeds? Don't tell me you haven't heard of Thal Icebound. I don't think I've ever noticed these NPCs here. I don't think I've ever noticed them. I don't think I've ever actually seen them. Anyways, I think that's our plans for today. With how much I was drifting off today, it took a lot longer to do what we did today than what it probably should have. But it's worked out well. The only thing that we didn't do today that we were also considering today was sightseeing. But sightseeing was always one of those, if we have time today, we'll do it. But we'll definitely have time next week if not. So it's all that. Was it like next week, the only plans next week are the raid tier and treasure dungeon. So we have plenty of time to do sightseeing next week. So that was kind of always my thought process. Only do sightseeing today if there's time for it. You've also written yellow quests, but I don't know which yellow quests. We did one of them today for like the carbuncle, but I mean, there's also stuff that you've listed here for like 6.15 of special yellow quests, so. And also, again, next week probably won't be super long even with like what we've got planned. So, probably won't be the longest thing in the world, even with sightseeing. But that is our, that is what we've done for today. We're mostly, well, we're actually, outside of sightseeing, we're now actually properly caught up on 6.0. We are now, for reals this time, I said it after we beat, like, you know, Endsinger. I said it after we beat Endsinger of, I'm now caught up to where the game was when I started. Now we actually are. Now we actually are, because everything that we did today was still 6.0 with the dungeons and everything. So, now that I think about it, I might have started late enough that the first raid tier had already come out. I may have, because it was like, what, early December? I think 6.0, like I think Endwalker launched like early December. And I started like mid-January. And I believe usually the first raid tier is a month after launch. So maybe it still hasn't happened yet. Maybe the first raid tier had come out by the time I had actually started. So maybe it's next week that we actually properly catch up. But definitely next week, because I definitely started before 6.1. Because 6.1 they turned 8-man Praetorium into 4-man Praetorium. And we definitely did 8-man Praetorium, because I, one, I have video footage, and two, that was the thing that I grinded for my first block teams. So there is that. But with that, that shall be the end of today. This little, like, catch-up section is probably going to be longer in future expansions. I think the idea is, unless Roll Quest and Aether Quest tie very, very intimately into the MSQ, which they very much did for Shadowbringers, and mostly did, but not as much for Endwalker. The plan in the future is, once we start expansions MSQ, every stream will be at MSQ until we beat it, and then every Roll Quest, every Aether Quest, optional dungeon will all be post MSQ before we do the 0.1 raid tier. Sorry, the 0.01 or 0.05 or whatever raid tier. Before we do the first raid tier, it'll be all that. So this is kind of our shortest catch-up ever that we're ever gonna have in terms of going from base MSQ to patches. This will be the shortest it ever will be. It'll never be this short again in the future. Because we'll be doing Roll Quests and Aether Quests after MSQ, so... next week is the first raid tier, sightseeing the log, and the first treasure dungeon, which I have a bunch of Mogtome maps for. And then the week after that, 6.1 MSQ. And then we just do everything in patch order after that. So, you know, we're actually pretty close to starting more MSQ, which I'm curious about. I'm curious what post 6. I'm curious what Endwalker patch MSQ is going to be. I'm curious what it's going to be. Will it be a bunch of disparate things as you go through it? Is it going to be a single storyline that you do for the patches, and then a new storyline starts at the end of it for Dawn Trail? I don't know. Will it mainly just be a shitload following up on all the stuff that we've done before? Like, will it be like, oh, this one's about helping Bavnera, this one's about helping Garlemald, like, because of all the shit that went down? I don't know. I have no idea. But it is called Newfound Adventure, so it's probably going to be something new. But anyways, with that is it all for today. Next week, stay tuned for Raid Tier, where we're actually going to fucking meet up with Elidibus again. Holy shit. Right, that was the whole reason we went back in time in the story. So until then, this is version 2, signing out.